Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Hey y'all, welcome back.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Hey y'all, welcome back to my channel. It's your host Arlette, and we are joined here today with my lovely husband, BM.
Yep. Obviously, you've all have been seeing we have signed to produce Pop the Balloon on Netflix. We will be executive producers on the new Pop the Balloon live.
Yes.
This is amazing news. First things first, I want to thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for all the blessings.
Yes.
Every single blessing that we've received is from him. He is the way of life. Now, not a lot of you are wondering, so what happens to our YouTube version? I can assure you that everything will stay the same. The way that I produce the show, the way that my wife hosts the show will stay exactly the same.
Exactly. So y'all make sure you stay tuning in every Wednesday. Okay, Pop the Balloon Wednesday is still a thing. Make sure you're tuning in. I will still be hosting, just like he said. It's going to be the same. Producing, everything is going to remain the same. The only thing is just we have another addition to, you know, the things that we're working on, which is working with Netflix, which is a huge deal, a huge blessing. We're super grateful for it. So, you know, we just ask for you guys to support both of our ventures, Pop the Balloon on YouTube and Pop the Balloon Live on Netflix. And we honestly can't wait to see where this is going to go.
Yeah, for sure. We do wish for our amazing fans. When I say amazing, I mean our loyal fans.
Yes.
You lot have been absolutely amazing. We see you commenting everywhere, the way that you support us. We truly appreciate every single one of you. We wish that you are able to support both versions, like my wife said, as one, because we are working together. And once again, God is amazing. He is great. We thank you all for your support. And like my wife said, we cannot wait to see where this goes.
Definitely. Well, thank you all for tuning in and listening to our message. And we do hope you have a great rest of your day. We'll catch y'all next time.
Yep.
All right. Well, that was actually kind of not unexpected. They signed with CAA, or one of those Hollywood talent agency representative things a while ago. So apparently we will find out, but you'll still be able to watch Pop the Balloon on YouTube. And I've got about 8 Pop the Balloons because I haven't shown an episode in a while, since so many people seem to think that's the only thing I'm capable of doing. Just wanted to get y'all Pop the Balloons starved. And when you beg for it, I'll show one. But pretty much the routine tonight, I've got a bunch of news articles. Most of them are going to be around the Trump, Liberation Day, or whatever Trump calls it. So we'll go over that. And then to end the show, which I don't expect this to be awfully long. I keep saying that, but it runs long, but I'm going to try not to. I've got some history Well, there's a Tiffany Henyard video that Deacon Dave wanted me to have a look at. It's 40 minutes, so we're not going to watch all 40 minutes of that, but we'll get the tenor of it. And then I've got a couple videos that I've talked about a book by a guy named Colin Woodard about basically American culture, American demographics. And one of the comments in one of the videos actually struck me as a really good way of looking at American culture. America is not a melting pot as much as it is a mosaic. There are, in American culture, there are subcultures, a lot of it based on geography, but then there's also a lot of it based on ethnicity. There are a lot of different things that go into American culture, and it's pursuant. The reason I'm going to show these videos is to kind of reemphasize my point, to counterpoint some folks who seem to believe that Black culture and American culture, or Black culture and white culture, are two different things. If you go and you look, if you want to categorize Black culture versus white culture, well, there's several different subcultures that one might call white culture. There's several different cultures one might call Black culture. And I'm going to be blunt. It's the racists and the anti-Blacks who want to simplify everything down into zeros and ones, and they don't get the nuance. And I'm going to be blunt again. Many in this John Galt space and other similar spaces despise nuance because it makes them have to think and think about what they're saying, how they're categorizing people, etc. So y'all know who you are. So the links are pinned. Come up if you want. And I might even let you up. So let's go ahead and we will start with this first story. We knew it was going to happen eventually. Trump administration halts dozens of research grants at Princeton University. This basically, is Trump's war on education and elites specifically. And, it's disguised as, he's fighting anti-Semitism at these schools, but there's no anti-Semitism, at these schools any more than there's anti-Semitism in the White House. Trump loves basically using virtue signaling, masking to cover up what he's doing, which tends to be a little bit more nefarious. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of pushback to that statement, but I'm going to stand by it and probably can't be convinced otherwise. So the meat of this story, and I'll read a little bit of it. The Trump administration has halted dozens of research grants at Princeton University, the latest Ivy League school to see its federal money threatened in a pressure campaign targeting the nation's top universities. Princeton was notified this week that several dozen federal grants are being suspended by agencies, including the Department of Energy, NASA, and the Defense Department, according to a campus message sent Tuesday by Christopher Eisgruber, the university's president. Eisgruber said the rationale was not fully clear, but that Princeton will comply with the law. The school is among dozens facing federal investigations into anti-Semitism following a wave of pro-Palestinian protests last year. We are committed to fighting anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination, and we will cooperate with the government in combating anti-Semitism, Eisgruber wrote. Princeton will also vigorously defend academic freedom and the due process rights of this university. As President Donald Trump presses his political agenda on universities across the country, he has paid special attention to Ivy League institutions. And then it goes into Columbia, University of Pennsylvania, Harvard a few days ago. So the war on education has commenced. What they want to do is replace academic freedom with patriotic education. And they basically want to pretend that America is post-racial. So that's the agenda. And America can't help but being itself. So it all comes out in the wash when they wash the Klan robes. So we will go from there. So next news item. China has responded to Liberation Day by urging the U.S. to immediately cancel reciprocal tariffs, vows countermeasures. I don't know that Trump realizes that, the United States is the most, powerful economically and militarily in the world, but America versus the world, not sure that that's going to work. They can tariff us just as easily as we tariff them. Now, one thing I didn't realize is that the Europeans, we've been under the Marshall Plan. I had no idea that was still going on, at least as far as tariffs go. We've been light on tariffs on European countries since World War II, basically. And Trump, in my opinion, rightly has ended that Marshall Plan era, tariff system. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is he seems to think that tariffs can, eventually be a suitable replacement for large parts of the progressive income tax. Tariffs didn't work in the late 19th century. I don't see why he thinks they will work today. But you know what? Maybe he knows something I don't. So the details, again, there's a left, right, and center view with our, it's only a right view in ground news. The bullet points: China urged the U.S. to cancel its latest tariffs and threaten countermeasures to protect its interests, according to the Chinese Commerce Ministry. President Donald Trump announced a total of 54% tariffs on China, including a new 34% levy on imports effective April 9th. Yuan dropped to its lowest levels in 7 weeks as China's stock markets fell following Trump's tariff announcements. Experts noted that these tariffs could affect global supply chains and China's economic growth strategy, while the government aims to maintain an economic target of around 5% of growth a year. So, China's basically not going to take this laying down, and stay tuned to see what China's countermeasures are. Okay, let's see. Art, the link should be pinned at the top. Let's see here. Oh, she didn't pin it. If you look at the very top, Art, if you look at the very top post, Portia has the link there. If you don't see it, let me know. I will drop it. Let's see. What is next? So that's China on tariffs. Next is, now this is actually interesting. Senate votes to rescind some Trump tariffs with GOP support. So in the Senate, there are some Republicans who are going to push back against some of Trump's tariffs. And if I can't remember who controls tariffs. I can't remember whether it's the executive or the legislative branch, to be honest. So let's read a portion of this. What is he saying? Yeah. Okay. I'll do that. Without the good qualities of hillbillies. I have no idea what that means. Okay, there's the link. Let's see. It's at the top. So, this is the Senate pushback, and it's somewhat bipartisan on some of the Trump tariffs. Says here the Senate on Wednesday. Is today Wednesday or Thursday? Oh my Lord! Where's the time gone? It's already Thursday. The Senate on Wednesday approved a measure that would block some of the tariffs President Trump has imposed on Canada, with a handful of Republicans joining Democrats to pass a resolution that would halt levies set to take effect this week. The measure is all but certain to stall in the House, where GOP leaders have moved preemptively to shut down any move to end Mr. Trump's tariffs. But Senate passage of the measure on a vote of 51 to 48, just hours after Mr. Trump unveiled sweeping tariffs on more than 100 trading partners, including the European Union, China, Britain, and India, sent a signal of bipartisan congressional opposition to the president's trade war. The resolution targets the emergency powers Mr. Trump invoked in February to impose sweeping tariffs on Canada, a move that has rattled markets and drawn bipartisan criticism from lawmakers concerned about the economic impact on their states and districts. By the way, speaking of states and districts, China and some other countries are targeting red states with their tariffs. So, these countries are politically savvy, and they will target red states where they can with their retaliatory tariffs. So, Mr. Trump, I'm sure he's aware of what could happen. Mr. Trump imposed tariffs in an executive order that cited the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. I thought so. He's had to declare an emergency to do this. A Cold War era law that has most often been used to impose sanctions on rogue states and human rights violators. His administration argued that unchecked drug trafficking from Canada constituted a dire threat to American national security, and has used it as justification to unilaterally impose 25% tariffs on America's closest trading partner. The president has justified the imposition of tariffs on, in my view, a made-up emergency, said Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat of Virginia, and lead sponsor of the resolution. The fentanyl emergency is from Mexico and China. It's not from Canada. Excuse me, had to cough. The resolution, co-sponsored by two fellow Democrat senators, Mark Warner of Virginia and Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, seeks to revoke the emergency declaration, and with it, Mr. Trump's ability to enforce tariffs set to go in effect on Wednesday. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky was the lone Republican sponsor of the resolution, but three other GOP senators who have expressed unease about the potential economic consequences of Mr. Trump's trade measures joined them in support. Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, who are all more or less centrist. Even McConnell is all of a sudden a centrist now that he's no longer leader of the majority leader of the Senate. Tariffs are a terrible mistake, Mr. Paul said ahead of the vote. They don't work. They will lead to higher prices. He added that he believed they were a tax and have historically been bad for our economy. That is true. That's why they were gotten rid of and replaced of some years later with an income tax. Mr. Paul also argued that the emergency powers Mr. Trump used to justify the tariffs was an inappropriate circumventing of powers granted to Congress, not the president. Ahead of the vote, Ms. Collins said she supported Mr. Trump's effort to halt this dangerous and deadly flow of fentanyl into the United States, but said the tariffs would be detrimental. She also added that most fentanyl was coming from Mexico and China, not Canada. So they go into fentanyl. John Thune, Republican of South Dakota, and the majority leader argued that eliminating the tariffs on Canada would be a mistake and amount to turning a blind eye to what he said was a growing fentanyl problem from America's northern neighbor. We would be wrong to view this as solely a southern border problem. The reality is that fentanyl production is growing in Canada. Let's see. Mr. Trump lobbied Republicans intensely to oppose the effort. Why did he bother? In one post, he named the 4 Republican defectors and said they were playing with the lives of the American people and right into the hands of radical left Democrats and drug cartels, but his efforts were not enough to dissuade them. So, thanks slowly but surely, you're going to at least see the Senate start to bristle at, Trump's usurping congressional power. Not sure what they're going to be able to do about it, though. What's up, Art? Let's see. And Zhang Wei, what exactly do red states produce that China imports other than pork? Insipid Chinese tariffs, they are worthless compared to ours. Now who's showing his ignorance? Zhang Wei. With a name like that, I would think you would know the answers to what China does. Agricultural products, Zhang, corn, soybeans, all that stuff gets exported. Wheat, dude, you should know these things. Agricultural products mostly. So they target the red states and farmers will suffer. Zhang, come on now. So that's where we are on that story. Basically, the Senate is starting to show a little bit of a backbone, but it's the wrong senators that are showing backbone. I don't think Susan Collins or Rand Paul, had that much sway with President Trump. So the next story is again on Liberation Day, tariffs, and from John's favorite far-right publication, the Conservative Treehouse, which is actually, I've actually enjoyed reading. White House message, Happy Liberation Day, America. President Trump and the White House posted the following message to begin Liberation Day. Too bad he didn't make it a federal holiday. So I'm going to play this YouTube video. A message from your president to you. If I can get it to play.
President Trump pushing ahead with his America First agenda.
Breaking news, Apple announced it's going to work with Foxconn to build a server factory in Texas by 2026.
The company says it is now planning to invest $500 billion in the U.S. economy.
The CEO of SoftBank pledging to invest $100 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
This is President Trump delivering on the promise he made to the American people on the campaign trail.
The idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for the American customers.
Project Stargate. It's a joint venture between SoftBank, Oracle, and OpenAI, and they're going to create a data center that will eventually be expanded to other states.
Shows people are listening to Mr. Trump's pitch to bring new industry to America. This is the latest pledge from a foreign business leader promising to spend big in the U.S. as a result of Trump's election victory.
Founder of the property development company DeMac Properties is pledging the money.
President Trump announcing $100 billion investment from Taiwan Semiconductor, bringing the company's total American investments to $165 billion.
The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America.
Things happen so quickly in the Trump world, right? It feels like it's 100 months. This is leadership. This is taking control of the problem for military, for everything,
feels
for
like
industrial, for
100
economy.
months.
Even if it causes short-term pain, the reality is it is the right decision.
NVIDIA says it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years, part of the manufacturing renaissance under President Donald J. Trump.
Furniture maker Prepack are shifting their operations from Canada to North Carolina.
Johnson & Johnson says it will invest more than $55 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment.
With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be a stronger partner in America's industrial future.
This is the automobile industry, and now those plants largely have stopped and they're moving them to our country. Honda is building one of the biggest plants.
The trade story is certainly picking up speed here and pushing more countries to make these bigger investments.
Well, that Honda plant actually employed a bunch
GE
of
Aerospace announcing a nearly $1 billion investment into American manufacturing.
Eli Lilly announcing plans to expand its manufacturing here in the United States.
$27 billion additional spend, bringing our total to more than $50 billion.
The money's rolling in, and this is in the past 60 some odd days, Charles.
These are deep-pocketed folks who want to have a relationship, and
government of Saudi Arabia.
We are CMA CGM, one of the leaders in shipping and logistics around the world. Today, we are investing $20 billion.
Foreign leaders from around the world, investors from Silicon Valley to Wall Street to Main Street have confidence again in our economy, in our markets, and in President Trump.
The Trump effect this morning, a string of massive wins for American manufacturing. The numbers speak for themselves. Wisconsin-based Clarios is putting up $6 billion to expand its American operation. And what's driving these decisions? Well, President Trump's aggressive Made in America policies and his commitment to bringing industry back to American soil. This is exactly what Trump promised. America first is back.
Man, that's almost Lenny Riefenstahl worthy propaganda. Nicely done. So this story, Trump announces 10% baseline tariff on all imports, higher reciprocal tariffs against select countries. This is a little bit more detail, I guess, about what he wants to do. President Trump announced tariffs on Wednesday, including a 10% baseline on imports. Trump declared tariffs to narrow the gap with other countries' taxes on U.S. goods. Trump also imposed higher rates on nations with trade surpluses, fulfilling a campaign, a campaign promise. Reciprocal means they do it to us and we do it to them, explaining his policy. Economists worry prices may rise for consumers, though the effect depends on business responses. And the response will not be businesses eat it. They will pass the cost on to the consumer. Let's see, anything different? Now, the nice thing about ground news, Art, if you aren't familiar with it, is it basically aggregates news, and then, it'll give a left, center, and right variety of articles. So, you basically get both sides of any one issue. And let's see, one of the bullet points here from the right is Trump's decision aims to rebalance trade relationships and has already led to a 25% tariff on non-U.S. made automobiles. So your Maserati will be 25% more than it would have been a few months ago. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries criticized the tariffs, stating they will increase living costs and harm the economy. Probably right. Let's see. Now from the left side. Yes.
No, I wanted to get some. Do you believe that's how it works? It's going to be 25%.
How what works?
So they put a 25. I'm asking you. I could be
well,
wrong.
no, Trump is going to put a 25% tariff on specific countries, and I
Yeah.
think the 25% tariff on non-U.S. made automobiles. Yeah, if you basically Trump says he's going to put a 25% tariff on foreign-made automobiles.
No, that means they have to pay us 25% more.
No, it means if you buy some foreign-made
No.
car,
The tax is on
no,
them, though,
so,
right?
no, not going to even debate it. You need to go back and look up what a tariff is.
Asking a
Trump
question.
is imposing a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles. That means the consumer or whoever, the wholesaler, the dealership will pay 25% more for that car, and they will pass that on to the consumer.
Okay. Well, if
We're
you're not
not
going,
tariffing basically, and what the country
but
that's being tariffed will do is they'll probably slap a tariff on something that we export.
but Stanley, you used the word
Yes.
probably. You used the word
I'm
probably.
sorry, I used the word what?
Probably.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
They
a dealership doesn't have to pass on the cost. So there may be companies that decide to eat it, but I doubt it. So yes, I
so
use the word probably.
what if it went
I'm
when
not
it
going to
went
say that a company will definitely pass on the costs. They probably will, though.
but we was paying tariffs in reverse, right? We've been paying tariffs to
Okay, I
China.
don't care about all that. I'm just reporting the news. This is what Trump is doing. So I don't care to justify what he's doing. I'm just saying he's doing it.
I just think he's reversing it.
You would think wrong. He is basically slapping new tariffs on products that weren't tariffed before.
But Stanley, listen, please. He's tariffing them the same way they tariff. They put tariffs on us, right? Right or wrong?
Okay, I don't care about that. I'm just telling you what he's doing. I don't care. He is justifying it by saying, "Hey, they do it to us, we're going to
We're
do it
doing
to
this.
them." And
Right.
In Europe's case, I wasn't aware that the Marshall, like the tariffs, there's been a tariff imbalance basically since World War II. Trump, in my opinion, correctly removed the Marshall Plan, type of tariff. We don't need a Marshall
But if it
Plan.
worked for them,
Hold on one second. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Got you.
He did make a good move in removing the Marshall Plan. I didn't even know we were still the Marshall Plan. I thought it was history by now.
Why you didn't
So
know that?
he has basically done the right thing by that. But imposing tariffs, these are retaliatory tariffs. Whatever his reasoning is, that's fine. I don't really care about that. What I do care about is it will likely raise prices on consumer goods. That's really all I care
So
about.
why didn't it go up? Okay. All right. I'm not getting your logic. I want to understand.
Okay.
So why didn't it go up? So
Actually, I'm not wrong. So I'm not going to even argue the point. If you put a tariff on a
well, I'm
foreign
starting to
car,
think that you'll never
you
be
will
wrong when it comes
pay
to
25% more for it.
so
I don't know how that's something you can dispute.
No, but how did it work for when they did it to us? How did it work for
Well, I don't
them?
care about that. I
Why
care.
don't you care?
I'm not debating this. Which part of that can't you understand? All I'm saying is Trump is doing it. I'm not even saying he shouldn't do it. I'm saying he's doing it. So you're debating something that I'm not even.
But you're putting a 25%
I'm
increase
not
on
doing
car.
it. Trump is doing it.
You said a Maserati is going to go up 25%. That which makes
Yeah, it's a foreign.
No. They would have to figure out how to lose. They're gonna lose 25%.
Correct.
No,
They're going to lose because people may not want to pay 25% more for their Maserati.
Well, you're using words like may.
I can use any word I want.
I know. Listen. that's up to them. So they will no longer sell
Right.
Maseratis
So
out
you don't have to, no one's saying you have
there.
to buy the Maserati. As a
Right.
matter of fact, the whole point of the tariff is to punish the foreign auto and automaker and or country, um, and to persuade Americans to buy American. That's probably why
And
he
to
wants to put
persuade
the
them
tariff.
to
Now,
make
whether
their
that's a
cars,
good thing or a bad thing, it's kind of up to
they
your
can come make their
perspective, I
cars
think.
here and avoid the
Right.
25%
That's
tariff.
what he's trying to do. He's trying to encourage foreign automakers to come here and make their cars. He's also trying to get Americans to buy American.
Okay.
However, I don't agree with the tariffs. I think he could be smarter. Doesn't have to be 25%. But you know what? It's politics. I tend not to like what Trump does. However, he's and I also don't like his method. Okay, Congress is the one that levies tariffs. What Trump did is impose or declare an emergency to do what he's doing. So his method is also problematic.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, it was Congress, the Senate, basically just passed a resolution saying, well, it was specifically Canada, but even the Senate is starting to have some issues with these kind of. I mean, they're more or less arbitrary, but again, that's my bias.
I get you. At least you admit it was your bias.
Well,
So,
yeah, I think Donald Trump's an idiot, and I think Elon Musk is even worse. I'm
and
not
what do you
going to
think
be
about
shy about that.
What do you think about
I
Kamala
think
Harris and Joe
I
Biden?
think what he's doing is rattling cages that don't need to be rattled.
So, what do you think about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? They are
What
complete.
do they have?
One,
Are they
one is
president?
completely
Well, nope.
brainless.
I don't, son. I don't play those games. They're not president. I'm concerned with what the
Well,
president
that
is
was the
doing.
other option, though, sir.
Okay, I don't do whataboutism.
Oh, got you.
They
Okay.
are no longer running the country. I'm worried about the man who's running the
All
country,
right.
or the
So we're
men.
better off with the
Is
idiot.
Elon is co-president.
Elon is what?
Co-president.
I never heard of that before. That's a new word.
Oh, well, that's my bias talking.
All right, got you.
All right, so let us move on because I've got more tariff stories.
I like the. Can we touch on the fentanyl thing, or
touch on what?
The fentanyl problem.
Well, you want to touch on it?
Pause. But yeah, I want to. Yeah, we were moving through the conversation.
Okay, so one of his justifications for declaring an emergency basically powers on Canada and Mexico is to try and address the fentanyl problem. Canada, they're saying that Canada is ramping up. Like, Mexico and China have been the main culprits, but now they're saying Canada is starting to be a fentanyl, source. So that's one of the reasons he wants to impose tariffs on Canada.
Yeah, fentanyl is made in China,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's being so they're moving it through the borders of.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Of Mexico, and they're starting to bring it through Canada.
Okay, and
Canada is starting to make money off of fentanyl.
Well, I don't think Canada's making money off the illegal fentanyl.
No, well, they're starting to get more I'm sorry, my bad.
I hope the government's not, sponsoring the illegal drug trade.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be odd if Canada was getting more, purchasing more, or having more fentanyl activity? Because fentanyl has went up in Canada too, right? Fentanyl deaths.
I don't really care.
What do you care about, sir?
That's a Canada problem, not an
No,
American
no, no.
problem.
That's a North American problem. That's a North
I
American problem.
disagree with that. Canada is its own country.
But we share borders, sir.
They
We
need
share
to
borders.
take. That does not make us responsible for Canadian deaths.
Well, we share borders, and then we don't want to close borders, and we have to
Okay,
fight with the Democrat
closing the
Party.
border. I don't know that closing the border will save Canadians who die from fentanyl overdoses. I don't see the connection.
No, it won't save Canadians. Like you said, I don't care about
Right.
Canadians.
Well, you asked me if I knew that Canadian deaths from fentanyl were going up. No, I didn't know. And secondly, I don't care. It's a Canadian problem.
Well, you do know that deaths in America are doubling every year. So it went from 40 to 80 to it went from, it's like doubling every year. You do understand that in America.
Okay, and your point would be what?
Well, it's because it's coming through the borders.
Okay,
Both borders.
Has been coming through the borders for decades.
Not fentanyl, sir.
I would argue it's been coming across the border for quite some time. Didn't Michael Jackson die of a fentanyl overdose? I don't know if it was illegal or not because he had a doctor, I guess, prescribe it.
Yeah, it was definitely illegal.
As I said, drugs have been coming across, maybe not specifically fentanyl. We've had a whole war on drugs. We have known about the drugs coming across the borders for decades, since the Nixon administration. To be honest, he's the one who declared the war on drugs. So you're not telling me anything I don't know. Now, whether imposing tariffs, I would be more inclined to be okay with the tariffs on Mexico and China. Canada, I don't know that much about, so I trust that Trump knows what he's doing on that. If it's punitive to try and stop the flow and make the Canadians work harder to police their borders, I don't have a huge problem with it, though I think it's probably using a jackhammer instead of a scalpel. I do have a problem with Trump and these tariffs because his aim ultimately is for people making, I think it's less than $200,000 or maybe it was $150,000. His ultimate plan is to replace the income tax, at least a portion of the income tax, with tariffs. It did not work in the 1890s. It basically caused a huge crash. It might have even caused a depression. I don't recall. And the income tax was implemented in 1913 because tariffs did not work. Okay, essentially, tariffs are something back in the robber baron days where, basically America was essentially an oligarchy. That's what Trump seems to want to re-implement. He seems to want an oligarchy, and we go back to 1890 something.
Sir,
Didn't work the first. Hold on. It didn't work the first time. It's not going to work this time.
Sir, you use words like seen. You don't know what Trump is.
I will use any word I want to use. I tend to be pretty good with language. I don't use words frivolously.
And you're using words like seen and maybe and trying.
And you have a problem with my language?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, well, continue. Keep on having a problem because I'm not going to change.
I know, but listen. Excuse me, sir. Sir, with all due respect, Trump has only been in office for 90-something days. What is it, 90 days yet?
And he's totally fucked it up. He is fucking up. And you know what? It only took him 90 days to destabilize the economy. Have you kept up? Have you kept up with the stock markets?
I see this conversation is going to be difficult, but okay.
Every conversation with me is difficult,
and that's why I like. That's how I want
to. What did you expect?
Yeah, I want it to be right there. I want it to be right there.
It is called Stanley versus the World.
Oh, okay. and I'm the world.
As a matter of fact, just so you know the background, it was Portia's idea. The name.
That's a great name. So I just want to make sure that I'm the world. Okay.
Oh, you be the world, and look.
you're
I
Stanley.
have my political beliefs, and believe it or not, I don't have a problem with Republicans. I have a problem with MAGA.
With conservatives.
No, as a matter of fact, I have no problems with thinking conservatives.
What is MAGA?
Now,
I don't understand. Why do people say MAGA? What is MAGA?
Well, let me tell you what MAGA is. MAGA is essentially a quote populist movement represented right now by Steve Bannon.
Oh,
But
nah,
it's
that's
actually
crazy. That's
hold
crazy.
on. Let me finish because I'm not making this
That's
up. I'm
unfair.
right.
That's an unfair.
This is dude. I politics is my hobby. Political philosophy is kind of a hobby. That in history, I'm not making this up. It is a populist movement, supposedly, that is basically it's oligarchs dressed in populist clothing. That's why progressives like Bernie Bros will
That is
vote.
a bigoted statement, sir.
Okay,
That is a
dude,
bigoted
don't
statement.
interrupt me.
Oh, sorry.
That's why people, Bernie Bros, for instance, are comfortable voting for Trump. Progressives and MAGA have a lot in common because they're at root, and I use the word faux populist, but they think they're populists. Okay, and if you go and you look at MAGA, you've got Steve Bannon basically versus Elon Musk. It's the populist wing of the MAGA folks, represented by Steve Bannon, and Elon Musk represents the more oligarchical billionaire class.
Sir.
And they are at odds.
What do you know that Musk was a Obama supporter, Hillary supporter?
I don't give a shit. What does that matter now?
No. So as soon as he's not for y'all, then he.
Nope, that's not it at all. If he was for y'all, he wouldn't be.
Who's y'all, sir?
Heading Doge.
Who's y'all?
Okay, whoever you said y'all, so you tell me.
You define MAGA as some type of populist movement.
Okay, I'm not wrong. All you got to do, dude, is Google
MAGA means make America great
again. You know what?
Sir.
This is typical for this channel. People get up here and don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Okay, don't compare
all you got to do is Google it. I'm not wrong. I'm not.
I don't have to Google shit. Sir.
I'm not making this up.
Hold on. I own MAGA content and I've sold MAGA.
I don't give a fuck whether you own MAGA content or not.
Why would you tell me?
All you gotta do,
I am?
See, you own MAGA content, but never.
That's like telling me.
Do you ever research anything?
I don't have to research shit.
Okay, well, see, let's stop right there. You and Be Brave are just alike. Your words are. I don't have to research anything. I don't need to. We don't even need to continue the conversation. I'll just keep going through the news. You don't research anything, and I do.
I am the research. I'm the research.
Okay, you are the research. Keep thinking that.
Yes, I'm the research.
Okay, well,
I represent MAGA.
How do I argue your wealth of knowledge if you are the research?
Because
why would I bother? Why am I going to bother to debate you? You are the research. Now, may I continue with the news?
Yes, you can, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
I thought so. So here we go. Trump announces 10% tariffs on all imports, additional taxes for some 60 countries. And thank goodness this has an AI reader. I'm going to avail myself of it.
This news story was written by David J. Lynch and Jeff Stein. Trump announces 10% tariffs on all imports, additional taxes for some 60 countries. The nation could see average import taxes reach 1930s levels. President Donald Trump said Wednesday that he will impose a new 10% tariff on all imported goods, along with higher import taxes tailored for each of about 60 countries that his advisors say maintain the largest barriers against U.S. products, in a sharp turn toward the kind of protectionism that the United States abandoned nearly a century ago. To impose the new tariffs, the president declared a national emergency, citing the annual merchandise trade deficit that the United States has run each year since 1975. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike, Trump said. But it is not going to happen anymore. The tariff increases that the president announced had little modern precedent and would erect towering impediments to products from dozens of foreign countries, many of them poor nations that embraced exporting as a tool to escape grinding poverty. American importers, for example, will pay an additional 34% tariff on products from China, some of which already face 45% fees. Vietnam, which the administration says has become a transshipment point for Chinese companies seeking to dodge U.S. tariffs, will see its goods hit with a new 46% tariff. Cambodian goods likewise will be charged an additional 49% levy. Canada and Mexico, at least for now, face no new trade penalties. High tariffs and a range of other practices, including currency manipulation, value-added taxes, and product safety regulations, explain why the United States buys so much more from the rest of the world than it sells to foreign customers, he said during a Rose Garden ceremony featuring hard hat-clad union workers, lawmakers, and journalists. Erasing these persistent imbalances in global trade, which have hollowed out factory communities and weakened national defense, is now official U.S. policy, according to an executive order that the president signed on Wednesday. Speaking in blunt, sometimes intemperate language, the president assailed the nation's trading partners, including some of its closest allies, as foreign cheaters and foreign scavengers who had ripped off Americans for 50 years. Trump's tone echoed the dark portrait of American
Yes, sir.
You see how you played Trump's your part, like your side, you played it in actual words and it sounded like a lot different, and you're playing this in like computer generated words where it makes it seem like,
well, they're not computer generated words. It's an AI reader. It's reading the article.
But you didn't pay how you played his. It was a bunch of people talking in different segments, and it was all pieced together, right? See, this is how you play. Anyway, if the audience
I have no clue what your point is.
I know.
Literally, it's an AI reader, and the only reason I didn't use
the
only reason I didn't use it on the other articles is it wasn't available. Some stories have the reading function, some don't.
So you can't get Trump just saying his words without.
Why would I do that? Trump didn't write the news article.
Well, you had everybody else saying their words. Why?
Okay, I have no, dude. You know what? I can give you one piece of advice. You are a neophyte at this. Okay, I can tell from talking to you. You might want to listen more than you talk. I'll put it that way.
No, I'm just asking a question.
And I'm just answering it.
Got you.
I was going to point out, because I saw you in the other chat, I've got a channel, and this show goes to my channel and John's channel.
Other chat? So I'm in another chat right now.
You might be. You can switch over to John Galt's, because right now I've only got like 100 subscribers, so John has way more. So if you wanna hop in the other chat, there'll be more people to go back and forth with.
Well,
up to you.
Yeah, you got to show me.
But I was gonna say I will go back because they've got a video clip. Once this is over, I will go back and play. As a matter of fact, I did play Trump's words Didn't you see that ad that the White House put out?
No, I'm not talking about an ad. I want to hear his actual words.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm not going to go. I go to, this is the Washington Post. I will go back and play that little 2 or 3 minute video clip, but I read news articles. Okay, I'm not going to go out and have everything in Donald Trump's words. It's not what I do.
Oh, okay. So this is a bias. This is a bias.
Yeah, I have a political point of view.
Gotcha.
Did you expect me to be neutral?
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. No one else on this channel is neutral. Why do I have to be neutral?
Okay, gotcha.
Now
That's
you
fair.
may be
That's very
you
fair,
may
and that's
be
very honest.
you may be surprised that
So I don't have to be neutral. I don't even have to.
Oh no, I have no plans on being neutral. I have a political point of view, and oftentimes it's
Well, you know that. Oh, go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Well, no, I was going to say oftentimes on this particular channel, it is an opposing view. But every now and again, I agree with some things, like, believe it or not, on education, for instance, I'm way to the right of some of the folks on this channel. If I had my choice, there would be entrance exams to get into college. Like, I have a buddy of mine who lives in Czechoslovakia, and every student, England kind of does the same thing too. You have to pass a test to get into college. And it's not like the SAT where, you kind of take it, and some colleges will want high SAT scores. Some are a little bit less demanding. Basically almost anyone can get into college if they try hard enough. Not so in Europe. You're either going to college because you passed the test, or you're not going to college because you didn't pass the test. That's how I would do it. So there are some things that I'm actually to the right of folks on here.
So you're not for DEI then?
I don't have a problem with DEI. How DEI was demonized, I think there were a lot of problems with DEI. Kind of like affirmative action. It started off good, and then people tinkered with it, and then it just there's legislation that modifies it, so it gets to a point to where it's not doing what it was intended to do, and the choice is either fix it or scrap it, and the choices are always scrap it. They never want to go in and fix anything. There's nothing wrong with DEI, at least, diversifying your hiring pool. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, they may have gone too far. They may have taken DEI and done things that it wasn't intended to do. For instance, DEI was adopted by the government. DEI started out as a corporate thing, and taking a corporate like DEI and then making it cookie cutter and trying to make it fit into government organizations, I would not recommend doing that, because governments are not corporations and vice versa. So there are a lot of problems with DEI. The problems that, say, Trump describes weren't actually problems. He never really addressed the actual problems with DEI.
Okay.
He just scrapped it. And, he's the president. He can do that. If I were president, I would not have done that.
Okay.
So let's continue.
Carnage that he had sketched in his first inaugural address in 2017. The early reaction from mainstream economists and business groups was grim, while industries that will enjoy new protection against foreign competition applauded. Although Trump's announcement came after financial markets had closed, pre-market trading pushed U.S. financial markets sharply down late Wednesday. In the short run, the effect is probably a recession. It's going to raise the price of so many goods that can't be made in the United States, said economist Brad Setzer of the Council on Foreign Relations. In the long run, It's a vision of the U.S. that is very isolated from the world. Jay Timmons, president of the National Association of Manufacturers, warned that his members operate on thin profit margins and cannot absorb the tariffs. Small businesses and restaurant owners issued statements decrying their added costs. "This is catastrophic for American families," said Matt Priest, president of the Footwear Retailers and Distributors of America. The Gulf Coast shrimp industry, however, which has been battered by competition from countries such as India and Ecuador, welcomed the president's move, saying it would preserve American jobs. And the steel industry said the tariffs would help it compete against foreign rivals that enjoy government subsidies. The president's long-awaited tariff plan is designed to spur a renaissance in domestic manufacturing and to fill government coffers with tax revenue, even as many economists warn that he is steering the U.S. economy towards slower growth and higher prices. While some on Wall Street continue to see the president's aggressive trade stance as a negotiating ploy, one senior aide told reporters, "This is not a negotiation. This is a national emergency." After weeks of debate, Trump settled on a two-part trade overhaul strategy. All $3.3 trillion in annual imports will face a minimum tariff of 10%. Goods from roughly 60 countries that administration officials described as the worst offenders, including close allies like Japan and South Korea, will be hit with new taxes ranging from 10% to 50%. Administration officials calculated individual tariff rates for each of those countries based upon an analysis of the trade practices that the White House found objectionable. The president described these tariffs as reciprocal. That means they do it to us, and we do it to them. In fact, the administration cut each country's estimated figure in half and will levy what the president called a discounted rate. "The president is lenient, and he wants to be kind to the world," said one senior administration official, who briefed reporters on the condition of anonymity. The 10% baseline tax takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on April 5th. The custom taxes hit on April 9th. The administration and its allies see the move as the start of an epic campaign to reverse more than 3 decades of ill-conceived economic policy and inaugurate a new golden age. Trade liberalization deals like the 1994 North American Free Trade Agreement and China's 2001 entry into the global trading system placed the working class in a race to the bottom, with low-wage workers overseas, according to Trump officials. As corporations moved their factories offshore, they and their Wall Street investors profited while blue-collar communities in the heartland suffered. By imposing taxes on foreign goods, Trump hopes to encourage manufacturers to move their overseas factories to the United States. Critics say the president's policies will help some industries while hurting others that rely on foreign parts. In the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender, Trump said during in the Rose Garden ceremony before an audience of guests, reporters, and members of his cabinet. Wednesday's 1-2 punch adds to a fusillade of new trade taxes the president has announced over the past 10 weeks on items such as steel and aluminum, copper, lumber, and automobiles. The tax on foreign-made cars takes effect just past midnight on April 3rd. As the president has amped up his attacks on U.S. trading partners, public opinion has swung against him. In a February Gallup poll, Americans by a margin of 81% to 14% called foreign trade more of an economic opportunity than a threat. The president's latest trade initiative represents a breathtaking political gamble. After returning to the White House on a wave of public anger over inflation, Trump is now asking voters to put up with a renewed period of rising prices in return for the distant promise of rebuilding domestic manufacturing. Senior administration officials reject the inflation warnings, saying that Trump's first-term tariffs produced no price shock, but the tariffs announced Wednesday affect more than 5 times as much economic activity, according to Erica York, an economist with the Tax Foundation, a center-right think tank. Already, economists are warning that Trump's tax increase on imported goods will mean sticker shock on some of Americans' most important purchases, including smartphones, cars, and homes. The president and his aides blame the nation's $1.2 trillion trade deficit on what they call unfair foreign trade barriers, including high tariffs, internal taxes, and regulatory requirements. Many economists label those complaints exaggerated, saying the deficit stems from insufficient national savings. The announcement is the culmination of weeks of internal discussions among senior Trump officials who have tried resolving numerous conflicting purposes of the president's tariff agenda. Initially, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent pitched the April 2nd announcement as creating reciprocal tariffs, in which countries could negotiate to have their duties lowered in deals with the White House. But last week, Trump asked advisors why the administration could not impose a simple single flat tariff rate on all countries, perhaps as high as 20%, the Washington Post previously reported. Having one flat tariff rate was also meant to provide an incentive for companies to invest in the United States that would not be later rescinded as part of a deal, an idea Trump had run on during his 2024 presidential campaign. This week, Trump officials sought to reconcile their push for a reciprocal tariff agenda with the president's desire for a universal tariff, which could bring in hundreds of billions of revenue to federal coffers. Meetings late Tuesday involved Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, and senior advisors Peter Navarro and Stephen Miller, according to two people familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to reflect private deliberations. White House aides had grown concerned about the potential stock market reaction, said Wilbur Ross, who served as Commerce Secretary during Trump's first term. That may explain why the administration did not pursue a 20% rate. There are some people who want it to be one rate for everywhere, on everything. Others want it everywhere but by product. And others want it by product and by country. So there's different ways of trying to accomplish it, Ross said Wednesday before the official tariff announcement. They've been scurrying around a lot at the last minute. In recent days, the administration dismissed increasing concern among investors, economists, and some members of the Republican Party about the course Trump has chosen. They're not going to be wrong. It is going to work. And the president has a brilliant team of advisors who have been studying these issues for decades, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters. Americans are not convinced. In a CBS News YouGov poll released Monday, 56% of adults surveyed opposed new taxes on foreign goods, while 44% approved of them. 72% said they expected that tariffs would mean higher prices in the short term. The president's allies, meanwhile, see his economic overhaul in historic terms. Trump's goal is to create an environment where we're back to where we were before World War I, said Newt Gingrich, former GOP House Speaker. Trump believes the late 19th century was when we were the strongest economy in the world, largely built around a high tariff, high wage, high manufacturing economy, Gingrich said. The current moment represents the fifth great change in American history after the presidencies of Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Gingrich said. There's going to be turmoil. That's a fact, he said.
Yeah, well, Gingrich is a former history professor. He didn't mention the crash at the end of the 19th century, which led to scrapping tariffs, and they eventually moved to progressive income tax. History professor forgot to mention that. So let's go ahead and listen to this little thing, this video clip here.
Wait, we gotta listen to that again?
Oops.
Reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that.
That's not what reciprocal means.
This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of
Wait, do you want to
economic
pause that? Somebody
independence.
came in here.
For years, hardworking
Why would I
American
pause it?
citizens were forced
Because
to
somebody
sit on the
said that's
sidelines
not what
as
reciprocal
other
means.
nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense.
It's a short clip.
But
We can
now it's
discuss
our
afterwards.
turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before.
Good afternoon, y'all. We have two documents prepared for the president's signature today. One closes what's referred to as the de minimis loophole with respect to imports from the People's Republic. The other is the big one, is the reciprocal tariff executive order that the president just spoke about of late. This is obviously a huge deal, and it's been an honor to be a part of your team getting this ready for you, sir.
Gotta make sure you call him sir.
Always, with a tear in your eye.
Well, that is the president.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't work for us. We work for him.
I mean, but he is in the highest office, right?
I wouldn't call him sir.
You wouldn't call Obama sir?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I'd call him Mr. President.
Mr. is just a surname for sir.
Yeah, I'm sure you think that.
I call him Diaper Don. The Mango Mussolini.
What's the difference between Mr. and sir?
Well, one is MISTER, the other is SIR. They're two different words.
Here we go.
Oh, yep. Hey, I told you I'm a word guy.
Yeah, and I am too.
The one thing I do have to say about this, there are some problems having a whole bunch of, folks come in and invest in factories and stuff like that. There's some risk. There's some risk having a lot of foreign ownership. So, that's really the only pushback I have.
When you're selling green cards for $5 million, it's kind of,
This is actually, I wasn't going to even look at this.
So this is basically a think tank. This is not you versus the world. This is your world versus everybody else. From what I see,
that's exactly what it is.
All right.
Yes,
I like
it. It is.
bro.
It is Stanley versus the world.
Stanley has
and this particular world is
well,
Trump
Stanley
land.
has his own world. Stanley has his own world.
Yeah, you didn't know?
No,
they didn't warn you.
No, I love to come here just like this.
Okay, well then you're getting it. You're getting it raw. Then no, I have no problems opposing whole chat rooms. If I think I'm right.
Me neither.
And rather enjoy doing it. So this article is just kind of like I found it on the fly. Here's what could get more expensive under Trump's tariffs. Let's see, how specific.
Can we not do the mundane computer generated talk? I like when Trump was...
Nope, I will do it any way I want to. That's not a choice. Part of the reason I like the AI readers is it saves my voice. But
no, but do it in Trump's voice.
I have no problems using. You know what? You and Solid Snake have something in common.
Stop
this is the
comparing me to people,
second night in the row. Somebody's come up here and said, said how I should do things. And I don't mind constructive criticism, but I may do it, I may not.
Sir,
but
I've heard you get on platforms and suggest how things should go too. Sir.
And you know what? So I do. just like you suggested, and my answer is nope.
And maybe I should create
But
my
I'm a
own.
little bit more willing to explain why I say no.
No,
Solid
your
Snake wants
your
Solid
explanation
Snake.
was literally that's because I want to do it. That was your
Yes,
explanation.
that's not a good enough explanation. Why is that an invalid explanation?
I didn't say that. You said you're willing to
Okay.
explain.
Well, I'm willing to explain. Solid Snake last night has a problem. I tend, like when I play video clips, I like to watch him all the way through and then comment. Instead of, it annoys me when people pause every sentence to comment on that sentence. I tend to like to watch a whole thing, take it as a whole, and then comment on it. So I told Solid Snake last night that no, I'm not going to be stopping it every 2 minutes to comment on 2 minutes worth of video. And so I explained basically I don't want to do it that way. Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Hold on one sec. So that was Solid Snake last night, and I basically told him, nope, this is why I want to do it this way. This is how I'm going to do it. And for you, my voice sometimes goes in and out. The AI readers are, better, and they're not always available. And I'll go in and read something by hand. But no, I think the AI readers are actually an advantage because they don't mispronounce, they don't stutter, they don't have vocal tics necessarily. So
Yeah, but
I
they
will
don't have
use them.
actual.
I will use them when I find it appropriate, which is almost every time they're available.
They don't have vocal context, right? So
don't really care about that. If anybody ever wants the article to read for themselves, I'm more than willing to drop the link wherever they want me to.
I know, but American language has vocal context, so we can say things one way, and we can say it another way, and it mean a whole different thing.
And I don't care.
That's
I'm gonna do it the way I want to do it.
It's in the eye of the beholder, though, isn't it? It's everything that's said to us, everything that we hear, right? We interpret the way that we want to.
Now, I also I think the AI. I think the readers for the Washington Post and the New York Times are fairly decent. I am thinking about, they have like subscription services where the AI readers are excellent. So, I'm trying to decide whether it's worth $11 a month or whatever the fee is to have a better AI reader. I'm up in the air. So I'm considering, something better AI wise, but I will use the AI.
Gemini's got a pretty good reader. Copilot's pretty good.
Does?
Gemini, that's the new Google deal.
Is it a subscription?
I think it's like,
because I've used the Chrome reader. I haven't used Gemini specifically.
Yeah.
I've used the you can download what are they called? You can download tools and incorporate them in your browser. I forget what the term is for them now.
Extensions.
Extensions, yeah. They do have extensions. Now I haven't tried Gemini. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
The one from Microsoft. It's kind of the same thing. And you know what?
Well,
Grok is another good one too.
I tend not to use the Microsoft browsers. Right now I'm using Brave, which I actually like.
Nice.
Because it's good. It I don't get ads basically. So I just wanted to briefly touch on this. This article, if anybody wants, I'll drop a link. But it goes by country. Like Vietnam. The tariff on Vietnam is like 40-some%. We import cell phones, healthcare devices, and other stuff. They break it down by country and category of import. Footwear, from Italy, Vietnam, other places. Apparel, Vietnam. So they're kind of giving a synopsis on what could get more expensive, and to use the words you like, Al, probably will get more expensive.
You notice what's not on that list?
No, I didn't. What's not on it?
Russia.
Good. I think let me go back because I think Russia is getting tariffed also. Let me go back to that map.
You see,
they're going to be right in that 10 to 20% range, basically everywhere. Yeah, Russian Federation has a 10% tariff.
Yeah, it's on the map, but it's not on the list or the executive order.
Oh, okay.
But the McDonald's Islands are.
How convenient for you to not know that.
Right.
Well, you know what surprised me is Madagascar.
Right.
I didn't know Madagascar produced anything.
Well, the McDonald Islands are in between Madagascar and Australia, out there in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, south of that, closer to Antarctica. The only residents of the McDonald's Islands are penguins.
Well, what are they getting tariffed on?
I don't want to go to sleep because this is, you guys are
entertaining.
Yeah.
What's up, Tom? Well, now, you got an echo, Tom, or had one. This is going to be, now we're going to the effects and the countermeasures. Europe prepares countermeasures to Trump's tariffs, calling them a major blow to world economy. And that's the funny thing about these tariffs. We can be tariffed too. So to help out here, I will play Trump's words first, and then we might get into the other words. Oh, wait. What's up with this video?
So if I do happen to fall asleep because I have business in the morning.
Hold on one sec. Let me
take me off.
Let's see. Maybe it's a radio article? Why did it do that?
Morning, Brooklyn.
Yeah, doing Mr. Tom?
I'm
At
sorry.
some point, are we going to have a conversation?
Hold on one sec.
Got you.
Whoa. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, at some point, are we going to have a conversation, or are you just playing videos?
Pretty much, we do the conversation between the videos.
No,
yeah, this isn't like an open panel. We can talk about the videos or the articles afterwards. Now, at some point, all this is over and it just kind of becomes open panel. But I have an agenda. I do a lot of news stories because that's what I'm interested in.
Got you. This one first.
Well,
it's still nighttime for me. I gotta wake up.
Oh yeah, I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's only 1:30 here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 4:30. Almost. Yeah, 4:30 here. So it's saying here the European Union is preparing countermeasures to U.S. President Donald Trump's announcement of 20% tariffs on imports from the bloc, which it called a major blow to the world economy. The EU is a major U.S. trading partner. Last year, it was the largest single market for U.S. goods exports, ahead of America's neighbors, Canada and Mexico, based on figures from the United States Census Bureau. President Trump's announcement of universal tariffs on the whole world, including the European Union, is a major blow to the world economy. I deeply regret this choice, Ursula von der Leyen, head of the European Union's executive arm, said on Thursday, adding the tariffs will be felt immediately. Trump on Wednesday launched a historic global trade war, announcing sweeping global tariffs on dozens of nations from Nicaragua to Cambodia. The tariffs come on top. Oh, what happened there? The tariffs come on top of previously imposed taxes on imports of steel, aluminum, and cars. let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer. Uncertainty will spiral and trigger the rise of further protectionism, van der Leyen said in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. My God. Where she is attending the EU Central Asia Summit. All businesses, big and small, will suffer from day one, from big uncertainty to the disruption of supply chains to burdensome bureaucracy. The cost of doing business with the United States will dramatically increase, she said. While the European Union would prefer to work with the U.S. to reduce trade barriers, von Leyen said, Europe is ready to respond. We are already finalizing the first package of countermeasures in response to tariffs on steel. We are now preparing for further countermeasures to protect our interests and our businesses if negotiations fail. So, the upshot here is that this is not a one-way street. Countries will respond, and prices will go up when those countries respond. And that's just, Trump wants to play hardball, and, hardball will be played, and we see how it all turns out. And to a certain extent, my thing is that the U.S. consumer will suffer, and I hope Trump knows what he's doing. My money is he doesn't. He thinks he can bully, the world into acquiescing, and I'm not sure that the world wants to play.
He done pissed off Ursula. We're in trouble, man.
Well, the thing is the EU is a big, consumer of American goods. So
I don't think you understand how it works, but okay.
I actually do. I'm not sure you understand how it works.
No.
There is nothing that I have said that is untrue.
Okay.
There's a difference though between trade deficit and budget deficit. And Trump
Right.
is conflating the trade deficit because we are a consumer nation, right? We don't make stuff
But we
anymore.
don't have to be. We don't have to be.
Well, what he's trying to do is go back to a time when we did do stuff, when we did make stuff. And that was like 150 years ago. I don't know.
That's not true. That's not
I
true.
don't know that we can go back to where we were at the end of the 19th century. And I don't know that we want to be honest.
Wouldn't you want Detroit, Michigan to be the capital of the car making industry?
I don't care.
Pontiac, Michigan?
I don't care.
I would like that. I would like that a lot, but you know what? We can't do that for one reason.
What's the wrong reason?
When we manufacture things, we end up putting so much pollution into the environment that we end up killing ourselves.
So
Well,
why
not only
killed
that,
themselves?
but these
China
companies
has no regulation on anything. Why haven't they killed themselves?
Okay, we're not China.
No, I'm asking the question.
I don't, dude. I do not do whataboutism.
Oh.
I don't. I'm more worried about the United States.
So you do
yes. I've already told you that we will disagree on just about everything. When you bring up China, my eyes get watery at the boredom. I don't do whataboutism.
Well, you said the pollution. That's your thing, pollution, right?
Well, I didn't say it, but pollution is a problem. Don't you agree?
So yeah, but we can't use examples.
Okay, whoa. Did you say yeah? Pollution is a problem?
I just said anything just to move on. I say anything just to move on.
Oh, okay, well, let's move on then.
Okay.
So, as Trump shakes trust in U.S., a hub for F-16 fighter jets braces for impact. So let's listen to this. Basic reports turned a South Carolina city into the global home of the F-16, slipping foreign demand among angry allies could hurt that economic engine.
This news story was written by Danielle Paquette. as Trump shakes trust in U.S., a hub for F-16 fighter jets braces for impact. Booming exports turned a South Carolina city into the global home of the F-16. Slipping foreign demand among angry allies could hurt that economic engine. Greenville, South Carolina. Until recently, much of the world agreed.
Oh, by the way, I used to live between Greenville and Spartanburg. There's also a BMW plant there. I think this Lockheed Martin plant was not there. It's been a while since I lived there. So Greenville that Greenville Spartanburg area made themselves very amenable to industries like Lockheed. So I just thought I'd add that.
America makes the best fighter jets. Even a half-century-old model no longer purchased by the United States military proved so popular abroad that Lockheed Martin started an assembly line here solely for foreign buyers. That export shop turned this conservative slice of South Carolina into the global home of the F-16, the governor declared, seeding hundreds of jobs while boosting upstate part makers. The Greenville site annually pumps $1.3 billion into the local economy, business leaders estimate. Now, the break-everything ethos of MAGA 2.0 is rattling commerce as Washington hurls insults and tariffs at the country's oldest customers. With President Donald Trump threatening to withdraw from historic alliances and slap steep taxes on the biggest export markets for U.S. goods, America's partners have unveiled plans to distance themselves from a White House they say is losing their trust. Outrage abroad surged last month when Trump suggested selling a weaker version of the next generation of warplanes to other nations, asserting at an Oval Office news conference, because someday, maybe they're not our allies, right? Escalating tensions have sparked apprehension in the Palmetto State, which honors the F-16 Fighting Falcon with its own holiday. Company towns that cater to foreign clients are bracing for the fallout, as calls to boycott Uncle Sam are growing louder. Many MAGA devotees say they think Trumpian tough love will yield better deals and more balanced international relationships. Yet in Greenville County, a manufacturing hub that Trump handily won, nerves are fraying among some who rely on a stable geopolitical climate. Taunting allies could hurt an industry crucial to this community, said Calvin Means, a 32-year-old aircraft maintenance student at a technical school that partners with Lockheed Martin. It's not about you or your opinion, he said. It's about the millions of people relying on you to ensure they can feed their families. With roughly 4,600 planes built since its 1978 debut, the F-16 remains the planet's most widely flown combat jet. The Fighting Falcons can stay airborne for decades, which is how some of Denmark's hand-me-downs from the 1980s and 90s are battling Russian forces in Ukraine. For South Carolina, that lifespan is lucrative, because warplanes require regular maintenance. Replacement parts are crafted locally, too. Though wealthier allies have flocked to the latest Lockheed model, the bigger, badder, stealthier F-35, countries with tighter purse strings fuel enough demand to justify Greenville's assembly line. They are like family treasure, Radovan Javorčík, Slovakia's ambassador to the U.S., said of the Fighting Falcons. His nation bought 14 in 2018. The last aircraft are set to be delivered this year. Back then, the Central European state had options. Officials in Bratislava considered a Swedish alternative to replace its Soviet-era fleet before celebrating an almost $800 million Lockheed contract over stakes in Greenville. Would they make the same choice today? Javorčík didn't want to speculate on how the intensifying brawl between America and its transatlantic allies will ultimately shake out. But the ambassador was sure of what sweetened the deal 7 years ago: Washington's reputation as defender of the free world. With these machines, you don't just buy a flying piece of metal, he said. We were buying a partnership with the United States for 25 or 30 or 40 years. That's what spooks Mark Cancian, a retired Marine colonel focused on security at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. In the 2 months since Trump returned to office, he said, the defender reputation has deteriorated. Before the president cast doubt in late March on his willingness to sell the
Okay, I'll stop it right there because we all get the gist. They're getting into details that aren't particularly, you know, gonna enlighten us any farther. Any thoughts on this? In the next story is going to be go into something that Al talked about earlier.
I got thoughts. When I worked on the AH-1Z attack helicopter and the V-22 Osprey, when those are adopted for purchase by the DoD, those things, and they can show you a chart at Bell or Boeing or Lockheed, they can show you a chart that goes forward about 40 years. And the life of that aircraft, as this article pretty clearly stated, is not just how long we're going to be using it. The second we come up with something better, they make that first variant available to all of our NATO allies. So it's really the life of the, in this case, aircraft, for as long as we're going to use it, and then the life of its replacement. So it's not just, how long we're using the first one. The second we're done using it, and that's why the AH-1Z, the second they came up with the next one, we're going to go to our NATO allies, or probably they're going to come to us and say, yeah, we want some of those. We won't give them the good one. We want that for ourselves for obvious reasons. But we'll give them the next best thing. So, yeah, that is a huge. And so the Bell plant in Hurst, Texas, they have a very great vested interest. I don't think that an increased cost will keep our NATO allies from purchasing these products, but it will keep them from buying as many. Anyway.
I think the comment about not being our allies in the future is what scared most of the other countries off. And there was a cancellation of a bunch of F-35s yesterday.
Oh,
and
really?
I heard him say that. I heard the computer say that. He never said that. And then we have to hear the context in what he said it in.
Bullshit.
Oh, then play it then, sir. Can you play it, sir?
No. Let's go back. You seem to have a problem with AI. So if AI says it, AI is reading. It is reading a newspaper article. I don't know how to get you. Sir, I'm talking.
Sorry?
I don't know how to get you over your AI phobia, but I am not going to change.
I will never get over it.
Complaining about it will only make me. No, I just need you to know that complaining about it will only make me chuckle.
I can't get you over your Trump derangement syndrome. So
okay, you know what? I think Trump is a piece of shit. So no, you're not going to get me over my Trump derangements. Not only that, I don't want to get.
At least I diagnosed.
I do not want to get over my Trump derangement syndrome. I don't think he's doing a good job, and I am as free to say that on this channel as I would be anywhere else in America. I think what you thought, that because I'm on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, that I was going to participate in the echo chamber.
No,
I don't do that. I have my own political views. And not only that, I'm not anti-black. So there's another thing that I tend to disagree with a lot of people on this channel. I don't think black people are the worst thing in America, and I don't think black people are bringing America to its knees. So there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that I disagree with people on this channel about. I try to do it with humor, but disagree, I do. Does that you seem to not understand the purpose of my channel? The purpose of my channel is not to be a John Galt clone or a CT clone or any other I do not want to be a MAGA bot.
I came here to represent myself, sir.
Okay, well, good. You're doing a fine job of it.
Thank you.
So, auto tariffs, and this, Al, this is for you. Auto tariffs take effect putting pressure on new car prices. I said that they probably would go up, the foreign cars. And I forgot to mention for auto manufacturers, U.S. auto manufacturers that import parts, and many of them do, those prices on the parts will go up and will more than likely affect even domestic cars.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure can.
I have business to handle in about 6 hours. So I tried to tough it out with you. I enjoyed being here tonight.
Oh, well, you're welcome back anytime. I like the tussle.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I got about 10 more minutes and I enjoy being here though. You know?
It can be a fun place.
It's definitely an interesting place.
Yeah, well, I do my best. I have interesting friends. So the thing
what I do like is your honesty. I really enjoy your honesty.
Well, thank you. The one thing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Perspective is always a good thing.
Right.
I think as long as you remember that Stanley enjoys being interrupted. And
sure.
It's never mind.
Well, now
I can't even say the rest of it.
I do have to say I'm a hypocrite on that because I interrupt people all the time. I freely admit that I am a hypocrite.
It's good to be king, though, right?
Interrupter.
Yeah, at least for a day. This is the part I wanted to highlight here. Starting May 3rd, the tariff will also apply to imported auto parts. I'm sorry, excuse me, which will add to. Sorry about that. Which will add to cars assembled domestically, as well as auto repairs. And then, as far as the imported cars. Because we do have Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, Hyundais, Toyotas, Hondas assembled domestically, but a lot of their parts are imported. The impact of tariffs on individual vehicles will vary widely. Cars like the Tesla Model Y, made in Texas and California, or Honda Passport, made in Alabama, have high percentages of U.S.-made parts and will pay lower tariffs. So that's a good thing. Tariffs will be highest on cars manufactured abroad, like the Toyota Prius, made in Japan, or Porsche car parts made in Germany. Even people who don't buy new cars will be hit by the tariffs because they will pay more for parts like tires, brake pads, and oil filters. So even domestic car owners will see higher prices for parts. This is going to affect everybody in one way or another. Some more than others. I did say probably because, manufacturers don't have to raise their prices, but more than likely they will. And people are not going to be happy about this. And
also, go ahead. I'm sorry. Hey, Stanley, I'll come back again, man. I gotta.
Okay. Well, have a good day.
Interrupt you. I'm getting a little tired, man. I'll come back again. I appreciate.
Oh yeah, all this back and forth can be tiring.
Yeah. I appreciate you for having me, man. Hey.
All right,
Uncle Fatty.
Take it easy, Al.
Fatty and what is that? Tom Gully.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Oh yeah. I didn't make introductions. Guys, this is Art. I keep calling you Al. I'm sorry. Art. This is Uncle Fatty, a regular panelist, and Tom Gully, the co-star.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a co-star with. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm not. Stanley is Stanley's the whole show. Man.
Yeah, I can't see nobody co-starring with Stanley, man. He tolerated me tonight. I'm gonna get cussed out.
Oh no, I had a good time. Tom, by the way, I went and followed your advice on the software part. So at least Porsche was impressed.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, because I don't know anything about this stuff. I just kind of plug and play.
That's just from years and years. I mean, it's always been true in hardware and other things. But yeah, you get that dialed in, man, you'll be happy for a long time.
I'm not going to even bother with this. I just wanted to remind everybody about Elon Musk. His efforts were basically rebuffed in Wisconsin yesterday, and that leads into this story, which is Musk to keep spending on politics despite Wisconsin loss and GOP doubts. Can't keep a good man down now, can you? So this is I don't even know that I need to do the reader on this. I think it pretty much says it all. I think I heard that Musk is going to be moving on in May. Probably a good thing. I'm sure he would have stayed longer had Tesla stock not started having issues with tanking. I have huge problems with what is happening. Elon Musk getting involved in U.S. politics to this degree. I think having billionaires going in and doing this sort of stuff blatantly, it's not like they haven't been doing it all along. But I think the most interesting moment was when Elon Musk went after George Soros when Elon Musk is doing the same thing Soros does.
Can you imagine if Soros and Bill Gates were living at Camp David for the past 6 months?
Yeah. Yeah,
and we're all cabinet members, right? And sneaking around behind closed doors and bringing in 20-year-old kids to mess with all the computers.
Yeah.
The hypocrisy is thick as pea soup, man.
I agree. And I'm the one who has Trump derangement syndrome. I actually think Trump derangement syndrome is letting Trump do or complimenting Trump on what he's doing. That's actually the derangement.
Yeah. Every accusation with MAGA is a confession. All projection. Everything that Trump learned from a kid to now is project your weaknesses onto your opponent. Never, ever admit weakness or fault, and use as many adjectives to describe your strong, forceful message as possible.
I think not specifically about Musk. It's problematic to have one of the largest government contractors in charge of portions of the budget. And who gets employed where. I haven't heard a lot about the NASA cuts, which is interesting.
I know they're making them.
Well, but that's interesting to me because SpaceX is the number 2 contractor for NASA.
Number 2? Who's number 1?
Is it California Institute of Technology or somebody that's involved with other elements of, There's a lot of nameless, faceless contractors out there that they're not nameless and faceless, but we just don't necessarily know about them, but they are the number 2 contractor. And so that gets into, it's like any other kind of appearance of, I don't know about that. Everything could be above board, but it just looks bad. And it could be bad. We don't know.
For instance, in Wisconsin, turns out that Elon Musk has a lawsuit again. Excuse me, let me get some water here.
Oh, yeah.
Elon has a pending lawsuit against Wisconsin, and he's out there, campaigning or trying to influence the election of a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. I mean, that's just unseemly. I want to point out a couple paragraphs here. It says right here, but some Republicans are questioning the usefulness of his presence in races at a time when liberals are highly motivated to turn out against him. given opposition in some corners to Musk's U.S. DOGE service and the cuts it is making to the federal workforce. Brad Schimmel, Musk's preferred candidate, lost by 10% to Democrat-backed Susan Crawford on Tuesday night in a state that Donald Trump won a few months ago, a result that echoes other off-season elections in which Republicans have struggled. So I think that Musk is wearing out his welcome. And I also think before too long, so will Trump. So
not so, yes, it applies directly to Musk, but our top 10 contractors are pretty much all defense contractors. So if one of those guys got in a very high ranking place, I mean, I think that's the issue some people had with Dick Cheney. Yes, he divested himself of all of his ownership in
Halliburton.
Yeah, Halliburton, but very quickly after he got back out of office, he was on the board or whatever. It's just it gives the taint. It's tainted. It's a hint of impropriety, and I just think it's a bad look. Because you can never really tell.
I'm going to say this, though. There was never a time in U.S. history when big money wasn't involved in politics.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
So, some of this is, we complain about it, but pretending that America has been anywhere, we've had periods where populism kind of, reared its head and, there'd be lip service paid to the working man, but it's never been sustained.
Well, there's always been influence, but the guy is rarely in there,
Well, yeah, exactly. He's his own best lobbyist, apparently. So that's pretty much all the news articles. Everything from here gets a little bit more. At first, it's going to be kind of exciting. And Deacon Dave, I don't know if you're in the audience or not, but you wanted this Tiffany Henyard thing played, and I will play a few minutes of it as long as I can bear it. And then we're going to move on to drier stuff, which to me it's not dry, but to everyone else it might be. But
Hi, Kelvin.
Suffer through it. Old guys like Tom and I will like it. So this is Ms. Henyard, who lost her race for that township. But Deacon Dave basically Deacon Dave said that Tiffany Henyard is the typical black woman. And we kind of went back and forth on that. I think saying something like that is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But she's always good for a little bit of entertainment. So we'll play a few minutes.
Favorite super mayor, Tiffany A. Henyard, the people's mayor / people's supervisor.
Mayor.
How y'all doing today? Come on in. I miss y'all. I feel like I ain't seen y'all forever, ever in a day. But I'm outside. I am talking to residents. I am loving on them. They are loving on me. I just want to give you a couple updates really quickly. So come on in so I can educate you, let y'all know what's up, what's the deal before you vote. Because knowing different things before you vote is so important. A lot of times people don't say nothing. They don't talk about what's going on, and they should. Stop being afraid of people, like for real. Like, please speak up, residents. Please talk about the things that you care about the most. We're going to start with them schools. Y'all know the school district need a lot of help. So whatever you do, when you go to vote, make sure you change that school board. Change it. I mean it. Now, I ain't endorsing nobody. I'm not going to say nobody's name, but it's certain people that you need to get rid of. But I will tell you this, District 205, get rid of the entire board. You heard me? Everybody. because there's a lot of things that need to fix over there. How y'all got a swimming pool and ain't got no water in the pool for the kids to swim? I know when I went there, we could swim, we could do this, we could do that. Y'all just terrible. Nina Graham gotta go. Nina Graham gots to go. So make sure you vote for people that care about your kids, because a lot of times people don't understand that the kids are the future. Whether you got kids, your kids grown, you got grandbabies, you don't, you still pay a portion of your property taxes for the schools. Little do you know. But they don't put the money back in the schools. Like, think about that. They should always put the money back in the schools, and they're not doing that. Now, I don't sit on that board, so y'all don't get it twisted and all messed up, because I noticed that it was some article that went out, and y'all constantly got to attach Tiffany Henyard, and you got to attach the village of Dalton to everything. We got nothing to do with that school board. We got nothing to do with individuals making $500,000 at a school board, and our kids can't read. Y'all better get some common sense. This is why I'm talking to y'all right now, because these things are going on, but it's at the school board level, but they're distracting you by making you watch me, right? Hey, I like it, right? No, stop, for real. But stop letting them.
Yeah, that's enough of that. I don't think she's very typical.
Stanley, I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way, and show them all the beauty they possess inside, and give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Yeah, just wanted to say
that. She used to be a child.
Yeah.
So what happened to her?
Used to go swimming over there, but I don't know how they messed that up. But
colored folk can't swim.
This is 40-minute long Hail Mary.
They can in Georgia.
I assume this was near Election Day, but man, oh man.
Yeah, she lost, and Dave just wanted to put this up for me to watch, so he could make the point that, I mean, she definitely reminds me of Kimmy Cakes.
How did she get elected?
She is a Brooklyn Watson clone.
Yeah,
that's true.
I think I proved my point when I showed Stacey Plaskett yesterday. Nothing like, and I don't particularly have a problem with Jasmine Crockett if you like that sort of thing. But I'm more a Stacey Plaskett guy. She is measured. She comes off as, much classier, classy versus brassy. And I just, but there's some people who think Jasmine Crockett's doing a good job. Now, again,
I like it.
Well, I was surprised. I literally thought she was like in her 30s. I didn't realize that she's in her early 40s, and I would expect someone that age to be a little bit less
bombastic.
Now, she does land some good ones. I mean, that exchange she had where she said Marjorie Taylor Greene had a blonde, butch, bad body. That was actually funny. So,
yeah, she tore into Pam Bondi yesterday.
Oh, did she really?
Well, yeah, because they're threatening to arrest her for speaking her mind.
Oh, they're threatening to arrest Jasmine Crockett?
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
Flat out of his old mouth and her from the podium. So.
Oh my Lord! What are they? The Gestapo?
Well, can't have free speech in America, right? It's all about free speech, right?
I would love to see the reaction of the public with, the FBI or whoever going in and arresting her in the House of Representatives, like on the floor. I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
I just kind of wonder. I'm genuinely curious about the public's reaction, and I wonder if it would literally be down the middle, where half the country thinks she should be arrested and the other half doesn't. That's like a direct attack on free speech.
I think the hard part with that is that a third of America isn't paying attention, and the other 2/3 kind of are.
Right. You would actually think people would pay more attention these days. with all the stuff that's going on. I mean, with all the commotion that Donald Trump is generating, you would think people would be paying attention, and maybe they are.
All the more reason for people just to intentionally tune out.
No, I'd be real concerned about these tariffs and prices going up. I would, what do you think? I mean, I guess it's never, the public has never really paid attention, but I think the death of the local paper's got to have something it's got to have some detrimental effects. I mean, you don't even get your local paper anymore. Like where I live, there is a local paper. It doesn't come out daily, and I'm not even sure if you can get it delivered. Like, if you like that old, I have to ask my son, because when I was in college, the Atlanta Journal Constitution, you could actually get subscriptions in the dorms. And, what would happen, is you get it dropped at your door. And if you weren't quick to get it, it would disappear. And even I myself have borrowed a paper. And then, once I was done with it, I'd put it back. But I tended to wake up early. So I wonder if they still do the paper edition. Can you still get the paper edition in the dorms? So who is Jay Reed? I don't think I've ever heard of him, Uncle Fatty.
He's a good subscribe. He's doing a bunch of kind of the fuck around and find out type of stuff. Like the third one over, the prepare yourself one on the top right is kind of more of that style of that. There's but what he's doing, like farmers and vets that are all being hurt by this broad firing of folks, and that FAO one right there of Target's a great one too. Pretty cool,
okay.
5 to 10 minute usually vids, but pretty based.
Let's see. He's got 48,000 subscribers. In this one, let's see, how many views does he have?
20,000 a few weeks ago.
Oh shit, he's got 18,000 views in 2 days.
Yeah.
Wow.
Still continuing. Let's get to the video.
This question is for everyone who has boycotted Target so far. The statement that if you do not value me, then you do not value my dollar is so loud right now. I mean deafening, which is so powerful. Such a powerful example of what people with a common interest can achieve. I mean, you have seen their comment section. You have seen the aisles in the stores. You have seen the reactions from their stakeholders. Is there anything that Target could do that would actually make you go back? We have a saying in the Yoruba culture in Nigeria where I grew up that I will translate. The saying goes, if you leave a place and you say good night, you don't come back and say, hey, good evening. The Yoruba people are a very proud people, by the way. I'm also aware that that is a huge blanket statement and it will not apply to every situation. But I am curious, is there anything that they would do that would ever make you go back? What's next? What's the ask? Are there terms and conditions? What needs to change? And I'm not talking about performative change because we've been there before. And if that is a no, absolutely nothing, you are like my Yoruba people, let me know in the comments too. All right.
Well, I just got done shopping at Walmart. I don't know. I'm not gonna cry, but is there a way maybe Target can apologize to us, or is this our reality?
Welcome back to my series, Extremely Overpriced Everyday Items for Seemingly No Reason at All, Target Edition. $70. I mean, I'd get it if it was 4 for $70. $70. What? You can literally see the plastic. No. How about a hand knit? Poof. These don't even have a price. Also, who is doing the hand knitting? I'm sure whoever hand knit them got paid reasonably. Somehow only available online? Yes. The fragrance shop. To be honest, this is reasonably priced. Just...
Hey, hold on. Let me comment. No. I didn't mean she looked like you, Kimmy. I meant she acts like you. Let's see the response to that one.
unreasonably needed. It doesn't smell like anything. Oh, a drink table for $70. Who is going to remind them this is Target? What is this? You do an entire set's $160.
Wait, hold it. Hold on.
No, it's Target.
Okay, Solid Snake. Blacks may be banned from public stores soon. Just a heads up. Will it be because of segregation laws reenacted? How is that going to work? Just hit the link. You know you want to.
I haven't even heard anything about that, and I've been watching a ton of shit. That's way.
I think Solid Snake has had. He's probably on his last can of hams to come up with that one.
Can I echo what this woman is saying and doing here? It's not just Target. You run into the same thing at Walmart sometimes, where there's a lot of stuff there that's very reasonably priced, and that's why you go there. But occasionally you run along some stuff where you're just like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Really? That lamp that's a wicker lamp for $70.
Well, it might have been handmade though.
I doubt that it's handmade at a large macro chain like Target. If I saw it when Bed Bath & Beyond was around or somewhere like that, I might consider that it was handmade. But those big macro chains, they need too much product to have them handmade. They're just not. Yeah. In either way, it's not worth $70. It's crazy.
Right.
You just run across certain things that you're going, what? There's no.
I would think it would actually be kind of a fire hazard.
You guys familiar with Restoration Hardware?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
So that's what everybody's trying to imitate these days, because Restoration Hardware, RH, is the new big time. The upper 1% are furnishing all their homes with Restoration Hardware.
Right.
So everybody's trying to match that postmodern contemporary look.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, Kimmy.
Restoration Hardware is what my dad calls maximum retail. If you want to pay maximum retail, go in there.
I've got garages full of that stuff.
Yeah, and then you can go to an architectural rendering store and get stuff like that for pennies, if you really wanted to. You had to hunt for it, but the other thing my dad calls it, the dumb man's price.
Oh yeah,
the dumb man's price.
Take what it's worth and add a zero at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see here. Let's get back to. There was something I was gonna say. I can't remember what it is.
I like this lady. She's funny.
She does some good ones. She did a really good one on Target a couple weeks back, where she was going in at different times of day to show how dead her local Target was, and just shit scattered all over the place. You can't find an employee. No registers open. It's all self-checkout.
Yeah.
Okay, what did Target do to black people again?
Well, so first off, it was MAGA that was banning Target a while back, right? Because of the rainbows. And now that the rainbows are out of there, the Democrats and all the left are banning Target now too. So they're literally
So they're fighting over rainbows?
Well, the woke. Right. But then they went and fired a bunch of staff too, and redid all their corporate policies and got rid of all their DEI policies.
Oh yeah, I knew about that.
Right. So it's not that they really fired anybody. They're just not going to adhere to the hiring practices that they used to. And either way,
but you know what?
I
would actually think that retail would be the least likely, the big box stores would be the least likely to discriminate. Because they have trouble, I would imagine, finding, people who want to work. So, if you're able-bodied and willing, I don't think they would give a damn. Like, hey, we need bodies. If you can read, write, and count change, you're hired. So did they need DEI? I mean, I'm theorizing. I don't know this for sure that, you know, big box stores like that were just saying, "Hey, we do DEI," just to punch a ticket.
I mean, really, DEI
they were
goes
probably
into the Department of Labor, and that's all part of the hiring standards. Like Idaho's a right to work state, but Washington isn't. So when I contract in Washington, I have kind of a whole separate guideline of how to hire and fire. But it's all the same. As long as you don't tell the person that they're not being hired because they're a certain type of person, that's all it's about. I mean, as far as it goes legally, there's no recourse. It's all recommendations.
Right.
You know, if I got 3 people, I'm supposed to pick the person that's most qualified. And when we look at, you know, say Jasmine Crockett, for instance, you know, lawyer, defense lawyer, prosecutor, it's not like these are just positions where people are just given a job because they happen to be black or happen to be gay or happen to be whatever it is. You know, this is still people that are hiring the most qualified person.
Right. Well,
like as long as if I want to fire somebody, I can fire anybody I want. But if I tell them I'm firing you because you're black or I'm firing you because you're gay, discrimination in any state, no matter what. That's Department of Labor laws. So,
Stank D. Brooke Kimmy makes a stupid point. Or let's not say stupid. That's a little harsh. He's naive. Corporations not involving themselves in politics? Really? Elon Musk is like the emperor right now. He's a corporation. He's the CEO of 3 or more corporations. So I don't even understand. Obviously, you're just messing with my head. Corporations, why do they need to involve themselves in politics? Oh, my Lord. How naive.
Yeah, DEI, meaning did not earn it. Right? That's kind of the thing about it. So like Pete Hegseth, for instance.
Oh, my. How is that not DEI?
That's did not earn it right there. I mean, the whole entire cabinet, the frickin' McMahon and the Department of Education. I mean, every single one of these appointments has been the person who has railed against the position that they're going for, the EPA.
Well, I think that was actually one of the qualifiers, to be honest.
Yeah. Because every accusation.
I mean, I was actually kind of shocked they didn't bring Betsy DeVos back.
Right?
to education.
Well, but she's pro-education. She would have wanted to revamp the system, not tear it down.
Well, Trump actually needs a 3rd term because it's going to take more than 4 years to make what he's doing stick. All these executive orders can be reversed. You know, now he may be breaking things so, you know, effectively or practically they can't be reversed.
A lot of them don't take any effect at all. A lot of this is just frivolous word games because executive orders aren't laws. They're not bills that have been passed and appropriated by Congress.
All right. Well, Tom, I think the other thing about this lady is she is cute.
Yeah, she's okay.
For just $200, you two can make it look like we grow tropical fruit in Minnesota. Like, at least try to make it look real.
I'm here at Target right now. You will not believe this place.
This one's good.
You got to see this place. What the hell happened here?
That must be in Florida. The hurricane hit it.
This is how my Target looks 100% of the time.
Okay, come look at
for the past
section
weeks
right now.
Really?
It's trashed. Nobody's around. Nobody's folding clothes. You can barely find anybody walking around on the floor.
They need to hire
This
some
place
temps.
is what nightmares are made of right now. Look at the shoes.
Yeah, my Walmart looks, well, all three of my Walmarts look about the same.
It's been a while since I've been in a Walmart, like possibly a year.
The Target near me is actually extremely
I'm like so
good.
stressed out. Like I forgot what I even came here
Walmart
to get because it's just a mess.
It stuns me. The Walmart near me, it doesn't matter what time you go, there are pallets of crud laying everywhere, blocking the aisles and stuff. Like they're still stock. It's like, do you ever stop? I understand it's a big store and they probably never stop stocking, but it's like, good golly, you know, you get there. And this past Saturday morning I got there, I went to the bakery section and there was like an entire 3 racks that normally are filled with bread completely empty. And I'm just like, what are you but you're open now and stuff. And it's just really, really weird. I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, the local store management, but if you know, like the the Target that I would most typically go to was near the offices I worked in, which was in a little kind of an upscale midtown area. So yes, it was nicer and better kept, but also didn't have quite the variety of selection that you might find. Like for instance, that shoe section, it's probably half the size because, you know, it's a business area. People aren't necessarily coming in there to buy shoes. So when you do get to the outskirts or different places where, you know, they're more everyday family consumer oriented, it does look like a swarm of locusts has just come through there. And, you know, and by the same token, the Walmart in the area I used to work in, way better managed than the one that's near me now. So it kind of depends, I suppose. But
yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll go into the Walmart here and see what it's like.
Yeah, do a little live stream, turn it into a couple of shorts.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
For sure.
But if you go into the home section in Walmart, you'll find the same thing these people are finding in Target. You'll find a lot of stuff, you know, pretty reasonable. Some of it downright, you know, and I give them their props. Sometimes I find stuff that I'm like, are you kidding? This is only that much?
Right.
But there's just way too many instances of, like she was saying, this doesn't even look real. It's hideous. And you want how much for it?
$200 for that plant.
Yeah. Crazy.
It must have been charging by the pound.
If it was $20, right, they might sell, you know, a few of them. But if you put that higher price tag on it, you might sell the same amount because it's more money, and people see it as a higher value because it's priced more.
Well, I don't go to Walmart looking for like
reverse psychology,
Antiques Roadshow quality.
Well, it must be better quality if they're charging that much. You know?
Yeah, there's Brooklyn's right. There's certain things that, and I'm going to tell you,
beyond norm.
I'm going to tell you this too. When I lived in Utah, there was one grocery store for the whole county, but they did have a Family Dollar store. And if you're looking for like dry goods or like cleaning supplies or toiletries, that's the place to go.
For sure.
Now you might have to buy a smaller size of product, but the overall cost is far. In other words, instead of 12 ounces, it may be 10 ounces, but it's even per ounce. It's so much less. It's not even.
You know why, right?
Because
if Walmart expects its loads to be pristine. If there is one box damaged on a pallet, Walmart will reject it.
Yeah.
And the Family Dollars of the world basically bid on those damaged pallets, and they get, deeper discounts, and they repack them. So that's why they're cheaper. They're basically, most of what you see, or a lot of the, like the candy, for instance.
Oh, the candy is dirt cheap at Family Dollar.
Yeah. Well, that's because they literally repack it. I used to work at a Family Dollar distribution center. Nice. And they'll get in damaged pallets, they'll break them down, get rid of the damaged stuff, and then repack the either repack, or what they'll do is they'll mix pallets. Like, they'll put, like, a store needs, I don't know, 5 boxes of Tide, some candy. They'll put all that on the same pallet and send it out. So, it's a pretty slick operation. Actually.
That makes me like them more. My food's a survivor.
Especially your candy.
Yeah.
Candy and soda pop, man. That's anything with sugar in it. Period. Is definitely.
They got macaroni and cheese for like 69 cents there. You go to Walmart or grocery, it's like $1.99. Same stuff. It's so anyway, Family Dollar, Family General, and what's the other one? They're all owned by the same company.
Dollar General.
Yeah, Dollar General, Family Dollar, and
Dollar Tree.
Family
Dollar
General.
Tree.
Yeah, they're all owned by the same company. It's weird too, because some of the Dollar Trees are really more of the usual dollar store. They're just packed with stuff and stuff. But the Family Dollar actually kind of resembles a small grocery store and or a small Target, in terms of there's a little clothes area. There's a little area where there's some very light appliances. And then, like I said, a lot of dry goods. They normally don't sell meat. We'll have a little dairy. Not much, but I really like a Family Dollar store, and there's not one
sections too. You got your Halloween and your Valentine's and your Christmas, and
they're big on candy there, and the various decorations.
Well, the logistics of getting those less than pallet type orders is really interesting. They've got modules set up where you. I used to run a department in that warehouse called Pick Pack, and basically what you're doing, it's a long module of stuff on either side, where you're literally picking single, or like for one store you might pick 2 candy bars, you might pick a couple Afro picks, you might pick a couple women's shirts. They would all go into like a plastic tote sort of thing. And then you put it up, you slap a barcode on it, put it up on your on the conveyor, and basically the warehouse management system, because I used to help design warehouse management systems too, will get it where it needs to go. It'll get it to the right truck. That stuff is really fascinating. At one point in time, before I got out of that stuff, because I went right into, IT, I did a career change. But at one point in time, I thought about getting into, there are companies that make warehouse management systems. As a matter of fact, I knew a guy who was younger than I was, but I think he majored in industrial engineering or something at Georgia Tech, and wound up working for this company that I can't think of the name of it. But you bring a team of them in. They kind of map out what your operation is going to look like, and then they will custom design a warehouse management to fit your operation. It's truly fascinating if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well,
logistics.
They have trouble.
Oh yeah, dude, I love logistics. You know what? I have a thing for problem solving, puzzles, that sort of thing. Oh no, you give me a problem. That's why I was so good in the Navy. I mean, you give me a problem, I will figure out how to solve it. And it's if you're that type of person, I think on my feet, emergent problems, something you got to solve in a few minutes. I love that shit.
Well,
Navy's all about adapt and overcome, right?
Yep.
They have trouble. I saw a little news story. Those stores, some of them are very lightly staffed, and they really do have a tough time once the product arrives there. You've got someone that's working the register and or managing other people trying to get all of that in there. So certain stores, you'll go in there and there will be a lot of product that's just waiting to be shelved.
Yeah.
But those people do work very hard in there.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, not too far from where I live, this little town that I live in, it's got it's probably got 2 Family Dollars, maybe even 3. So Family Dollars, they are an important part of the fabric of America these days.
Yeah, they really are. They really, really are. Toiletries, they're very inexpensive there. Detergent, your basic, block and tackle everyday items are very affordable. Their Hamburger Helper, just the regular stuff. It's really a good place to go.
Let's take a look at this guy. It almost looks like he's in a warehouse.
Then it was dropping again.
No.
I mean, the consumer doesn't know what they want to do. Do they want to shop there? Do they want to buy everything there with all this DEI they were pushing? And then all of a sudden they just pulled back and said, oh, we're not doing DEI anymore. And so they took all of their, stuff that was DEI, their brands, and they pushed it to the back of the store. Remember when they did that with the, the rainbow community? They put everything in the back and they all lost their shit and said they were going to boycott Target. Check it out. Go to their official page here on TikTok and go to any video. Go to the most recent one and read the comments. It's like, I'm going to Costco. I'm going to Walmart. I'm going to Costco. Target, the stores. I just watched a video of a guy in a Target. There was nobody in there. Nobody. And it's like a holiday weekend. But go to their official page on TikTok and just go to the comment section. Thousands. You'll be laughing hysterically. Target, I mean, come on. Bud Light, Target, all these brands that,
Well,
Target is completely empty.
All I have to say is in my beer dispensary at the gas station, Bud Light is selling briskly. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Yep.
And I'm loving it.
That's crazy to see that she was probably the only customer within that store. Now, guys, I used to work at Target 2 years ago, and yes, it was slow in certain moments, especially if you come in on a Tuesday or whatever the case is, but she was the only customer within that store. And it's crazy to think about because this is only the beginning, guys. People are truly talking about boycotting Target for the rest of the year. So far this year, they've lost $15 billion within the year. And when we look at Target stock, they are struggling tremendously, guys. I'm talking about 30% down on the year. Imagine losing 30% of your stock within 1 year, let alone this has only been 3 months, guys. This has not been a long time. And this is going to continue for the rest of the year. Who knows? Let me know in the comment section, guys. Where do you think the bottom is going to be? Like, I honestly, it's kind of scary to think about for this company because I love shopping at Target. I'm going to be honest. I enjoy going into Target. They got the nice music, nice lights, got the nice products. It's just a great presentation, great atmosphere. But people are so upset about the company because of the DI. Like literally one small decision that y'all made destroyed the entire year. Now you got to play catch up because of all the decisions that you made one time when all you had to do was make the right decision. Let's look at Target's timeline, guys. This is Target stock for the past lifetime. All right. So basically in 2019, that is when Target really started to develop, and their stock started to grow within that time period. Now in 2020 is when they truly developed their first diversity program, guys. And that year, they were focused on bringing so much diversity within the company, focused on getting people of all different cultures and driving a very inclusive culture. But guys, their company thrived from this whole concept. And now you decide to strip it out. This is your company, guys. Like literally, Target is a luxury. It's not like Walmart where we go to Walmart only for the essentials. We go to Target because it's a luxury. We enjoy the different seasons, the different excitements, all the different projects that Target does. And now that they're just like, poof, it's gone. It's all gone. Now, Target did renege this statement. They did pull it back and say, okay, we're not going to take it all the way back. We're just going to rename it, not DEI. It's going to be named something else, but it's still going to target the same sort of concept. Who knows what that looked like? Let me know in the comment section if you know what that program truly looks like. But what I will say is right now, it's not looking too good for the company. Who knows where the low is going to be? Let me know in the comment section. Where do you think the bottom is going to be? They're talking about boycotting for the rest of the year. I don't know. It's crazy to think about. But hey, if you enjoy great content like this, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you want to see more great content like this in the future, let's get to the rest of the video.
All right. Well, let's see, let's get rid of this Tiffany Henyard thing. I have, let's see here. These next two videos are about something that I talked to Be Brave about a while ago. The topic has come up about, Black culture in America being distinct from white culture, is distinct from Hispanic culture. And it doesn't make sense to me. In the next video, the comment is made that, America, we were taught it was a melting pot, which, the comment is America isn't so much a melting pot as much as it is a mosaic. There is no one Black culture. There is no one white culture. This American culture is, has just, it's almost like playing 4D chess. Okay. I, for instance, had more in common with my wife, believe it or not, than some people I grew up with. Everything from, the same religion to kind of this, we had kind of the same philosophy about raising my son. America is 4D chess culturally. And I think people like Be Brave or others in this quote sector, reducing it, basically essentializing these cultures just makes it easier to be outright racist. I don't understand why people I don't understand Be Brave. People like Be Brave, I just don't understand them. It's like, you are intentionally or incapable of actually seeing complexity. And anyway, that's my
right. You gotta want it, right? And there's just no desire.
Yes, I mean, to me, it just kind of beats you over the head.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way you can say that there is a distinct culture that is untouched by other cultures. Within America. We speak English for starters. Let's just start. We all speak some form of English. So to me, it's just like you got to try hard to say something like that. One culture is distinct, like pristinely distinct from another culture, and it's bringing America down. Just that one culture. And that one culture is, if you look at it close, it's like a prism. It's got, light goes through it, and it's more than just one culture.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my my spiel. What's up, CKJ?
Good morning, Stanley. Good morning, everybody.
Ooh,
wow.
Hold on one sec. Your
Boy,
microphone.
boy.
Let's see what I can do on this side. Oh wait. Try now. You did something.
Is it still bad?
Yeah, it's kind of robotic. I see you're doing something.
Well, I muted that time.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's
now
good
you're,
now.
Now you're fine.
Much better.
So,
I was saying good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Just on my way to work, being an anti-black,
Well, there's plenty of that to go around. This video is called "Why Half of America is Empty. Black people avoid these 10 states for a reason." So I could not resist. I must know why black people. I'm guessing because Montana is cold. I think most
that's
people
one of the reasons.
Most people are going to avoid those sorts of temperatures. I have always wanted to go fishing, though. Do you know who Tom McGuane is, Uncle Fatty?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, I've always,
I'm like
the
an
Tom
hour away
McGuane
from
novels. Did you know that he was Jimmy Buffett's, or is, or was Jimmy Buffett's brother-in-law?
Yep.
So
there's a ton of celebrities up here, and that Clark Fork River is.
Well, I think he was from Montana. But I have always wanted to do Western style fly fishing, where in the East Coast, nobody really cares about distance casting or anything like that. Whereas, one of the things that's distinctive about Western fly fishing is, you need to be able to cast distance and accuracy.
Yeah.
And, I am jealous. Of course, I should probably be doing it this week, but I'm going to take my fly rod out to the pond and see can I catch crappie. But anyway, Montana, I would like to go in the summer, but not the winter.
Yeah, kind of. Late August is kind of your hot season, getting into September. Kind of early July, 4th of July is kind of the best, really. 2 weeks before, 2 weeks after for the fishing in the rivers.
Right. Well, one of these days I'll do like a guided, like stay at one of them fancy lodges.
Well, shit, just come up here. I'll take you out on my drift boat.
Oh, you got a drift boat?
Yeah,
Damn.
man. Actually, whitewater rafts are like a self-bailing neoprene PVC whitewater raft with the frame on it is the way to go. The drift boats are nice. There's a lot of rocks and kind of stuff that you run into, and having a soft boat is always nice.
Well, all I have to say is you are living the life.
It's pretty nice up here, man.
Hunting.
Tell you what.
Do you hunt too?
Oh yeah, I had moose steak for dinner, man.
Damn, man.
The last moose we had. Get this, bro. The last moose we got, my buddy got it the year before last. You can get a moose tag every 7 years on a draw tag on a special draw. You only get one for your life, right? You only get one. If you're selected and you don't harvest, you can draw again in 7 years. But that's the one. If you get your one moose tag, that's the one you get for the state. You can always go as a non-resident to Montana or Washington. But that thing had, I'll bet you, 50 gallons of huckleberries in its stomach. And the steaks are purple, dude. They look like they're nuclear. They're purple, and they taste like candy.
Oh, that's funny.
Seriously.
Wow.
Like candy. Looking so good.
You gonna draw for the hunt?
Dude, if I have so many, I could be like the Black Walter Mitty.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have been a fishing guide. I would love that.
Yeah,
so
in Utah, you have to every year draw for the hunt, and it's actually published on a website and in the paper how many of, say, elk or whatever happens to be deer have been harvested that year, because when they reach a certain amount, you can't have any more. But dudes have their wives who technically, if they win, they have to come along with their little safety vest and stuff, but they'll do anything to get that tag, and my brother and I would be out doing something, cutting wood or whatever in the front of his place, which is extremely remote. And man, a deer will come bounding through, and some people will be, come through, follow it. Of course, then they have to have words with the sheriff, because he's like, you passed 4 no trespassing signs to get here. You should march your happy ass on back to the highway and go around, but drawing for the hunt is a big deal. And my wife drew for the hunt. We're going out Saturday. You can take 7 people with you, so you can have a hunting party of 8, which is really too many for certain things.
I would think.
But
I bet Dick Cheney would advise against that.
Yeah, well, there are certain things. There's a lot of rules that involve it. But if you're going deer hunting and the amount of land and open land and all that, okay, whatever. I wouldn't take that many, but you can. And certain things that if you're in some stands, okay, that's fine. But anyway, it's pretty common to have somebody shoot a deer. And then have that injured animal come onto your property. Most people are cool about it, and they'll be like, yeah, it's over here. Go on, get it, take it out of here. But drawing for the hunt is a big deal.
Yeah.
Big deal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. This video, roughly 18 minutes. We'll see how it is. I'm not wedded to it. I am wedded to the next video, though.
There's a couple of buffalo farms up here too. There's some really good buffalo steaks. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've had ground meat in the grocery store. But I would love to have the fresh stuff. I had a neighbor years ago when I lived up on the mountain who was like an avid deer hunter, and he would have like a freezer full of just deer burger.
Oh yeah.
He could have lived a year just off of the
no
burger
doubt.
he had.
And deer sausage, put some pork in with it. But there's a big buffalo, not big, but there's a buffalo farm. I'd pass it every day on the way to go teach at the school and on the way back.
Kimmy, you're supposed to say how yummy. Not how beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see what this is about.
Black people avoid these 10 states for a reason. Half of America is practically vacant. And trust me, it's not because everyone suddenly became allergic to land. These 10 states are so empty, you could throw a block party and still hear an echo. But here's the kicker. Black people are avoiding them like they're giving out expired milk and broken promises. In this video, we're digging into why these places, with low population density and barely any black population, are being skipped, passed over, and straight up ignored. Is it the freezing winters, the eerie quiet, the blink and you miss it job market? Or maybe it's just the overwhelming feeling of, I don't belong here. From economic dead zones to cultural ghost towns, we're breaking down why Black people rarely move to these 10 empty states, and why some say they wouldn't live there if the rent was free. So if you've ever asked yourself why Black people don't want to live in these 10 empty states, buckle up. This is more than just a list.
Oddly enough,
it's a
I'm
reality
Black
check.
and I've never asked.
Watch to the end, hit that like button, and subscribe to Virtual Travel by Brian, your go-to for real talk and real travel. Number 10, Alaska.
Oh, well, that's
it's beautiful,
obvious.
But where is everybody? Let's be real. Alaska feels less like a state and more like the final boss level of Earth. With just around 730,000 people spread across a landmass twice the size of Texas, it's basically America's scenic ghost town. And if you're Black, chances are you're not packing your bags for Anchorage anytime soon. Only about 3.2% of Alaska's population is Black. And let's be honest, that number feels more like a rounding error than a thriving community. You could walk miles in some towns and not see another.
I want to make a point about this. Oddly enough, this friend of mine was here, came up on panel maybe a month, 2 months ago. It was after the election. He's Black and lives in Alaska and loves it. So 2.5% or whatever it was, maybe, but figure the odds of me knowing, one of that 2%. He has no problems living there. I don't know why anyone would. I have a feeling this is gonna be a little hyperbolic.
Stanley, have your friend come visit me. We'll go out and have
if
a
HB
burger.
and Portia go up there,
Portia.
and Portia go out there,
Portia.
it's gonna jump to Portia.
It drives me crazy. It's Portia. So listen, Portia.
Listen there, Stanley.
Oh, man.
Or anyone at all, for that matter. It's not just isolated, it's emotionally isolated. Think frozen tundra, 6 months of darkness, and more moose than neighbors. And let's talk weather. You ever tried warming up your car in minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit? It's
better
so
have
cold
a
your
block
eyelashes
heater.
freeze.
You don't
You
have
step
to put
outside and your soul
Fahrenheit.
reconsiders its life choices. Black folks from warmer or even moderately cold climates don't usually dream about starting fresh in a place where ice is a lifestyle. Then there's the accessibility. Getting to and from Alaska feels like organizing a mission to Mars. Flights are expensive. Food prices are wild. Seriously, $7 for a gallon of milk. And job markets? Unless you're working in oil, fishing, or government, good luck. But the biggest reason Black people aren't heading there? There's no built-in community, no deep-rooted Black culture, no thriving urban hubs, and limited support networks. So ask yourself, would you relocate to a place where the nightlife is watching the northern lights alone and Target is a 6-hour drive away?
Oddly enough, he sounds kind of like Be Brave.
Yeah, he does. And
I'm like, why so negative, bub?
Well, that and you don't have to say negative 40 Fahrenheit because negative 40 degrees is the exact same temperature in Fahrenheit and in Celsius. That happens to be one of the places where those two things meet, but just out of randomness. But I think I think he's overlooking it depends on a person's necessity to engage with that element of quote unquote culture.
When I moved up to the Blue Ridge Mountains, I did it on a whim. I happened to be in Northern Virginia for work, and I lived like 30 days in a hotel. And every day on the way to work, I would look up at the Blue Ridge Mountains there, because I was in the Shenandoah Valley. And one day I just went, I wonder what it's like living in the mountains. So I went, found a newspaper, looked at the places for rent. And I had two places I could have moved. I could have moved to Troutville, West Virginia, or I moved to Linden, Virginia. And I chose Virginia because it was somewhat closer to work. But I lived up there for almost 6 months and dude, I had a black neighbor and didn't even know I had a black neighbor. And I just kind of assumed that I would be the only black person up there. Well, silly me. As it turned out, if you go back and you looked at the history of Blue Mountain, which is where I was, there was like a rogue, like escaped slaves lived up there for quite some time. They'd run. There was a whole community of ex-slaves up there, just living up in the mountains where nobody could find them. So, assuming things, and I think the guy who's narrating is black. Hearing his narration is somewhat disturbing to me. Black people being slaves to their own stereotype for the sake of maintaining a stereotype. I don't know that would ever make sense to me, even when I was younger and cared more about, a cultural life. Just say, hey, I'm young and I need to party and be done with it. You don't need to get this deep. A built-in culture. I once had a guy, I was living in Norfolk. I was living down in Ghent. You know where Ghent is, right, CK?
Yeah.
I lived right on the corner of Colonial Avenue and Graydon. It was I had like a 900 square foot condo. It was just me. Like within walking distance. Have you ever heard, you might have been married, so you might not have partied that much, but there was a place down there called the Colley Street Cantina. I lived like within walking distance of Colley Street. There was that art house movie theater. Anyway, I had a black preacher say, because there was a small, newly built kind of black neighborhood, small but really nice homes, new construction. And he asked me, well, why aren't you living with your people? And I looked at him and I went, well, you know what? I am living with my people. He called Ghent, the Norfolk's version of Georgetown. And, as far as I know, I am living with my people. They like to party. They're young. They're hip. So people need to get their heads out of this. I have to do this for my people stuff. They really need to get away from that. We all do, really.
So while Alaska may be a dream for rugged adventurers, off-the-grid homesteaders, and grizzly bears, for many Black Americans, it's just not the vibe. What do you think? Could you handle that kind of solitude? Or does Alaska stay on your visit once, never move list? Let me know in the comments. Number 9, West Virginia. You ever land somewhere and instantly feel like you took a wrong turn? Back to 1973? Welcome to West Virginia.
Wrong Turn.
With a population hovering around 1.7 million, this state has plenty of space to stretch out, maybe too much. But here's the thing, only about 3.6% of that.
Once again, seriously, I knew this girl through Words with Friends. One of the most beautiful women, let alone black woman, I have ever seen in a picture. She is just drop dead gorgeous. I almost, if I hadn't had a son, I probably would have moved to West Virginia just to date her. So again, I happen to know a black person who lives in West Virginia, grew up there, I believe, and perfectly fine. She has had no problems. Now, she also lives in Charleston. So, she's not living out, in some holler somewhere.
That population is black.
I wonder, Dirty Dude, are you in the chat? Next time I run into him, I have a question. He's in West Virginia.
And once you factor in the economic landscape, you start to understand why Black folks aren't exactly racing to move here. Let's break it down. West Virginia's economy has been struggling.
Booker T. Washington was born into slavery in West Virginia. What is this dude talking about?
Randy Moss.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, Booker T. Washington, as a matter of fact, Skip Gates, the Harvard professor, he's from West Virginia. So anyway, yeah, 3.6%, but still.
He's finding the percentages and building a narrative around them.
Well, I really wonder if he's ever been there.
Yeah.
Struggling harder than a dial-up connection in.
Oh, by the way, Greenbrier's like a resort. My sister-in-law and my wife actually used to go to this place for like spa things, whatever.
Oh,
spas.
Stanley. My parents went to the Greenbrier every single year. It was their favorite place. Yeah, no television, a lot of places to walk and hike and relax and just nature and solitude and reading and really good dining. Yes, they loved the Greenbrier. Actually, underneath that big hotel type building there, they have one of the nuclear escape shelters.
It's like where the politicians are going to go.
Yeah, it was a Cold War era, but it's very well preserved down there. That's the reason I'd want to go.
West Virginia's job market probably isn't that great because, the coal industry is going the way of the dinosaur. But once again, I've known one or two people who live in West Virginia and, they seem okay.
2025. Once a proud.
I call it West Virginia. It makes it sound more authentic.
Country home.
Proud coal stronghold, it's now a slow motion economic shrug. Job opportunities, limited. Median household income, just over $53,000, well below the national average. And let's not even talk
make
about
it on that
mobility.
amount of money in West Virginia.
It's more like uphill
pretty cheap.
Now, ask yourself this. Would you want to move somewhere with few jobs, even fewer Black neighbors, and a cultural scene that peaked during cassette tapes? Add to that a struggling education system, limited healthcare access, and towns where time seems to have stopped. And it starts to feel less like a fresh start and more like a forced retreat. And sure, the mountains are beautiful, postcard level pretty, but scenic views don't pay the bills or create safe, welcoming spaces where Black communities can thrive.
What is he
Virginia
recommending?
may offer peace
the hood?
and quiet, but sometimes the quiet is a little too loud, if you catch my drift. So tell me, would you move to a state where opportunity is on life support and diversity is practically MIA?
But you don't have to
Number
dodge
8, Maine. Maine is so white, even the snow feels like it blends in. With a population of about 1.3 million, Maine isn't just one of the most sparsely populated states in the country, it's also one of the whitest. And no, we're not talking about the scenic coastlines or lobster rolls. We're talking about people. Only 1.7% of the state's population is Black. That's not a community.
Black.
It's a where is everybody moment. Now, if you're Black and thinking about relocating, Maine doesn't exactly scream, welcome home.
What?
It whispers, you're going to be the only one at the cookout because there is no cookout.
Well, then you
There's
better
no
be
real
nice.
Black cultural presence, no neighborhoods, no churches, no festivals, no soul food spots, just moose, fog, and polite awkwardness. Let's not forget how isolated Maine feels. It's up there in the far
Look at all
northeast
those
corner like
cars.
it's being
That's
punished.
isolation.
Want to visit family or
tourist
connect
trap.
with other Black professionals? You better be ready for a flight, a long drive, or a long-distance relationship with civilization. And don't get too excited about job markets. Unless you're into lobster fishing or seasonal tourism, Maine may leave your wallet as cold as its winters. So I've got to ask, Would you uproot your life to live in a place where you could go days without seeing someone who looks like you? Where diversity is a rumor and culture comes in the form of flannel shirts and blueberry pie.
I love
Maine might
flannel
be quiet
shirts.
and scenic, but for many
I've
Black
gone
Americans,
60
that's
years
just not
without
enough.
seeing anybody
Drop
that
your
looks
thoughts
like
below.
me.
Is Maine a hidden gem or a hard pass? Number 7.
Dude, I'm waiting for him to talk about Winchester, Virginia. I remember when I first moved to Northern Virginia, I had to go to Walmart for some reason. And I go walking in there, and it was just a sea of white. Now I'm like, I'm going walking around just trying to spot a Black person. Well, what I didn't know is that part of Northern Virginia has a lot of miscegenation. Some of the people, and I did, until my eye kind of got trained after I lived up there a while, um, there's so much miscegenation. Sometimes you can't tell the Black people from the white people. I've had people tell me, "Oh, I'm Black," and I'm like, "Are you now?" So,
well, Stanley, I think that thus far, he's pointed out extremely sparsely populated places that
and cold places
nobody wants to live.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's not like, hey, everybody else is flocking here, but no.
I was hoping Samuel Guru would be in the audience because he lives in Vermont. I've got a Vermont story, which again, yeah, these are places that like Samuel Guru has his family. He's Black. He has family roots in Vermont. So I've always wanted him to come up here and talk about it because I think his family wound up there, escaping slavery or something of that sort. But yeah, this guy's way off the mark here.
Well, it's also places that their weakness is their strength. They're unpopulated, they're rural, they're undeveloped. And for that reason, some of them, like he just mentioned, Maine, they're great for tourism. They're unspoiled. Right. They're, and so, it's just a different lifestyle. That would be like
That's
saying
exactly it.
It would be like me doing a video that said why white people avoid these 10 cities. Or
exactly right.
Or 10 neighborhoods or whatever. It's Cabrini Green. Imagine a place where it's just kind of demographically logical.
Well, the next video is going to be somewhat of a contrast to this. Some of this stuff actually gets explained, but let me put it to you this way. I was never a big city guy, but once I moved up to the mountain, I could not imagine. It would drive me insane if I had to live like somewhere close to Atlanta or in Atlanta. I would be fucking miserable. I like small towns now. It always kind of did, but I definitely it's a requirement these days. I would no more live like going to New York City to visit. I wouldn't, I'd want to, I could go into New York City. Yeah, day or two, great. But I'm ready to leave after a day or two. It's just too crowded.
Yeah.
So I think it's all what you want as well as what you're used to, but it's also a matter of growth. I would more live in New Hampshire or Maine than I would in my home state if they forced me to live in Atlanta or Macon. Savannah, it's kind of small, but even then, last time I was in Savannah, my grandmother's old house is where I stayed, and it's next to a busy street, and the fucking traffic kept me up all night. So, and the traffic was sparse, but every time a car passed, it would wake me up because I'm not used to hearing traffic after like the school buses. Once the school buses are done, I have no traffic to listen to or even see. So yeah, this guy's kind of disappointing me here. CK, you got anything to say? You're a big city guy.
Not really, Stanley. I'm currently looking for at least like 10 acres now. I want to build. So,
see,
I don't want no neighbors, man. I'm kind of like you, Stanley.
That's right.
I grew up in the city, but I don't want to be in the city. I want to, grow my own things, have my own homestead. So currently, right now, I'm looking for at least 10 acres, minimum 10 acres.
Well, I used to drive my wife crazy. One of these days, I've told some of the story, but it took us a year to find a house because we couldn't agree on. It took us 9 months to come up with a baby's name. It took us a year to to settle on a house because I'm like, I don't want to live in a neighborhood and I don't want to see my neighbors. So. So, we had a friend of her family was a realtor, and I swear this lady, she would make the date like, hey, let's go out next Saturday. Let's make it a weekly thing. She just enjoyed seeing us go back and forth with the pithy comments. Like, you pull up to some cookie cutter neighborhood and yeah, it's kind of a McMansion. I tell my wife, you go in and look. I'm not going to even bother getting out of the car. I'm not living here. So you go tell me how it is because we're not doing it.
Then, the HOAs is what's going to kill you in these little, cookie cutter, like little small little communities.
Well, I lived up on the mountain. We had an HOA.
Okay.
But the HOA actually did stuff that was useful. The fees went to snow removal, snow plowing, which you needed up there. And it also went to maintain the couple lakes. Well, they called them lakes. They were just really big ponds. So, I mean, I knew where the money was going. And then every year they throw a big 4th of July bash at one of the lakes. So I didn't have a problem paying the HOA fee, to be honest.
Yeah, I won't live where there's an HOA.
No, you kind of needed an HOA. I mean, it was a big pool of money for road improvement. Basically, every now and again, those gravel roads had to be leveled and re-graveled. And snow removal, yeah. I mean, we got 4 feet of snow up there once, and we would have been up there for months had there not been snow plows.
I generally live where the city will do those things or the county, but there's way too many stories of even HOAs that are properly run for a while and then just go haywire and start and that's a big problem in the United States, by the way, because HOAs live in this sort of murky, they're not the city, they're not, a government institution, but they do have the ability to enforce local rules and things that you basically said, okay, I'll be under your rule and your management. If I live here, if you want to paint your house a certain color, if you put a certain kind of trash out by the street that they don't like, you can go on YouTube and see all sorts of fees and fines and people taking them to court. And if I buy a piece of property, there's not a bunch of other folks that are going to tell me what I can do with that property.
Right.
Not going to happen. I mean,
well,
yours sounds somewhat reasonable, but
no, well, everybody up there had guns. It's not going to do for you to be pissing people off. And it's happened to be that the HOA president was a drinking buddy of mine.
Well, yeah, that's Maybe I want that
he was a regular guy.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, we had one summer, we had people coming up from Maryland up to our little neck of the woods to ride their dirt bikes and their four-wheelers. And it was happening every weekend. And these people would go tearing down, like I lived on a one-lane gravel road. These people would go tearing down at like 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And, there were kids on the road. There were dogs, it was a dog-friendly neighborhood. And our dog, for instance, she would just be waiting for you to not close that front door good because she was gone. She'd be gone for like half a day going to visiting the other dogs. And then she'd wander on back. And, like she'd never left. So, what my brother-in-law and some other people did? They basically formed a little vigilante group. So they hopped in the truck all drunk and shit. And I wasn't going to go with them. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be there when this goes south.
Yeah.
So, they cornered some of those people, a couple trucks full of rednecks, cornered those people and told them, if you ever come back up here, we're going to fill your ass with lead or, something to that effect. Yeah. Solve the problem instantly. And they're like, tell your friends. Nope, that problem went away very quickly. So I love living in small, like rural places because, neighbors will get together and they will be the law. So I highly recommend to Black people move to New Hampshire. You'll like it. Just bundle up in the wintertime. You'll be good.
New Hampshire. New Hampshire is so quiet, even your thoughts echo. With a population just over 1.4 million and a Black population of only 1.8%, New Hampshire is what you get when you mix rural charm with racial homogeneity and sprinkle in a strong dose of where's the culture.
AI.
For Black Americans looking for a place to call home, this state isn't exactly on the vision board. Let's get one thing straight. New Hampshire isn't bad. It's just there. Peaceful? Yes. Politically active? You bet. The state's biggest party trick is holding the first presidential primary. But diverse, vibrant, full of Black cultural life? Not even close. You're more likely to find a maple syrup farm than a Black barbershop. There's no major city, no bustling nightlife, no soul food spots, HBCU tailgates, or Juneteenth parades. It's quiet, cold, and conservative, a trifecta that makes many Black folks swipe left immediately. And while the state boasts low crime and good schools, it's also got a "you're not from around here, are you?" kind of vibe. So let me ask you, would you move somewhere where you're one of the only Black faces in the grocery store, the classroom, and your entire zip code? Where the silence isn't just peaceful, it's isolating? New Hampshire may work for some, but for many Black Americans, it feels more like a cultural no-fly zone than a fresh start. Would you take the risk, or would you keep it moving? Number 6, Idaho.
Uh-oh.
Idaho is the kind of place where you look around and ask, is this really part of the country or a witness protection program? With a population of about 1.9 million, Idaho is technically not the smallest state, but you wouldn't know it by the vibes. And with only 1.2% of that population being Black, the lack of diversity here isn't just noticeable, it's deafening. You might find more Black culture in a snow globe. Now, don't get me wrong, Idaho has its fans.
Hey, that's
nature lovers,
funny.
They'll sing its praises. Mountains, lakes, potatoes, lots of potatoes. But when it comes to being a welcoming home for Black Americans, let's just say it doesn't top many vision boards. There's no real cultural infrastructure, no strong Black communities, few Black-owned businesses, and barely a trace of Black history in the local narrative. It's more land of the spuds than land of opportunity. And can we talk about perception? Idaho has long battled a reputation for being unwelcoming to people of color. Fair or not, that reputation matters. Relocation is about more than real estate. It's about safety, comfort, and feeling seen. Would you really want to move to a place where the closest Black community is a group chat? So tell me, Could you thrive in a state that feels like the cultural equivalent of an empty theater? Or is Idaho staying on your thanks but no thanks list? Hey, quick pause. If you've made it this far, you're clearly not here for sugar-coated travel guides. You're here for the real talk. So do me a favor. Hit that like button, subscribe to Virtual Travel by Brian, and turn on notifications so you
That
don't
like
miss out on the
button doesn't
next
have any
deep
soul
dive into
food
where to move,
restaurants. I don't know.
or definitely not move. And while you're at it, drop a comment. Would you live in one of these empty states, or are you running the other way too? All right, back to the countdown, because it only gets more interesting from here. Number 5, South Dakota. South Dakota is the kind of place where you blink, miss the town, and wonder if that tumbleweed just waved at you. With a population sitting around 920,000, this state is already on the low end of the people scale. But when it comes to Black residents, only about 2.5% of the population is Black. That's not a community. That's a small group text with bad signal. You could drive for hours without seeing another Black face, and when you finally do, you might just hug each other out of mutual surprise. Let's talk vibe. South Dakota is rural. Like, no Wi-Fi and the closest gas station is 35 miles rural. Most of the state looks like the background of an old Western movie, except now there's a Walmart and fewer horses. There's little in the way of Black cultural institutions. No hubs, no neighborhoods, no gathering spots. And let's be honest, it's overwhelmingly conservative, both politically and socially, which can make new Black residents feel more like outsiders than neighbors. And while it does have Mount Rushmore and a lot of open sky, you've got to ask, is scenic worth the sacrifice? Is it enough to trade connection, culture, and comfort for quiet landscapes and cold winters? So here's a question. Would you feel at home in a state where your culture isn't just underrepresented, it's nearly invisible? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'm curious to know if you'd take the risk or steer far clear of South Dakota.
I would even reverse that question.
This is hugely problematic, even rhetorically. There was never any Black culture there to begin with. It wasn't, it wasn't one of the original 13 states. I don't know. Go ahead, Uncle Fatty.
I mean, I would reverse that whole premise and say, do you feel at home being in a place where there's no diversity at all? Because, I mean, there are parts of the country where, I'm not going to say I'm not like I'm not allowed, but you're not going to catch me hanging out in downtown Compton.
Well, but here's the deal. Why would you expect there to be diversity? It's not like it's intentional.
Well, no, up here it is. It's definitely intentional. I mean, we just had our local militia run our Black pastors out of town and our Black Catholic priest out of town.
Militia is a big deal.
Yeah, you told me about that.
And it's just, I mean, there's just a lot of stigma. There's a lot of,
this dude, though, or maybe it's AI reading it, but this particular video.
No, I think he's a real person.
Well, he needs to learn how to pronounce a couple words, but it's very condescending.
Yeah.
And almost, I won't say accusatory, but slightly, it's not even paranoid, but it's this attitude of, well, there should be this here.
Right.
And then that's silly.
It's an appeal to emotion.
It's like, Pennsylvania's Amish country only has 0.5%. It's like, well, yeah. Well, that's because that's where they're at. Anyway, it's.
Well, I'm just like.
It's interesting.
I think I pretty much since high school have gotten used to the lack of homogeneity. The Navy. Generally, I was the only Black officer, on a ship. So you just kind of get used to it. But it's never been, I can say in the 5 years in the Navy, I did have one racial incident. and it was from some little E3 from Kentucky, and that was pretty much it. So I think sometimes these people live or create self-fulfilling prophecies. Now, Idaho, I have heard about. So I mean, it's not totally unfounded, but like places like New Hampshire, I've been to Vermont. Spent like a few days there. As a matter of fact, I had a buddy, black guy. He was my boss. He was going to be he's going to be running the Navy Reserve Center in Burlington. It's right on Lake Champlain. And I never heard anything negative about Vermont. He and his wife, and we were making jokes, that basically they were going to take our driver's license at the state line, and they'd give them back to us on our way out. But it was just jokes. We hung out, went to a University of Vermont basketball game, had zero issues. So this kid sounds young, so maybe he's just inexperienced. But sometimes you go looking for trouble, you'll find it.
And it's snarky. It's very snarky.
Yeah, it is. That's yeah.
And we live in an age of snark, by the way. But I mean, it's not racial. But I would say one of the more unnerving things, because you might not be able to tell this. I'll walk with beggars or kings. I don't care about anything regarding a person's demographics, but other than how smart they are. But I lived.
That's right. I'm a stupidest,
and on that count, I am very precious. But the living in an area where you speak the same language, people look like you, but 80% of them belong to a club that's really tight, and you don't belong to that club. And by the way, that number's probably much higher than 80, because a lot of the residents of that area don't live there. They just own property there. Mm-hmm. It can be pretty unnerving to have that going on, that you're excluded from things, you're not included in things, you see people in the community getting positions that they're completely unqualified for. I mean totally. Pardon me?
You mean you're talking about the Trump administration?
No, I'm talking about Wayne. I'm talking about where I lived prior to moving back to Dallas. Where, how'd you get that teaching job? You don't even have a bachelor's degree. And you've got a full-time, licensed by the district, not the state, teaching job? How does that happen? Maybe some of the club members, or maybe your mother is on the board that enforces such things, and it's part of the club and all of that stuff. So, I mean, yeah, there's something to be said for all of that. But,
the other thing that people don't seem to realize is there's all kinds of diversity. It doesn't necessarily have to be racial. Yeah. I've been in situations, again, up on the mountain where, like those Maryland people that I was talking about, they were all white. They were told, don't come back because y'all aren't like us.
Yeah.
So, and I think honestly, this is why I actually like being 60. I'd rather be maybe 45. But you just tend to look at things a lot differently than you do in your 20s. And this guy sounds like he's, fairly young. And I might have thought that way when I was young. But looking on I'm on the downward slope. Kid, why are you even making this video? Why are you sweating this?
Yeah.
You're not going to live there. And what did you expect? Did you expect Maine to, be the did you expect Portland, Maine to have a bunch of soul food restaurants? Go back and look at American history. Yeah. There's no reason to complain because it never was. And, it's not so much that they didn't want black people there as much as, hey, slavery pretty much started in the South. Black people were brought to Virginia and they went south. They didn't send them to Maine to tend the plantations.
Well, it's interesting too, Stanley, that even though, I wasn't part of the club, I was part of the community. I mean, worked in the schools and all that. And it didn't take long for me to adopt the same attitude that the local community did about all these move-in people, all these tourists that come here for half the year. They're screwing up the roads and making it hard to drive. Yeah, it's like, well, I'm maybe not part of the club, but I'm one of you. It didn't take long to adopt that attitude, but yeah,
and same thing with shit, dude. When I moved up there, I didn't even know how to put on snow chains. My future brother-in-law, I told this story, like when he came walking up, I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to fight. Because this dude's like 6'2", fire red hair, these cold blue eyes. And I'm like, oh shit, gonna have to fight. And, nicest guy. Hey, can I help you? However, city guy that I was, about 5 years later living up there, shit, I was just as, like, what's this motherfucker doing up here?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like, it's amazing. I had a boss tell me, I showed him a picture and he's my boss. Excuse me, he was my boss's boss. He's going, oh shit. Excuse me. He's like, oh shit, you're one of them. They got you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Meaning that, you know what? Someone said, hey, Stanley, your son's going to be half black, half white, and all redneck. You know what? To me, that was a compliment.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Let me scan through this. I think I've seen enough of this dude. I think we all know the states he's going to talk about. So
yeah, just find out what number one is.
I dropped the link back for a North Idaho playlist that I've been putting together. Check that out. Check a few of those out. There's some really good stuff on there.
He should have just done the Dakotas.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, come on, man.
And really, it kind of comes down to accessibility because, DEI includes an A at the end, right? DEIA, accessibility.
Yeah.
And why would you expect anybody to move up to somewhere where there's really no, first of all, I call it culture, right? More than I call it diversity.
Yeah.
Culture. There was no culture up here growing up. Matter of fact, it was pretty much a sundown town until, I mean, some of these towns are still kind of sundown towns as far as it goes. I had three black guys in my high school.
Oh, wow.
Juice was the one guy's name, for OJ. I didn't realize until our late 20s when we had our first reunion that his name was Brian. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like there's it's systemic, but it's not that everybody is that way. Complacency is one thing, but when you have a small little group of, just say, skinheads, right, living in a compound up there that cause a bunch of havoc for the community and the surrounding areas, that stigma gets dropped on everybody. So, like, why would you expect a doctor to want to move up here? Why would you expect a practitioner or a professional to move up here? And there's that stigma, so without the stigma, saying like Maine, I mean, you need more lobster fishermen or loggers or what's the draw to bring people into these rural areas like this? And the connotation on this video that you just played, like, it's got that undermining, pokey in the eye kind of thing, right?
Yeah, they're wrong for not being the way I want them to be. The draw for me for Utah with all of the relative not belonging to the club was solitude, remoteness, different way of life. If you were a fine artist, Maine or Utah or the Dakotas might very well be a wonderful place for you to live. You may not be looking for everyday social interaction or the pain in the ass of riding the subway just to experience the rigors of life. It's a matter of temperament and lifestyle. It's like Stanley going up on the mountain or whatever else. It's not.
Yeah, it was
not
a whole different.
I'm programmed from birth to be hooked into my own cultural stimuli at all times. Give me a break. You don't see me. Well, I haven't bought mayonnaise in a couple years. There.
You don't put raisins in your potato salad, do you?
No. Well, no. I'm on record. If you'd like me to play the recording, Stanley's heard it. Anyway.
I was talking to my father a couple days ago, and I have to say that my parents were pretty, maybe it had something to do with being Catholic or something. But I can honestly say, they grew up during Jim Crow, like deep Jim Crow. They were born in the 40s.
Yeah.
But they were actually like, you didn't hear a whole lot of, don't be with these people because they're not like us.
Right.
There wasn't, surprisingly little. Now there was some, but surprisingly little.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say it was really very rare to even hear that growing up here, that, the churches, the Boy Scout groups, the youth groups were all about inclusion and not just diversity, but just being a good person, just being good to everybody, and yeah, it's kind of.
As a matter of fact, when I visited to Utah, I had such a pleasant experience. We literally talked about, moving out there until I saw those snow rods. I'm like, no, this isn't going to work. But I thought the Mormons were like the nicest people I've ever met. Now I know, I know that, I'm not gonna say all Mormons were great, but I met enough of them, that I was like, hey, this might not. Plus, they love Karl Malone, so of course,
Salt Lake City is pretty hardcore, man. Salt Lake's got one of the bigger Crip and Blood rivalries going right now in the entire nation.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah,
Salt Lake City.
Yeah, man.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're having problems there, but you got to remember, let's just say there's a lot of good PR being done out here. And there's a difference between being a prospect and a customer.
Oh, yeah, Kelvin, you're probably right. And I'm still getting used to that where, to viewers like the controversy, and it shouldn't surprise me, because we sort of live in a tabloid nation.
Let's also remember that the teachings of a certain, let's call it club, were until 1978 that certain people were devils.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, until a couple of years ago, one of the things on our local map for Coeur d'Alene Lake, we've got Squaw Bay, right? Squaw being a female Indian lady, right? Yeah. Native lady. Yeah. And in Squaw Bay was Negro Point with the hard R on the map.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Up until 2016, 2015. We finally actually got it changed on the official state map. It was actually hard R head point.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Texas?
No,
or is there another one?
No.
Yeah, there was up here.
Yeah,
Just a lot of stuff like that on the maps.
The club is trying to recruit all over the world in many different cultures. So they've had to change some of their outlooks, at least publicly. Maybe not in practice.
Yeah, well, Kimmy, the sundown town thing. I'm sure there are places you don't want to be after dark, but the thing is there are certain Black neighborhoods you don't want to be there after dark. There are neighborhoods you don't want to be white in after dark.
Hell,
So,
I've had that experience too.
We really in America, we really need to step back and take a long introspective look at ourselves. And I don't mean to come off doing whataboutism, but when you say sundown town, fuck.
Hey man,
I want to be in the middle. There are parts of Atlanta I do not want to be in after dark.
When I first moved to Detroit, I was in a U-Haul. I had gotten a late start. It was midnight. I've run out of gas. And I'm at about 3 Mile in Campbell at a gas station that had closed for the evening. It was like midnight 30. Had it been open, it was one with the 17-inch plexiglass, and if you wanted something, you asked the guy, and he put it through the drawer. There was a single hanging, exposed, regular light bulb for light as I filled my gas tank up. And let me tell you, I somehow suspected perhaps I did not belong in that neighborhood, particularly in a big, bright U-Haul that said, "Get every possession this man owns in one easy." Right. And I filled up that gas tank and got back up to 13 Mile at record speed with I didn't have to do the buns of steel workout. They were clenched quite tightly for at least 5 miles.
The scene out of Griswold's family vacation. They pull off the highway and they're, let me tell you something. Go down here and there's a burnt out car down there.
Yeah.
Wake the guy up down there. That's my brother Stanley. You tell him that I sent you. He doesn't know what he did. Yeah, don't ask him. He doesn't know where he's going.
Say, Holmes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I remember me and my very tall and beautiful 6-foot Black girlfriend. We were in DC and got lost, and we wound up in a part of town. I don't even know where it was, because I didn't know DC at all back then. And she was getting mighty antsy in that hood. So they're just places there are not, just sundown towns that are like in nowhere, Georgia. So we need to do better about, those sorts of videos that this guy did.
By the way,
and
there's certain places where it doesn't matter at all who you are or what you are. Yeah, you're just in trouble. If you take the wrong exit off of I-70 right near where it meets 5544 and all that in East St. Louis, it just doesn't matter who you are. You're in trouble.
Yeah, you don't usually want to be in a minivan with Idaho plates and pull off onto Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in South Central.
You never know. They might give you grace.
Give you a pass.
Yeah, grace. Head that way. Get out of here.
So this is a book that I've talked about several times. Colin Woodard's American Nations: A History of the 11 Rival Regional Cultures of North America. And the first part of this video, by the way, is a book by Thomas Sowell that I've never read. But I wanted to talk specifically about Colin Woodard, just as a quick review, because if we do a debate, me and Be Brave, this is going to be one of the references I use, making the that cultural argument that he wants to make about Black culture not being a part of American culture. In my counter argument that even white culture, so-called white culture, has several different cultures within it. And this book pretty much proves my point.
I would love to be the moderator for that debate. Hint, hint.
You know what? If it happens at all, because I did a little, you know what? I don't take him seriously. The only way I'm going to take him seriously is I need data for his 70% number and his other numbers. And if he can't provide me references so I can do my homework for this debate, then he's not serious and I shouldn't take him seriously. So that's basically what would you call that?
Rhetorical
A Chinese, is it a Chinese puzzle? Well, he does. I know he doesn't have data for it. So that's why I made
Heard
that
it on
demand.
CT's channel.
No,
he'll have a reference.
That's enemy territory.
He'll have a reference to that. It's I just made it up. Be Brave study of 2024.
Oh yeah. Well, see, I've asked him before. It's basically a catch-22. Because I don't feel that I need to do a debate, to be honest.
Yeah.
But as a money-making venture, I think everybody's excited about it. But what I want to hear is, I don't have the numbers. I just made it up, because I'm gonna lead with that.
Yeah.
I like when he uses the look around.
Yeah.
Just look, it's right there. It's everywhere.
Yeah, okay. That's numbers. Oh, was that your suggestion? I thought it came up. I did it on my own. Well, if that's not the case, then Ryan, I will give you credit for coming up with that idea.
Swing on that guy, shoulder to shoulder. Bam. I'll bet he's driving 3.
Yeah, his references are CT and John Galt. All right, well, let's watch this. Supposedly, Be Brave and I are to debate Kimmy, but I don't think it's going to happen unless he can produce some numbers for my opposition research.
It's odd.
That was last fall that they did the debate with Angel, the kid, and they did the whole 2-day spree of how racism does not exist in America.
When was this?
It was last fall. It's probably around Thanksgiving or something.
Oh wait, hold it! I saw that debate. I think Angel actually did pretty well.
Not bad, but I mean, you cannot tell me when you have people in America that self-identify as that it doesn't exist.
Right.
It just doesn't make no sense.
All right. Well, let's have a look at this. This is only going to be 20 minutes or less. But I found the book fascinating, and he's got another follow-up to that book. I can't think of the title, but this is actually they're going to say it's one of the most influential history books of the 21st century, and I agree with that.
Colin Woodard's American Nations, A History of the 11 Rival Regional Cultures of North America, is the most accessible, modern, and entertaining of the 3 books covered in this article. This work is largely a continuation and addendum of Albion Seed, but it also certainly stands on its own. This book is perhaps one of the most influential American history books of the 21st century. American Nations details the cultural lineage of 11 distinct American cultures and traces their evolution from the age of colonization to our own century. Woodard shows how these cultural nations interacted, formed cliques, and waged ideological wars against each other, starting with the settling of our country, through the Civil War, into the Progressive Era, the World Wars, and Cold War, and then beyond. Woodard thinks that the current division that Americans face is nothing new. Americans have never been united in the idealistic way many imagine. The differences between the 11 cultural regions detailed in this book are the primary reason for our disunity. Modern political election maps reinforce the existence and perpetration of these American nations. The American Culture War is not new. According to Woodard, there was no single American Revolution. There were 6. Each American cultural region had its own distinct relationship with the British Empire. Each had its own reason to rebel against Britain, or in some cases, even comply with Britain. The American Revolution that we typically think of, the one of radical opposition to the crown because of unequal representation, came predominantly from Yankeedom. New York City was interested in economic prosperity above anything else and became a stronghold of loyalist refugees. The Midlanders, that is, the Pennsylvanians, because of their Quaker and German pacifist roots, attempted to keep the balance and avoid conflict. Those in the Deep South wanted to preserve their slave-based economy and, at first, thought that provoking Britain or becoming independent would only diminish their success in this regard. Those in the Tidewater region and the Appalachian borderlands had mixed feelings about breaking loyalty to Britain for their own reasons as well. These cultural groups have similar divergences in thinking when it comes to any significant event in the US. Cultural roots, geography, and economic status are the deciding factor of these divergences. Unlike Albion Seed, American Nations traces English-speaking America's earliest cultural regions into the American West. Woodard traced linguistic patterns, town and regional names, political views, and religion to pinpoint which of the North America's East Coast cultures laid the foundations of settlements beyond the Appalachian Mountains. Yankeedom, the Midlands, Greater Appalachia, and the Deep South all spread to North America.
I want to point out his pronunciation of the Appalachians. Someone corrected me and said it's Appalachian. It can be pronounced either way, folks.
Down in yonder holler?
Oh, you know what? There's a place called Stanley, Virginia that's back up in a holler.
Not to be confused with yonder swaller.
No, not to be confused.
I'm going to be very interested in the explanation of Greater Appalachia because
you mean down into Texas?
That and other just in general, but yes, that is very prominently interesting to me.
They consider the Alleghenies over into the Ozarks. There's the Great Smoky Mountains in Tennessee.
Yeah,
I think if you go and you look at, I'll look it up, but if you look up Appalachia, it's surprising. Like, excuse me, southwestern, southwestern Virginia. Hold on.
Bless you.
Damn.
Jesus.
Southwestern Virginia is considered Appalachia, but Northern Virginia is not. Like I'm 35, I was 35 miles from the border, but it's not considered Appalachia.
Yeah.
So
I'm
not exactly sure what the criteria is.
Yeah.
But Appalachia does go farther west than you'd realize.
Well,
Kentucky, like all of Kentucky is considered Appalachia.
Yeah. I just want to know what the criteria.
More mentality? Is it like mentality?
I just want to know what the criteria is because that area down in Texas is so heavily Hispanic.
Yeah.
Oh, well, this book is 14 years old.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, there's not a second edition, so things have changed for sure.
Well, that area was Hispanic back into the before when it wasn't ours. But we'll see.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be very
like you
justified.
said, it's a mosaic where cultures affect other cultures.
Yeah.
Now there is El Norte, if you see, that goes up into Texas and into
looks like
New Mexico and Colorado.
That's right.
Well, it's Colorado there. Yeah, New
Notice
Mexico
they
and
include
Colorado.
LA and San Diego.
Yeah. So I'm just wanting. I'm keeping an open mind. I'm just wanting to see what those criteria
yeah, but
are.
this is a video on the book. I read the book some years ago now. Maybe I'll reread it for this debate. It is a fascinating book, Tom. I highly recommend it.
It's also interesting to me that the area above the Great Lakes is also classified. It sort of loops around into damn near, well, it is kind of a circle, that area above the Great Lakes. So I'm very fascinated, and I am keeping an open mind.
People migrated from New York over in west, like into Ohio and places like that. So he does explain it rather nicely. Now, again, things have changed. That El Norte, I would guess that it would have expanded north greatly. The deep south isn't going to change. I don't think the left coast is going to change. The coasts aren't going to change that much. It's the interior that kind of.
Notice the far west, including Alberta, is kind of the same, right? Because Alberta is that's the portion of Canada that's like, oh, we want to be part of the U.S. right now. That's going on right now. So like
I said, this map is from the book, I believe, and it's 11 years old. Yeah. So things have greatly changed, I imagine.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail it.
But no, that's all right. I need the questions because this is actually going to be one of the linchpins of my cultural argument. So I don't mind the questions because these are questions that probably need to be researched farther. I've got the book actually on my Kindle, so maybe I'll just bring it up and reread it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the movie.
New Netherlands,
this is the
Tidewater,
movie,
and New France had little room to grow because of the domination of the other cultural regions. On the far western side of the continent, new nations formed out of the influence of the eastern nations. The far west fits inside North America's western interior, while the left coast dominates the west coast, from South California to the panhandle of Alaska. El Norte covers the vast and open borderlands between the U.S. and Mexico.
By the way, if you read the book, he does have reasons why, the left coast, he does get into the actual differences in the culture. And he kind of talks about, you see Appalachia going down into Texas. It's really dominant culture. Which culture is dominant? It doesn't say there's no El Norte in Great Appalachia. It's just Great Appalachia is dominant culturally. And he looked at everything from city names, place names, history. There are a lot of factors that went into this.
And has an influence that is growing more prominent with every year. The First Nations have been subjugated by every other nation. Its influence is most prominent in Alaska, northern Canada, and in Greenland. These cultural groups are predominantly defined by the early and influential ethnic groups that dominated the region. New Englanders may not be overwhelmingly of English genetic stock anymore, but the culture of this region was greatly crafted by the English settlers of the 17th and 18th centuries. Immigrants and migrants play their role in changing the overall culture of a region, but ultimately, in the case of North America, they will adapt and assimilate to varying extents to the earlier and more influential settler culture. Irish Americans and African Americans, for example, live in places like Yankeedom, and preserve some unique aspects of their own culture, but they also participate in the larger culture of the region. Culture is not in our genes, but in our history and environment. Yankeedom is composed of New Englanders and their descendants. Woodard's description of this culture matches Fisher's description of the Puritans. The settlement of the Yankees are not, however, limited to what we now call New England. Yankeedom ethnic culture stretches into upstate New York, northern Pennsylvania, and even into the Canadian Maritimes. Yankees were, and according to Woodard, are still, one of the most moralistic nations. Puritanical religion was originally the perpetrator of this sentiment. They can be described as community-oriented, theocratic authoritarians. As mentioned earlier, the Revolutionary War was initiated by the Yankees. The Civil War, too, was primarily a Yankee endeavor. The famous and radical abolitionist, John Brown, was a product of Connecticut and Northwest Pennsylvania. The Yankees were not always interested in preserving the Union, though. Decades before the Civil War, there were multiple proposals for New England to secede. If the rest of the Union did not comply with Yankee values, historically, they have either attempted to isolate themselves or export their ideas to the rest of the continent and beyond, by either coercive, peaceful means or by force. Woodard traced the expansion of the Yankees to northern Ohio, the entirety of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, as well as the northern portions of Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, and the eastern sections of the Dakotas. Place names in these areas are replicas of place names in the Yankee East Coast and Southeast England. The Mayflower of the West, quite literally, sailed along the Ohio River to civilize the Midwest. The Midlands have their origins in eastern Pennsylvania. They are the same culture that Albion Seed described with the exact same name. Northern Maryland and Delaware and southern New Jersey are also the home to this culture. The Delaware Valley in eastern Pennsylvania was first settled by the Swedes and Finns as the colony of New Sweden, which had a tremendously peaceful relationship with the Lenape. By the time William Penn was granted this land, these native groups were not a threat. Many scholars today wrongly attribute early peaceful relationships with the Lenape to William Penn, while in reality, eastern Pennsylvania's culture of tolerance was kick-started by New Sweden. English Quakers, though, perpetrated this spirit of tolerance. Philadelphia quickly became the most diverse and tolerant city to ever exist. Pennsylvania became a refuge for those who would otherwise feel unwelcome in New England or in the South.
Tolerant
Germans
except for foreign sports
this
teams.
culture of tolerance was kick-started by New Sweden. English Quakers, though, perpetrated this spirit of tolerance. Philadelphia quickly became the most diverse and tolerant city to ever exist. Pennsylvania became a refuge for those who would otherwise feel unwelcome in New England or in the South. Germans of various faiths came. Free African Americans could make a decent living for themselves, and Dutchmen and Swedes settled here after their countries lost colonial control over North America. The Midlanders, like the Yankees, also spread west. Midlanders spread their culture to western Pennsylvania, and from there, into the breadbasket of America. Midlanders founded cities and farms in central and northern Ohio, parts of Indiana, Iowa, Illinois, Nebraska, the Dakotas, Kansas, Oklahoma, and a small foothold in the most northern counties of Texas. Midlander culture also greatly inspired the culture of southern Ontario. They are the buffer culture between that of the Yankees and that of the Greater Appalachians. Many of the predominantly Midlander states are, even to this day, swing states in elections. New Netherland, named for the Dutch colony of the 17th century, is situated in New York City, its suburbs, and nearby urban areas in western Connecticut and northern New Jersey. New Amsterdam, at first, seems like it has little connection to the modern biggest city of Anglo-America. Woodard still manages to make a compelling connection. The Netherlands, in the early modern era, were famous for its explosive economic growth due to international commerce. In the Dutch Golden Age, Amsterdam was the trading post of the world. During the same period, New Netherland was the trading post of the Northern New World. Even in the 1600s, New Amsterdam was highly diverse. These diverse groups of people avoided conflict because they did, after all, share a common value: capital. This economic spirit persisted even after the British annexation of the land. Colonial New Yorkers grew content with the vast amount of trade opportunity it had under Britain and its empire. For this reason, it was hesitant to cut ties with Britain and the monarchy during the early period of the Revolution. Like the Midlands, New Amsterdam is in favor of liberal values and multiculturalism, even if only for economic profit. The Deep South stretches from southern North Carolina, the majority of South Carolina, Georgia, northern Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, far western Tennessee, southern and eastern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and eastern Texas. This cultural area was as pro-Confederacy as Yankeedom was pro-Union. The deep Southern economy was, until 1865, largely dependent on slaves, and therefore it was a culture that tolerated slavery. This area adopted a rigid social structure, but at the same time opposed higher authorities that could attempt to put an end to the ownership of slaves. Woodard points out that the economy in the Deep South was so contrasted with the economy of the rest of mainland British America that outsiders and deep Southerners alike viewed their society as more akin to those of the slave-driven economies of the British Caribbean than anywhere else. It was, in fact, largely founded by English slave lords from Barbados. Tidewater, on the other hand, composes of eastern Virginia, southeastern Maryland, the southern two-thirds of Delaware, and northeast North Carolina. The Tidewater culture was founded by English gentry who traced their ancestry to the Norman conquerors of 1066. For this reason, they sided with Charles I and the Cavaliers during the English Civil War, and looked down upon other American nations for being merely low-born and plebeian Anglo-Saxons. Tidewater also had slaves, but the economy was not as dependent upon them as in the Deep South. In a way, they preferred the indentured servitude system better than the Deep South and Caribbean system of chattel slavery. During the American Revolution, Tidewaterites were less likely to side with the British in fear of a new order taking away their right to own slaves. Tidewater never had the chance to spread west, and is today a shrinking cultural region. The Appalachian Mountains halted their advances, and more recently, the culture of Washington, D.C. and its surrounding area have altered the culture immensely. Greater Appalachia is a landlocked nation that reaches from central Texas to the southwestern corner of Pennsylvania. In between is West Virginia, Western Virginia, the Western Carolinas, Northern Georgia, Northern Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Southern Ohio, Southern Indiana, Southern Illinois, Southern Missouri, Northwestern Arkansas, Southeastern Oklahoma, and most of Central and North Texas. Albion Seed calls these people the Borderlanders. American Nations points out their influence on creating American populism. Events like the rise of the Paxton Boys, the Whiskey Rebellion, or the election of fellow Scots-Irishman Andrew Jackson demonstrate the Appalachian opposition to strong federal power. Centralized power, since the colonization of the Appalachian Mountains, and perhaps even before this, has been the eternal antagonist of this American nation. They tended to prefer leaders resembling clan oligarchs. French power used to dominate a vast portion of the North American continent. The French mapped the interior continent and much of the east coast. If one looks closely, they will realize just how many towns, cities, and other place names have a French origin. Today, it struggles to survive in two pockets of the mainland. Quebec has had far more success than Louisiana, thanks to language and cultural protectivism reforms of the last half of the 20th century and the early 21st century. Louisiana French culture is very different from the Quebecois culture, but still offers a place of refuge in a continent full of English-speaking cultures. El Norte is North America's other Latin culture. It is significantly more influenced than New France, though. It spans from the northern border states of Mexico to southern Texas, most of New Mexico, southern Colorado, southern Arizona, and southern California. El Norte is not simply the region of Mexican culture, but a specific region of a specific Mexican culture. It is seen by other Mexicans as a region influenced by the English-speaking cultures of the US. On average, northern Mexico is significantly more wealthy than other parts of the country because of its economic and familial ties to the southern United States. Sometimes people from the El Norte cultural region are disdained by other Mexican cultures because they perceive them as people who have grown soft due to American economic influences. The United States today is the country with the second largest amount of Spanish speakers. They have more Spanish speakers than any South American or Central American country, other than Mexico. And the US even has more Spanish speakers than Spain itself. There is currently more than 11 million Mexican first-generation documented immigrants in the US. Hispanics make up 60.5 million of the US's 330 million people, so nearly 20% of the population is Hispanic. Much of this, of course, comes from immigration from other Latin American cultures, but Mexico's El Norte culture dominates the Hispanic world in the US. The far west includes the states and territories in the western North American interior: western New Mexico, northern Arizona, the California interior, Nevada, Utah, most of Colorado, western Kansas, western Nebraska, the western Dakotas, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, the interiors of Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia, most of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, and parts of Yukon and Alaska. This American nation is a synthesis of the Midlands, Yankeedom, Greater Appalachia, and the Deep South. When explorers and adventurers began to settle into the far west, they did so with the help of large corporations or the federal government in order to establish economic profit. They, therefore, were often acted upon rather than acting for themselves. The land itself was mostly seen as merely a route to the west coast. Today, many still refer to most of this area as flyover states. Perhaps because of its corporate foundation, the people in the far west still have a strong pro-capitalist intuition. For this reason, they are often in opposition of extensive government oversight or dictation. If the far west had a capital city, it would probably be Salt Lake City. Also, Mormonism is a quickly growing cultural influence in this region. The left coast ranges from the coast of California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, and southern Alaska. Communities and cities in these territories were initially far more planned than those in the far west. The left coast was initially settled by many of those of the early American nations, but it was primarily settled by Yankees. The Pacific Ocean was viewed as a thing of mythic beauty and wonder during the foundation of the left coast. They valued a strong federal government who would assist them in building a utopia on the Pacific, in a similar manner as the Yankees have built one on the Atlantic. They, like the Yankees, value policy aimed at the community and authentically believe that the government is capable of making positive change in this way. As I'm sure you have picked up by yourself, this book is extremely relevant to not just current issues, but every single step of American history. Woodard admits that his classifications of cultural groups are not scripture. The 11 American nations are elastic and often overlap, and Woodard is even open to the idea of the existence of many other American cultural regions, which he just did not have the time to classify and research. Overall, American Nations deserves a read and a reread by every American. Hopefully, after immersing yourself in some of the main points in these three works, this video inspires.
Yeah, I hesitate to go, into the other two books. I might at some point, but since I haven't read them, I kind of avoided them. But who knows? I may wind up reading them as well. Any thoughts?
I think it's a difficult task, and I think I don't know, man. It's there's a lot of differences. We have a lot more ethnic differences. I don't know. It's tough. He's got the whole South, including Florida. I think Florida's a hell of a lot different than Georgia, you know?
I think northern Florida is pretty much
Jacksonville north, right?
Well, no,
like
I would say north
Panhandle.
of that. Now, but
Panhandle.
the thing is, this was a down and dirty. There's a difference between, say, coastal Florida and coastal South Georgia. I'm sorry, coastal northern Florida, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And up to St. Mary's and the Golden Isles. Then if you go west, it's a totally different South.
Yeah, like Tallahassee's like Georgia, whereas Tampa Bay's like Miami. I mean, well, maybe even just Fort Lauderdale. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But the value of this book, for my purposes, is to illustrate.
It's to win your argument.
Well, no, it's to illustrate that basically saying there is a black culture and a white culture is simply not reality. Yeah. My argument is that when you look at black culture, there are several different types of black culture. When you look at white culture, there are several different types of white culture. And I think B. Brave's view is essentialist. It's not simplistic. It is essentialist.
What's the book by Thomas Sowell you were referencing?
It's called, I think it's called Ethnic. What is it? Ethnic Nation.
Yeah, there was one. What's that? Black hillbillies. Black rednecks and white hillbillies.
Oh, it's a book of essays, but one of the essays is called what is it?
Black rednecks and white rappers.
No, it's black rednecks and I think it's black rednecks and white liberals or something like that. Let me look it up right quick.
Yeah, something I don't. But
I've read it, and it's interesting, but I don't think
that'll help you. Maybe
the argument is basically that inner city black culture has a lot of bad elements that were inherited by redneck white culture. Basically, the hill people that he talks about in Appalachia. Basically, the worst elements of black culture inherited the worst elements of Southern white culture.
Like rebellion?
Yeah, all that stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
Defiance of authority.
Maybe food elements.
Well, definitely food elements.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's a theory. I don't know that I buy it hook, line, and sinker.
I'd have to read way more into this book. I think I do not argue at all with the fact that there are these designations historically, developmentally, culturally. I think that's very solid and grounded. It reminds me of a study I saw regarding the great metropolises in the United States. One of them is called Boss Wash, and it's Boston to Washington, basically saying that is one giant contiguous thing. Another one is called San. It's San Francisco to San Diego. And I think those things are all true. It's just a matter of how you want to divvy them up. But I think it's good ground to say that these cultures are more regionally and historically developed than they are necessarily racially.
Boston, Washington, that's real though. Boston and Washington it's one city, basically with one. It's one thing, you know.
Yeah, it never stops.
It really is.
It never stops. There's no giant farmland in the middle of that. And
minimal.
It's
minimal.
A smaller example is the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. It is just a big giant chunk sort of by itself. But from where I live to the far side of Fort Worth, that's 60, 80 miles of just city, east to west.
Well, Stanley, Tom, I'll tell you something. When I leave DC and go south, I get down to like off 81, and Stanley knows right where I'm talking about. As soon as when I'm driving down to like Tennessee, which I used to have a kid that went to school in Tennessee. As soon as I hit Winchester, my shoulders and my neck, like the stress in here, right? I would relax. It's the weirdest thing. And Stanley, you might know what I'm talking about. Once you start to get south out of DC, didn't you feel a lot more relaxed? Like people were friendlier? I don't know.
You
man.
mean like going into south of Richmond? Yeah.
Winchester South, it was like a sense of relief not to be in the DC to Boston area for whatever reason. I just felt less stressed.
Oh yeah.
People were holding doors for each other. The waitresses are super friendly.
Right.
I mean, I'm like,
well, that whole 95 corridor is a nightmare. Basically, from Providence, Rhode Island, all the way down to Richmond is just one big
shit. It's terrible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even in the Metroplex here, once you get on that fringe edge, there's not as much of a tapering as you would expect. It's somewhat abrupt. You're suddenly, after seeing nothing but frontage roads with every chain of food and beverage and, hotel, you hit a spot and it's free, open, flat. You don't hardly see anything till you get to a small town. So, yeah, I know exactly what you mean by that. Oh, God, I made it to the border.
It feels so
I'm out
much
of it
better
now. Yeah.
People are nice. Well, if you leave DC and go west, and like out 66, you hit this road
once you hit
81.
the plains.
Well, if you hit 80, once I would hit Winchester, which is like right off 81, you go down 81, it's all colleges down there. But people are friendlier. They hold doors for each other. It's just you go down to like Wytheville and these places, and people are the South is so much better, I think.
Well, don't get me started on my opinion of the East Coast, because here in Texas, even the most populous areas, even in the most deep part of the deep inner city, people hold doors for each other. And you get a ma'am and you get a sir.
Don't do none of that.
And not on the East Coast. On the East Coast,
no.
they will, spit in your face and slam the door behind themselves.
Come on now, Savannah's on the East Coast. We don't do that stuff.
You know what I'm talking about. When people say the East Coast, they're not talking about Miami.
You're talking
they're talking about, what they're talking about when they talk like this. That's what they're talking about, Stanley. It's not classy.
Hey.
They don't do anything classy.
What brings you to Philly? Come on in.
Yeah, what brings you to Philly?
What brings you to Philly?
Can I throw a battery at your grandma?
Yeah, it's so true. Well, and also there's a timeliness too. Like, so they don't, like, business-wise, my boss lives in Charlotte. And I'm like, listen, man, I gotta get this price out. I need you to get back to me. And this, that means an hour. That does not mean tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
It's just there's like a different metronome these people live by. I mean, I'm like, what are you sitting around drinking country time lemonade?
That's true.
Get going.
March to the beat of your own metronome.
That's like when I first started living in LA, man. I was at work at 7 or 8 in the morning, and I'm like looking around. Finally at noon, people start rolling in. Conversely, I'm ready to leave at 5. These people had no problem working until 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night because they got in so late. And it was just a different work ethic. It's like, hey, when can we get those photos approved for the licensing? I don't know, man. I'll give him a call today or tomorrow. We'll see.
Well, didn't that have more to do with traffic, though?
No,
no,
not at all. When you're working on Wilshire and you live in Melrose, it is not that far. Yes, if you're up on the 405 or the whatever, yes, of course, that's traffic. But there's a lot of places where it's really not that far. No, it is much more. At least at the time I was there, there is a traffic problem and a traffic culture there. But a lot of times it's just that's the way they do things. It's just a lot more laid back. There is really no pressure for anything, not anything at all. Hey, I'm on fire. Oh, dude, it's gotta suck, man. I think we got water here. Yeah, man. We're gonna get together and figure out what to do about that.
Well, Ryan, Chris Reed has a question for you. I'm gonna leave it all to you to answer.
So, Chris Reed, I just read. Well, so number one, your next thing says, what's stopping other countries for not getting together and taking over America? I used to have a white boss, man. Now I have a Pakistan boss. The Pakistan boss is likely an American. So, that's part of our country, whether he's Pakistani or not. So, but other countries are not trying to take us over physically, which is damn near impossible the United States is well built, and you got to get here, and then you got to get through our borders. Like militarily, it's almost impossible without the whole world doing it.
Yeah, there's a couple mountain ranges to get past and everything else.
The food supplies in the middle of the country, like there's so many reasons, but militarily, it's very difficult. If anybody tries to come from the south, we can sit in Florida and surround the whole Gulf. Like there's many reasons, but I do know that other countries economically want to outpace us, which will then weaken and eventually subjugate us. China and Russia's little grouping together with Iran and North Korea. You got the most resource-rich country in the world's Russia. That's in 11 time zones. China's the most. They got a manufacturing base that's unparalleled. So we've got our work cut out. Even though China's demographically going backwards, they still got a lot of people, and they can, I just read the other day, they can produce 12 ships to our one in the same time frame. I'm talking aircraft carriers. So, you got resource-rich Russia tied up with China. It's a tough task for us to maintain our leadership in a lot of areas. And so they are trying to get together and do us in, Chris Reed. So we should have smart people at the helm. And obviously we've got the fucking dumbest people in the world at the helm right now. So we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Hopefully we can right the ship soon. People get serious. Most people in America aren't even focused on that right now. They're focused on bullshit. So, we better get it together. I know that much.
The thing people don't realize that live in other nations is the industriousness of the American people. It goes beyond politics, is that we are people that work, and we are like wanting to kick ass every day. We do not take 6 weeks off for vacation in the summer. That's, we die early from heart attacks and stuff because we just work and work and work. And the whole place has always been wired that way. And I agree that the other nations, the other nations of the world have caught up and everything else. But we also, China, if you're going to build those aircraft carriers, you better get busy, because right now we've got way more than you do. And by the way, we have the experience of building them and running them and operating them. And there's a lot of, as much as even I complain about a lot of things, that everyday, day in, day out work ethic is just baked into us. And that's also somewhat inconquerable to a certain degree.
Well, I think one thing we're facing is one thing with China is if we can control their food supply, they can't do a lot. But economically, they're still making tremendous strides in. I mean, I just read the other day that Russia's now giving their space technology to China, and you're taking Russia's military, which is still behind ours, with China's manufacturing, and they're essentially horse trading. And I mean, they got unlimited resources with Russia with oil. I mean, so we got our work cut out for us, and we could use our allies like in Europe, but unfortunately we've pissed them off. And now we've pissed off a great manufacturing base in Mexico. So you can't write a dumber playbook than we have going on right now, Chris. So, hopefully we wake up soon. It's going to take a Sputnik event for us to get our head out of our asses and realize that we're not just a hegemony. How do you say it? Hegemony. Yeah, just we're the world, everything anymore. We just run the world. We got to get our head out of our ass. It's going to take a Sputnik moment, right, where there's satellites above us and we go, oh shit, So that's what it's going to take. So,
or AI taking over our electric grid.
Well, right now, AI's there. You got quantum computing. Once quantum computing takes off, they can crack every code, if they get quantum computing down first, they can crack all of our encryption. So they have access to everything. Like, we're racing them now on that. Just geopolitically, we're in a dangerous time, in my opinion. We're kind of asleep at it. We're over here screwing around with which bathroom to use. So,
Kelvin, the 6 weeks, they don't necessarily have to take them all in the summer, but Sweden, Finland, Germany, 5-6 weeks of vacation. We get to, I don't know, some people don't even take their 2.
Yeah. Well, isn't Kelvin in England or something?
Yes, he is.
They get like all summer off, basically. So, it's Europeans.
Depending. But we just, personally, I'd love a 4-day work week. I think that would be wonderful.
They're about to age out over in Europe, so the reproduction rate's low. Pretty much anywhere there's money in the whole world, like where there's wealth, and even as you see, just any country that's coming online, Middle Eastern countries are gaining wealth, the birth rate's plummeting. So it's kind of a crazy thing. And as the world kind of gets more prosperous everywhere, the birth rate's going to be diving, man.
Yeah.
So,
well, let's watch this news story, and then I have one after this. Now, this lady, this anchor lady, she's the first white woman I've ever seen that Snow Bunny came to mind. She just kind of, you'll see why. She's cute, but Bunny is the first thing I thought.
For sure.
Welcome to the News at 6. I'm Hunter Funk. Administrators
Hunter
of a
Funk.
program supporting thousands of Idaho's youngest learners worry a federal shakeup could jeopardize their services. The regional Head Start office serving Idaho was abruptly closed after an order issued by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. Our Jude Binkley learned cuts are impacting the local Head Start programs across the state, Jude.
That's right, Hunter. Head Start is a federally funded program that funds readiness programs for infants, toddlers, and preschool-age children and families.
Secondary markets, you get
Head
young
Start
anchors.
operates centers in 41 counties in Idaho. And the
Sid
state's Head
Mears,
Start
his
director
head
says
abnormally
all of those
big.
local programs rely on
News
federal
anchors
employees
many
for
times have
administrative
heads
support and
larger
guidance.
than normal in proportion to the rest of their body
Aren't they
because it
short,
looks
too?
better on cameras. Yes, a lot of them are very short. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Support for Idaho's youngest learners.
So in Idaho, where we don't have
universal pre-K or state-funded pre-K Head Start is critically important to improving outcomes.
The program that bridges educational gaps faces a chasm of its own, as cuts to Head Start's administration is leaving the federally funded early education program without support.
So there's been no communication to the grantees.
Megan Wohler, executive director of the Idaho Head Start Association, is navigating uncertain waters after Tuesday's sudden closure of the regional Head Start office serving Idaho, a decision that came down from HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr.
We're assuming that they're trying to reduce down to fewer regional offices and just redistribute all that workload, but they were already understaffed, and the different regional offices all kind of function a little bit differently.
The regional office serving Idaho, Alaska, Washington, and Oregon was one of 5 across the country that closed Tuesday. Wohler says federal staff were placed on administrative leave without warning. She says local Head Start programs rely on help from federal employees, so the cuts create ripples that extend into classrooms.
But these federal employees provide different types of supports to the grantees. So there's a fiscal specialist, a program specialist. This is who is processing their grant drawdown requests. So that could be a really big problem.
And we can't pass a school levy to save our asses up
in the
here.
Treasure Valley, who was in the middle of doing a drawdown request with the program specialist last week. And then yesterday morning found out that that staff, who we know personally and care about, was laid off.
For the 4,000 Idaho children whose
Laid
educational
off,
journeys
fired.
begin with Head Start, the timing couldn't be worse, as the financial and operational disruptions threaten the quality of services they depend on.
We're definitely worrying that program quality will suffer because there are going to be fewer employees with much more workload from all across the nation.
With federal support lines suddenly severed, local Head Start programs are forced to wait for word on what will happen next.
We have no idea. We're so in the dark. I'm just constantly checking my email to see if there's any updates. We still haven't received any communication from the federal government on who to reach out to. So we're just waiting to hear from the federal government.
Well, one of the first executive orders was to cut off all
Wohler says
communication.
the regional offices make up only about 1% of Head Start funding. And Hunter, she says a less than 1% reduction in spending really isn't worth the disruptions they're seeing and the impact those disruptions have on Idaho families and children.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens next.
No, the scary part is he's not sitting.
Right?
And I don't know why them people don't just take care of their kids instead of pawning them off to them other
Yeah,
people.
that was hilarious.
By the way, Kelvin, I'm actually working. I know it's probably hard to believe, but I'm editing copy and updating content management systems of like about 100 different websites. I start that at about 3 a.m. This is actually just fun to listen and talk while I'm doing all that nonsense. So yeah, that's how sick we are. It looks like I'm goofing off on the internet. I'm actually working. By the time my coworkers get in anywhere from an hour and a half to 2.5 hours, about half to 2/3 of my work day will be done, and the rest of my day will be spent just fielding phone calls and responding to stuff.
Hey, Calvin, did you mean you're amused or did you really mean aroused?
Could be the same thing. Could be little column A, little column B.
I mean, I am doing paperwork. I mean, from my mini skirt and my little tight top. It's been known to happen.
AI is coming to school district. Nah, that's not going to happen. I would not want my kids taught by AI.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
This is just defunding of woke agenda is what it is.
And the next thing is even more bizarre. He says if we get rid of workers and only have universal pay, we won't need Social Security, right?
Well, we just passed the school voucher system up here now, too. So we're going to start privatizing all of our public schools now. So.
I don't know understand what universal pay has to do with Social Security. But,
well, the idea is UBI would just carry you through to the end of your life at 80.
Oh, we just get paid without having a job?
That's UBI. That's Universal Basic Income. So, if there's no jobs there and AI is doing all the work.
Oh, yeah, it's like Star Trek. I got you.
Yeah, everyone's just going to hang out.
UBI wouldn't be enough to subsist on, right?
Supposedly it will. And I mean, they're talking about AI. I have a hard time believing AI is going to replace I can't get Siri to just do anything correctly. And I'm like, how are you going to do complex thoughts on the fly? It's a fucking idiot. I can't even Siri, understand Siri, just understand basic shit, right? And not be so dumb all the time. And it's just dumb. And I'm like, how are they going to do anything with this?
Siri, start the car, and turn on the heater to warm it up.
Well, if you have a physical job, robotics is hard to replace, like construction jobs, right? But some manufacturing's already been replaced with robotics, and supposedly AI is going to get rid of the thought leaders and the decision makers and just streamline everything. So we need UBI. That's the argument by the people looking 20 years down the road. So like everyone's going to be idle, just sitting around getting their money. And I mean, talk about unrest.
Well, I think I think Trump's heading that off by requiring everybody to come back to the office.
Yeah, that's happening.
There's no offices left, though.
Well, there's some. I mean, DC's. I'm experiencing this firsthand, and traffic is there, so he's making them do it. And I think some of them are scared, like I better get back in there, or so. But there is a lot of leased space that they need to unload for sure. But no, they still have buildings, and they should have. I don't agree with what Trump's doing because he's doing it all at once like an idiot. But they do have a lot of wasted space in government and etc. Like they always had for 20 years. They're over leased on all kinds of shit because they might move in or. Go in some of these government buildings, there's this whole floor is not used. So they should have done it 20 years ago, though. But so, and what's weird is they're actually doing renovation because they're saying come back in, and some of these buildings are like half occupied or not occupied, and they've been empty for 4 years, just half complete shells. It's shell space, which means there's no floors or walls in it. It's just a shell of a area, and now they're hammering to get that stuff done to get these people back. So
or they have to bring them in with different requirements in terms of infrastructure and computer connection and security or whatever they might have.
Well, that too. Yeah, that's longer term. But a lot of Department of Justice right now is going. They got this huge shell space, which is like 12 floors of just. Everything is roughed in. So they got Uncle Fatty knows what that means, but it's basically roughed in. And now they're like, oh, we got to get the floors in, the walls in, the ceilings in, and then terminate everything and then bring the desks in. Like they're now under the gun. So it's just shell space, but it's weird how it's all shaken out. And, it could switch tomorrow. So, because you never know. So with this guy.
True.
All right. Well, Mayor Adams is facing the inevitable, but only up so far. He thinks running as an independent is going to make him more viable. I go poppycock.
No, dude, he's done.
Eric Adams to run as an independent, skipping Democratic primary. This article is by Emma G. Fitzsimmons and read by an automated voice. Mayor Eric Adams of New York City said on Thursday that he would not run for re-election in the Democratic primary in June, an acknowledgement of the growing backlash against his embrace of President Trump and his record low approval ratings. Mr. Adams said he would instead run as an independent in the general election in November, an uphill battle in a city where Democrats outnumber Republicans by 6-1. His announcement comes a day after the 5-count federal corruption indictment that he faced was dismissed by a judge, following the Trump Justice Department's decision to abandon the prosecution. Mr. Adams released a 6-minute video saying that the case had made it difficult for him to run in the June 24th primary. Although I am still a Democrat, I am announcing that I will forego the Democratic primary for mayor and appeal directly to all New Yorkers as an independent candidate in the general election, he said. In the video, Mr. Adams denied the corruption allegations, but acknowledged that he made mistakes. I know that the accusations leveled against me may have shaken your confidence in me and that you may rightly have questions about my conduct, he said. Let me be clear. Although the charges against me were false, I trusted people that should not have, and I regret that. The collapse of the mayor's primary campaign was a stunning setback for a charismatic leader who once called himself the future of the Democratic Party. But in recent months, as Mr. Adams publicly avoided criticizing Mr. Trump, he began to distance himself from party orthodoxy. People often say, "You don't sound like a Democrat. You seem to have left the party," Mr. Adams said in a January interview with Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News personality. "No, the party left me and it left working-class people." The decision by Mr. Adams to abandon his bid for the Democratic ballot line, which was first reported by Politico, significantly jeopardizes his hopes for a second term. At least 9 Democrats are seeking to replace him, including former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, who leads in polls. While it may be too early to know how Mr. Adams's exit will affect the race, Mr. Cuomo's moderate stances seem closest to Mr. Adams's. The mayor's announcement confirms what had been apparent for months. He had taken few concrete steps to launch a serious campaign. He did not hold campaign events or hire a campaign manager. 2 key advisors refused to say if they would join his campaign again. His signature gathering operation to get on the ballot was limited. By bowing out now, the mayor will have more time to raise money and prepare for the general election. Indeed, Mr. Adams, in public and private conversations, had long maintained that he still had a path to victory, even contemplating running as a Republican. Mr. Cuomo has sought to capitalize on Mr. Adams's fall, securing a flurry of endorsements and campaign donations from many of the mayor's allies. Mr. Adams has started to fiercely attack Mr. Cuomo, and the 2 men could face each other in the general election, along with Curtis Sliva, the founder of the Guardian Angels and the likely Republican candidate. Jim Walden, a lawyer and former prosecutor, is also planning to run as an independent. Ruth Messenger, the Democratic nominee for mayor in 1997, said that it would be difficult for Mr. Adams to win in the general election, and that the winner of the Democratic primary would probably be the next mayor. "It's part of a pattern of Eric focusing on what might be good for Eric," she said. Ms. Messenger, who is weighing which of the left-leaning candidates to support, said that forcing voters to choose among Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Sliva would be a terrifying outcome. Mr. Adams had faced a deadline on Thursday to submit petitions to get on the primary ballot. He must still submit petitions to get on the ballot in November, but he will have months to distance himself from the corruption case. The dismissal appeared to have invigorated Mr. Adams, who spoke defiantly in his first comments after the judge's decision. Standing outside Gracie Mansion on Wednesday, he sought to assure New Yorkers that he did nothing wrong and was ready to move on. As he left, the mayor told reporters that he would run for a second term and predicted, "I'm going to win." The judge's decision to permanently dismiss his case, he did so with prejudice, meaning the Trump administration cannot revive the charges, could help the mayor's contention that he is not beholden to Mr. Trump during the final months of his term. But even before his indictment, the mayor's approval rating had fallen to record lows. His tenure has been marked by questions of ethics, management style, ideology, and even honesty. Beyond his criminal case, several other investigations into his inner circle led to a series of resignations last fall. Then, the respected technocrats he brought in to replace them resigned in February after Mr. Adams was accused of a quid pro quo with Mr. Trump. The mayor often boasted of his own swagger, but some voters questioned his late nights on the town and his integrity. He said he was vegan, then acknowledged that he ate fish. He said he long carried a photo of a fallen officer in his wallet. In fact, his staffers printed it from Google during his first weeks in office and stained it with coffee to make it look old. By this year, only 20% of voters approved of Mr. Adams, and more than half said he should resign, according to a poll by Quinnipiac University. Some polls showed him in third or fourth place in the Democratic primary, behind Mr. Cuomo and left-leaning candidates. George Arst, a former aide to Mayor Edward I. Koch, who has known Mr. Adams for decades, put his chances of winning at 1% or less. "He's not a legitimate contender," he said. Esther R. Fuchs, a political science professor at Columbia University and a former advisor to Mayor Michael R. Bloomberg, agreed, "It's nearly impossible to win on an independent line in the general election. I don't see any path to victory for him, given the baggage that he has." Mr. Adams has denied the quid pro quo and argued that the investigations of his administration were politically motivated. He has said that he should be judged by results, lower crime rates, and higher job numbers. The mayor, a former police officer, has always been ideologically fluid. He was registered as a Republican for a period during the 1990s. In 2021, he ran for mayor as a Democrat on a public safety message after serving as a state senator and the Brooklyn borough president. Last September, he was indicted on 5 counts of bribery, conspiracy, fraud, and soliciting illegal foreign campaign donations. Prosecutors accused him of helping fast-track the approval of a new high-rise Turkish consulate in Manhattan, despite safety concerns, in exchange for unlawful donations and free and heavily discounted luxury travel. He found empathy from Mr. Trump, who expressed an openness to pardoning the mayor, and argued that both men had been the victims of political persecution. The mayor said he would not publicly criticize Mr. Trump, angering Democrats who have assailed the president's agenda and his calls for mass deportations. Mr. Adams has spoken repeatedly about the importance of securing a second term, lamenting how the city's first black mayor, David N. Dinkins, only served 1 term. But Mr. Dinkins, who lost his bid for a second term to Rudolph W. Giuliani, never confronted the investigations that Mr. Adams has faced. Even the mayor appeared to be coming to terms with his limited path forward. He told reporters recently that becoming mayor was the thrill of a lifetime and said his first term had been satisfying. "That was the meat and potato," he said. "Term 2 is the gravy. I have a full stomach with the meat and potatoes."
Wow, that's a strange analogy.
As far as it affects AI, I don't know how we're going to deal with his record lows.
Right.
You know, it's that's going to teach kids that can't even read properly yet.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. If you want, you could even drop that link in the main chat too, if anybody wants to check this shit out. But that one I told you about, the third one down, Kim and Kanye, Vacation and Racist Retreat, is pretty funny. It's actually a pretty funny, like, for TMZ, it's actually pretty funny. It's not like
you don't think TMZ will have a problem showing their stuff?
I've ran it before, as long as you stop it every 30 seconds or something and do a little commentary on it. But I've done reviews on that one specifically.
I'll drop the link. I hate stopping every 30 seconds.
But yeah, these documentaries are really good. There's a lot of 1-hour documentaries about North Idaho that have came out here in the past 4 or 5 years. But
now, can I can drop the link for the whole list, right?
Yeah.
For the playlist.
Yeah, there's a ton of shit on there. What do I got? A couple hundred on there? 160 something? Yeah, man. I mean, it's not like it was back when I was growing up. That kind of 2001, we had the big trial when we got rid of the Aryan nations, and since then I've had kind of a couple of different influxes of different groups come in and try to organize, and it's always a fine line when, like I say, I mean, everybody's allowed their right for free speech, free assembly, right?
Right.
It's when they start getting violent and start, pulling shit against citizens and acting out. One of the big things is, sure, you're allowed to canvass and put flyers out, but you can't put them in mailboxes. It's a federal offense.
Right.
So one thing that we have a big problem with up here is either from the guys from North Spokane or the other guys from up north, kind of Bonner County, that will come down into Coeur d'Alene specifically and start putting and shoving shit into mailboxes. Hate flyers, straight up, like very hateful, threatening type of stuff, which is malicious. How do they call it? Legally, it's malicious verbiage. However they word it, to where it's hate
It's
speech,
malicious,
right?
malicious mail fraud.
Yeah, but it's it's hard not to be hyperbolic and pearl clutching around this subject. But all in all, it's just like everywhere else in America. There's a small group that kind of contaminate the area. It's like the one bad apple that spoils the bunch type of scenario. But for the most part, I mean, everybody up here is just good people that want to be left alone for the most part. But we do have 3 kind of specific groups right now that straight up want to make this part of the country a sovereign country, not just a sovereign state. And the word sovereign is being thrown around a lot lately in all this rhetoric from the far right, that's states' rights. I can agree with states' rights to a point, but when it comes to the word sovereign, now we're talking a totally different thing where
You're going to call their country Whitopia.
Yeah, pretty much. The Readout Project is the big movement. The Idaho Readout. But
I thought I thought it was the readout with Joy. I was about to say, gee, they're Joy.
Right.
Tariq Nasheed wants to do the same thing, Stanley. That people think they can run their own country when they don't even. None of these fucking people. Like if you said, "Hey, man, cool, go drill your own oil."
Yeah.
What? Oh,
Yeah, right.
Well, Texas now and then
get involved
says-
in it. Maybe Texas can, maybe Louisiana, but that's it. But I hear the same bullshit across the internet. I'm like, you motherfuckers don't know what you're doing. What are you talking about? You're going to build military weapon systems? What are they talking about?
Texas occasionally does it. I don't think the most people here want to do that, but there's always some rabble rousers that are like, we got our own oil, we build our own stuff, we got NASA, we got our own food, and we got enough cattle.
You're not going to keep NASA.
Well, No, you hear the same dumb shit. Tariq Nasheed, who is a fucking hater, is he's saying the same shit. I'm like, really? You think that's going to work? Yeah, I've heard that from all sections. Even people in the Northeast say that shit. We should really just separate off because we're totally different. I'm like, well, who's going to do any of the work? Are you guys going to do stock trades and do surgery? But who the fuck's going to plant your crops, you dummy? You ain't got no farmers up here.
People have been telling us we're going to lose NASA for 25 years.
Yeah, but we're going back to the moon next year, so.
Yeah, I don't know that
there's actually
either.
humans.
I don't know that we're doing that either.
Right?
People,
I'll believe that when
people
it
think we
happens.
haven't been to the moon. People think we haven't been.
Well, yeah, people believe this has never occurred.
People think this is not a return trip. It's going to be a first trip.
Stanley Kubrick did that.
Me and Ryan have done battle with Be Brave about the moon landing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, wait, hold it. Be Brave doesn't think anyone landed on the moon?
No, and like me and Ryan had like how long were we talking about that for like 3
God bless him.
hours?
He thinks it's a Hollywood production. I'm like,
Yeah. There's a very ornate fiction that Stanley Kubrick shot all of that, and they swore him to
all
secrecy.
green screen. Yeah.
Stanley, you would have actually seen me shining in my engineering knowledge when I was trying to explain to Be Brave the science behind the moon landing.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I've gotten to a point to where, you know what? I had a guy tonight tell me that a 25% tariff on foreign cars means that what did he say? Means that the car is cheaper or something like that. Means that the country that the country of origin needs to give us some money. It's basically hurting us. And you know what? I didn't even bother debating that.
Yeah,
I'm like, you know what?
I support tariffs, but the other people who support tariffs, they have no idea how they work, and they're a half-assed measure without subsidies of American industry, and it's just not going to work. And they're not subsidizing American industry the way they need to for it to work.
Right.
So
it's the same.
Well, I think
listen.
that, you know what, I just look back to the 1890s, I guess it was. It didn't work then. There's no reason to think it'll work now.
Well, the 1930s was another time we tariffed. And you can want tariffs to rebuild American industry, but it will not drive down costs. So that's ridiculous. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, actually.
That's something I don't understand why they're telling people, because that is an absolute fact.
Well, we had to.
Well, I mean, Trump is basically acknowledging, but he says it's going to be, short term pain for a long term gain. And I don't think that's.
I agree with that. I do think it will be short term pain for long term gain. I believe reindustrializing the nation. It's a positive.
I don't think we're going to look, this country is not going to reindustrialize to any degree that I would be willing to bet we won't do it to a degree that the economy is going to be affected. We are a consumer nation, and we had to bring Haitians in to work the Toyota plant in Springfield, Ohio.
And in Texas.
Yeah, so Americans don't want to do that shit.
Yeah, all the Tundra trucks are built in Texas.
Then we as intelligent people, no matter what side is making the argument, need to start correcting people and say, maybe you should get off your ass and go to work.
No, I don't think. To be honest with you, we talk outside of both sides of our mouths on that. We want to talk about reinstituting family values and rebuilding the nuclear family, but we want people to get off their ass and work. The economy is such that 2-parent households are pretty much a necessity, yet we want to rebuild a nuclear family. How do you do that? Now, it can be done, but I know plenty of people who would like to be stay-at-home moms, or, my wife and I, it was just, she stayed home. But a lot of people can't afford to do that. So telling people to get off their ass and work, in my opinion, is speaking out of the other side of your mouth.
But the men are the ones who need to go to work. Women should stay home with the family. And that's why I lean towards.
And I literally just told you how hard that is. Okay, so all I'm saying is that who are you going to get to work at those factories? People do not want to work at the chicken plant, and we're not going to go backwards.
Not for what they pay.
And you're not going to force people to do it. Trump is not going to be able to force people to go to work.
Well, unless the work is at a concentration camp, right?
So how do you get the wages up and people motivated to want to go work in the chicken factory?
Eliminate Citizens United.
Eliminate Citizens United. Tighten immigration. Go ahead.
I say do it at gunpoint.
So it's going to drive up chicken prices because you're going to have to pay people more money. Great, no problem. We can do that. People can pay more for chicken. That's fine. But how do you do that?
Which price went up first, the chicken or the egg?
Both will go up.
The hog.
No, but how do you do it? There's only a couple of ways to do it. You can raise minimum wage, right? Or you can limit the labor supply so they can collectively demand more.
Sure.
And I think that's the way to do it.
Well, yeah, tighten down on even legal immigration, because these things lower wages.
That's My immigration argument has always been the same. It was Bernie Sanders' argument in 2016, and that is you can squeeze down immigration to where workers can demand more. That's Sanders' argument. That's been the Democratic Party argued that in the
do
80s
you
and 90s.
actually think Sanders is living in a pipe dream also?
Yeah, but
okay,
they
can demand all they want. Doesn't mean they're going to get it. And AI coming in, they're already there's. Let Portia tell you about that experimental McDonald's where there's no human. It's pretty much all automated.
Well, if this trends continue, capitalism.
There's only a couple ways to do it in economics. I mean, there's only a couple ways to do it.
If these trends continue, capitalism becomes a cannibalistic system and starts eating itself. Because without people working and making a wage, they cannot afford the goods to be.
They are working and making a wage. Unemployment is low.
Yeah,
Fair.
we're at a huge labor shortage for sure.
So I don't know what you mean. People do not want to go back to the factory. They are working now. You're not going to make them go back to the factory.
Or out to the fields or up on the roofs. I see the whole problem as not just corporate greed, but as CEO greed. Because, we've talked about this a little bit with the term of record profits and always having record profits every quarter after quarter, which kind of bubbles the market and whatever else. But when you have CEOs that are making 4,000 times the amount as the factory worker, as the floor worker, and the CEO is taking all the profit off the top and getting these huge bonuses, stock buybacks, and that whole problem as well. I mean, it's got to be something's got to be done with a monopoly state. As far as I see it, we got a bunch of billionaires playing a real life game of Monopoly. We're not even on the board. We're not even pawns, right? We're not even considered. And they're all fighting to be the world's first trillionaire.
I also have a question more for Ryan. I think having a whole bunch of foreign manufacturers open factories here down the line makes the U.S. more vulnerable.
It used to be infrastructure, right? Wasn't it always the big deal? Was infrastructure?
What I'm saying is, if you get other countries here employing Americans, that's assuming Americans want to do it, and by all stretches of the imagination, I can think of that BMW plant in Greenville, South Carolina, that's successful. What happens when the country gets pissed off at us and goes, "Hey, screw you, we're out of here"? What's to stop them from doing that?
They could do that. So there's a few. If it's an ally, it's usually good. What we had before.
Okay, well, we aren't going to have many allies, and they're going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more
Russia, at least. I was getting ready to say that if it's an ally, like BMW's German, we're fine. But if we went to war with Germany, we would it's our plant. It's now the U.S. plant, right? That's what Russia did.
That's what all countries tend to do when they go to war with a company that has a foreign plant. They usually sell it to a native person or another person that they're an ally with. Yeah. They usually nationalize it.
The Chinese pork plants that they bought just become ours, right? Because it's here. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with other companies setting up shop here. It's not really a material risk because we'll just seize them. Literally, all the McDonald's in Russia's became. The next day became Sergei's. Yep. Sergei's Burgers.
Well, if it's a capitalist country,
Vladimir's Burgers.
If it's a capitalist country and not something with a command economy like China, the likelihood of that actually happening is very low because there's still a market share for them to have in an economy like the U.S.
China's not much of a command economy anymore, Orthodox. It's really transitioned into state funded. It's a state
capitalism.
State, yeah. I mean, it's very much market driven. It's just that the Chinese government spends 5% of GDP on. They literally fund companies not to lose money until they let their steel industry lose money until they put a lot of other countries out of business and then have almost a monopoly on steel. And so if the steel companies in China are going to lose money, the government says, no, keep making steel. We're going to flood the market. Yeah. We got your back, and they give them money. I mean, when Biden spent money on reindustrializing, everyone was up in arms. China will spend 10 times what he spent based on GDP to back their industry. We do not do that. I mean, which we need to do that if we're against them in Russia, because they do it. We need to do it, but we haven't.
We pay farmers not to grow so we don't flood the market, right? So
yeah. So
when everything's a commodity and future projected and future scoped, like silver, for instance, North Idaho is one of the biggest silver producers in the world, right? We've got enough ore sitting on the ground where we can, in theory, say what the price of silver is going to be for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Well,
if the speculation. If we flood the market, the value goes to minimal, though. Right. They want to get,
Well, our entire economy is based off speculation, whether it be real estate speculation or commodity speculation.
Yep.
And it's ultimately in the long term bad because you're basically just making a gamble with everything. Right.
Well, I think we have to get off of a financial services economy. In material exports and actual material goods, so much of our economy has become a selling credit, selling debt, stock market. I mean, like if you actually look at the price earnings ratios, which is what companies are actually making off of what they do, Apple, for example, versus the speculation and demand for those stocks, the PE ratios are huge, right? So we got to get back to we make things, we sell things, we service things economy.
Good luck with that.
It's all financial services. I mean, financing debt and things like that. Like, I mean, England became all financial services, and you see what it's done to England. Like they're going backwards quickly. So we got to get back.
I personally don't think that. I don't think companies are going to bring stuff back. I think right now, maybe foreign-owned companies will come and invest here.
We have some of that going on
start facilities here, but it was happening before this. Okay,
yeah, it was.
And maybe Trump thinks that by doing this he'll accelerate it. I have my doubts. If anything, I think he's going to retard it.
Yeah. I mean, the U.S. is moving back to onshoring, whether it be Mexico, Canada, and both presidents have put up tariffs, albeit Trump's have been, I mean, insanely chaotic, but both presidents are moving to a.
Well, you do know every country is going to be tariffed now, right?
Oh, it's going to be it's going to be there's retaliatory tariffs, but I mean Biden was tariffing, so it's becoming U.S. policy more so.
Well,
than party
yeah,
politics.
but I think he was sanctioning more than tariffing, right?
Yeah.
No, Biden literally. Trump put up $80 billion in tariffs, I think, in the first, and I think Biden bumped it to $130 billion in tariffs. So both are moving towards protectionism because of, and by the way, even without us, like Argentina is tariffing Chinese steel. The Indians are, because the Chinese are dumping right now. So some of the tariffs are sensible. To tariff Mexico and Canada is probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard. To tariff the Europeans, other than selectively because they do shit on us for certain things. It's just dumb. This is just, there's no thought behind anything he's doing. And I'm not, I understand some of it and what, why, but some of it is so fucking ridiculous that it's insane. I mean, you can't even account for it. I mean, we'll take a car, for example, just take a car. We'll build part of it here, send it to Canada. They'll work on part of it, send it back. We send stuff back and forth. How are you going to account for that?
Yeah, no shit, right?
It's fucking craziness. So
being a green certified builder with the National Association of Home Builders, doing like LEED buildings and certified green residential buildings, there's really not much to it until you start looking at shit like marble countertops. How much diesel fuel did it take to get that fucking piece of stone into your kitchen?
Yeah.
You know, we build a good envelope on a house, but like it's the little amenities and stuff that really, you know, drive up that fuel cost, that diesel fuel cost. How much diesel fuel did it cost to build a house? You know, building sustainably with sustainable local products compared to, you know, like engineered flooring and engineered wood products that we can do here. We're still buying all that glue from China.
Yeah.
You know, or
and all the resins,
fuel stuff.
the
So like, and we
resins.
refine our own oil. That's the other thing. Is like if we refined our own oil, we could eliminate this whole OPEC situation where we're not dependent on.
That's the only thing that Trump. That's the only thing that's going to help us. I mean, he's going to get LNG going for the Europeans and get them off Russian oil.
Yeah.
And that LNG business is going to help us a lot.
Yeah.
That's the only policy that I can think that he's talking about that is even sensible, because we're way underutilized on that. People don't like fracking, I get it, but I mean, we could be the biggest natural gas supplier on the planet and actually do well.
We have our own little, our own little, what is it? Slip plate earthquakes.
Well, I mean, I think
from all the fracking,
the natural gas business can really save our butt, because these decisions that are being made now are the fucking dumbest. I mean, harebrained. I mean, that can help us. Like, that can help us, but because this other stuff is just taking us in a bad direction. I want to bring back manufacturing here. I don't want to make shirts in the United States because they sell for $2 a piece.
Right.
I want to make technical, high value chain products. We should make them here anyway for national security reasons.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you want to tariff washing machines, you're fucking up. You're fucking up. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man? So anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
good luck bringing that skilled manufacturing back here.
Well, and you know, that's what the EPA has kind of ran all those companies out of here for. That's why, you know, the Industrial Revolution creates that toxic, you know, whatever it is. Like the Superfund project is huge up here. We've got 3 Superfund projects that have been going on since the 80s that will probably never end because of all the the smelting from the silver ore. And, you know, literally the mountains up here had no trees on them when I was growing up. We've planted over 2 billion trees up in this area since the 80s and gotten rid of all the contaminated tops.
We're doing it better. We're doing it better now, Uncle Fatty. Like,
and there is. It's cleaner.
We're doing better with it. It's cleaner. And, you know, my grandfather, when he came from West Virginia, he worked at Bethlehem Steel. And he said they used to blast, they did ship repair and they made steel, but the ships would come in and they would just blow off the whole side of the ship, which was lead paint, okay, right into the Chesapeake Bay. And he said they did it for years, okay, and right into the bay. I mean, he said there's probably 20 foot of lead paint at the bottom of the area where they did it, right? And
explains a lot.
So, well, the truth is like they just didn't see things,
right?
You know, it wasn't like, oh, this all is one thing. It's just the Earth, you know, like they didn't really, you know, that's what's the big deal about that Earth picture from 1968 when you can see just the planet. That kind of started the Earth, or the Green Revolution, so to speak. And but sadly, they just didn't register. And the other thing is, you had the Germans blowing up entire oil tankers, like Valdez, every single day, sending oil over to Europe, right? Blowing them up in the middle of the ocean. Like it was just, they weren't thinking about the environment. I don't think they were bad people. It just didn't register that this is an issue. You know? So,
right.
But I think we can manufacture better and cleaner than most countries now. I think we can. So,
and mining as well in general. Like we need to really be focused on the rare earths, and the gold and silver is huge, and we're just not producing what we need.
Yeah.
And there is clean ways to do it, you know.
There is. Yeah. I mean, it's
we were doing phyto remediation up here a few years ago. We planted like two and a half, 3.5 acres of these European ferns on top of these tailing piles. Came in the next year and harvested them, burnt them down, and got all the minerals out of the ferns.
Yeah, we're in the manufacturing. The reason it left is the reason it's not going to come back, at least easily. The skilled manufacturing, especially.
And the infrastructure.
And, you know, we sold our soul. We sold our soul for cheaper things to be competitive. And, you know, people don't wait anymore to buy things. They don't, you know, save to get them. And they don't make it last, and so they want it now, and they want it fast, and they want it quick, and so they're getting all those things, and you know, they're going to just reload rather than have something that lasts. And we have to educate those people. We have to build the factories. We have to then be willing to take the hit, because it costs more money to do it here than to do it there. It always will. So, you know,
and if you look at Tom, and you're absolutely right. And if you look at the industry, like everybody's like, housing's more, this is more, that's more. Here's what's not more: consumer electronics, right? How much? I mean, you can get a 40-inch TV now for $200, right?
Yeah.
And it's better than the one from 10 years ago. So, you know, there's deflation in a lot of the products we don't really account for.
No, and when we bring that back here, we are by almost. I'm not saying for sure we're going to get inflation, but I'm not saying for sure if you throw a match on that haystack, you're going to set it on fire. But you probably are.
Without regulation, yeah. But I'm not one for big government, but regulation is what keeps this shit in check. And when we get rid of all the regulation and let the freaking corporations run amok, I mean, you end up with an oligarchical system. It's the eventual outcome of every capitalist society is oligarchical fascism.
This is actually a planning. I mean, you could say Reagan started this thing with, you know, let's do international business.
Voodoo economics?
No, it's not internal. It's, hey, we're going to open up China. We're going to, like, the Japanese trade kind of started it, right? Like,
yes.
Like, you know, I mean, like, we had to in a way because, you know, after World War II, we were the only manufacturer. We were 60% market share of the world. 60% of the shit was made here because there were no other competing factories. But once Japan rebuilt, Germany rebuilt, you know, China was coming online, they were building, and then we kind of got in bed with them. Like, this was bound to happen. What we did that was really stupid was think they were going to become a democracy, okay? And we gave them critical, high-value iPhones. I mean, we literally made them into a better producer than us.
Yeah.
And they also stole a tremendous amount of our know-how technology. Like, we've made this problem ourselves.
Yeah,
we had everything.
We sold our soul for cheaper stuff. And especially the auto industry, you know, oh, wow, the Japanese are coming in here with cheaper, better things instead of kind of looking at ourselves and saying, yeah, we are building some kind of crappy stuff. Let's build better. Maybe people will pay more for it if it does last better. Because at that time, BMW and Mercedes and the like did have a cachet that was like, this is a really good car. Ours had lost that. And so we started sending things overseas. Rust Belt happens. Now, can we hire people back to make these cars and still have the quality of life they had before? Nope. Well, then we might as well ship it overseas. And now we are at the mercy of all that. And bringing it back is going to be difficult to impossible. Our only chance is to do skilled manufacturing, which does require smart people and educated people. Frankly, we have a little bit of a door there because, as we all know, some of the outsourced overseas chips and manufacturing, they don't do such a good job of, keeping a clean environment in the chip manufacturing so there doesn't get dust in the fan system and all that other stuff. We have a slight window, but they're still doing it so much cheaper than we are that we got to be able to say, this is better, I will pay more. If it's commodity producting and you pay more, we're going to lose.
I agree. And national security stuff we have to bring here. If we don't, like, you got to have steel to make bullets, and we've unfortunately allowed that all to go to everywhere. Our supply, like, for example, drill bits and taps and dies. A tap is a threading item. A die is to thread, right? To create threads on something. Machine tools to fix a tank, right? You got to have machine tools. They're made in China. They're not. They're made in Germany, and I think there's 1 or 2 U.S. manufacturers. But when you have a conflict, if you don't have taps and dies and know how to run a metal lathe and know anything about nuts and bolts and threading, and if you don't have that stuff, you're fucking screwed. Yeah. So,
dude, my mom's side of the family, my grandfather was the plant manager for a company called Nicholson File. I don't think it's even in business anymore. They made files, big machine files, back when you needed that, whether you had a farm, whether you had a business, whether, you filed something by hand. Okay.
I know Nicholson Falls. I know them.
Yeah, there's a big one up in Providence, Rhode Island, and Anderson, Indiana, and he traveled all over the world, like telling people, here's how to do this and do that. My uncle worked for Delco Remy, which became AC Delco Guide Lamp, basically is what it was called. They made lights for cars.
Like Westinghouse. Yeah.
This dude had a 6-figure job working at a factory at a certain point after he'd been there a long time, 30 years, whatever. And he was a supervisor and stuff. We don't have that. It's gone. Goodbye.
Yes.
Never coming back.
Yes, Chris Reed. Go ahead, Tom. Sorry. That's correct, Chris Reed. Go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
Yeah, Chris Reed is verb tense is all I'm going to say about that.
We had a lot of those from Starrett.
Those things, they were skilled labor, that, believe it or not. They were, things that if you don't do every single thing exactly right, it's not like building a metal part that as long as all the parameters are met, you're done. Electric parts, and welds and connectors and things of that nature. And at a certain point, we said, you know what? We can get these built for a quarter of the cost by sending it to a place where the standard of living is so low. They'll do it for a quarter, and this guy wants $5. And goodbye. And that ain't coming back. It's never coming back. Ever as long.
Well, I think offshoring, like I said, the low end, low production value stuff gives us an advantage. Like if we have all the other countries
you're right about
making
shirts.
and dumb
right
shit.
about that.
Like if I'm selling computers and you're selling shirts, over time I'm going to do better.
Yeah.
But when you give them iPhones and when you give them other advanced systems, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, all the best machinists are probably in China right now, right? And my buddy works for Northrop Grumman. He's building satellites, and he does a lot of the machine inspection, parts inspection. We're talking about 40 thousandths of an inch. Yeah. We're talking about very tight tolerances. He's like, he's trying to train people because he wants to work less. He's like, these people are too dumb to even know how to, they can't do anything. I'm dealing with idiots all day.
Straight up.
And that's a major problem for our country. So, that's what won World War II. Machinists, people making things. So we got to do something.
Rosie the Riveter.
Well, the current policy is dumb, but we do have to do something. But he's doing it wrong for sure.
Our options are limited, but the good thing about limited options is that the options are clear. We have to get involved in high volume products that require technical skill. And we have to, normally that means electronics and computers. So there's probably other things. We do not want to get in a fight building TVs. That's like Ryan says, that fight's over with. We lost that one. And so there are some things that we can do because we do have a number of companies, at least Apple and HP and that do still manufacture computers. And computers are also an advancing technology. Television technology, unless you're talking about cooling it or an even greater resolution, which, by the way, if anybody buys a 4K TV, that's just you saying, I have a lot of money. The difference to your eye, the human eye, between 4K and, top of the line HD is so minimal. It's not even funny. But so, yeah, if we want to do that, we can do that. I just think we got to really look at, is the juice worth the squeeze? Because that's going to require a lot of retooling, refactoring, education. That's another problem, man. The skilled laborers actually have to know things. They're not just dolts. They have to actually know what they're doing. And I don't know that we're educating people that way anymore. But anyway, enough of that. It gives me tired head just thinking about it, because this has been the case for 25 years.
A patriotic education won't help with that?
Yeah. Well, as long as it's ideologically based.
Whose God is going to run that?
I'm sorry?
Who is God is going to be in charge of all this again?
Well, the God.
Yeah.
Look at us being all blasphemous up here.
Hey,
I'm not being inclusive.
Is it wrong for me to pray to all 4,200 gods just to cover all bases?
It just depends on how you feel about spaghetti.
Hey.
Well, that depends. What happens if you have to pray? What happens if you have to pray to the good and the evil God at the exact same time? I mean, won't those two gods cancel each other out?
I mean, good and evil is all a matter of perspective. So, it's.
They don't cancel each other out. They just agree to disagree.
Well, or kill each other. Yeah. We could start sacrificing virgins again. Maybe that'll help.
If we can find any.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
OnlyFans helped us out there.
Yeah.
Now, if we could get OnlyFans to be never mind.
Instant gratification. That was one of George Carlin's last bits that he did, was about the disposable nation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything we do is throw it away and get new.
Well, the thing, it's a circular thing because of the tariffs. If imports, or even the parts for imports, are going to be more, that means less new car sales. That means more used car sales, but used cars need parts for repair, which will then also cost more. It's a
well, my comment or my argument, real quick, to cut in real quick, Tom, is a little bit emotional, so it can be ignored. But I say F it, burn it to the ground, because growing up in North Carolina when I was a kid, I saw, when NAFTA went into effect, I saw the damage that it did to that state. My former pastor's wife working at a sewing plant, that plant in my hometown closing down and going to Mexico. And then friends of mine, their older brothers and sisters, moving to the western part of the state, working at furniture factories in Thomasville and in High Point, losing their jobs because those furniture plants shut down and went to Mexico. And then when I got married, my wife at the time, I saw the flip side of it, where she was working from 7 o'clock in the morning till damn near 7 o'clock at night at the factories in Mexico, earning bullshit wages. So I understand that things will go up here. I understand that also equals low sales, because now it's anti-competitive in other places, which means that those factories also get hit, I don't care. Maybe the businesses should have thought about that when they lobbied for what they lobbied for circa 1992.
Yeah, right. You can see that.
The businesses will be okay, Juan, but the business owners will be okay because a lot of the stuff we need, they'll sell less. The workers will be impacted unless we tighten up the labor supply. If we tighten up the labor supply, workers can demand more, CEOs can demand less, right? You got to tighten up the damn labor supply. I mean, we like Uncle Fatty, you're saying we don't have enough people to do stuff. Well, you got to pay people more. If you pay people more, you'll get them to do the work. We just saw it happen in 2021. Wages went up because we need workers. And I mean, I do business with a lot of companies, and they all would say, I don't have guys to do this stuff. Oh, really? Pay more.
So basically,
hey,
what you're describing is prices are going to go up. Okay. If everything gets passed through to the consumer, bringing the industries back, paying the workers more just means prices go up more.
Yes, that's right.
And in my opinion, Trump saying that, oh, well, there's going to be some short-term pain. I'm not sure he's being as forthcoming as he could be.
Well, and I take it back to education though too. I've been running ad for $25 an hour for starting wage to get guys to just come and read a tape and cut wood. I will train you to become a cut guy for $25 an hour. It's $1,000 a week. Right?
Why don't you do an experiment? Put it in the paper next week for 40. Don't hire anybody. See how many calls you get. Uncle Petty, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Put it in the paper for 40.
I've done that.
2 weeks. Run it. Run it for 50. The thing is, every single person I do business with says I can't get guys. I can't get truckers. Right? I can't get trucks.
Oh yeah.
Oh really? Double the price. You'll have them beating the door down. Other companies won't get them. But
some of us to say it like this, though, we're going to get turned down because in the eyes of certain people, we're not qualified. I remember fresh out of law school, I lost my second job because that attorney, Lord have mercy, what happened to him, I won't get into. But the thing was, I lost that job. And I remember it got so bad, I got so down and out that I started applying for work in the watermelon patches in Wisconsin. Because what they would do, since I live in South Texas, they would come down and try to hire as many people to do migrant work. And then if that didn't work, they would go into Mexico to hire people on H-2As, the agriculture visas, to come up. And I remember I applied and they gave me the eye test and they said, look, we can see, you can't see shit. Like, we know what your education is. If you get bit by a snake in those fields, you'll sue us.
Right.
And they were right. That's the part that sucked. But I'm like, dude, I got to eat.
No doubt.
But they went
credentialism is something that's destroying this country too.
They increased their labor pool, right? So they went, we can get more labor. I mean, the thing is, they've been hammering labor, and there'll be more collective bargaining. You can demand more. I mean, we could demand more back in the 50s and 60s. It wasn't government doing that shit. It was collective bargaining. It was limited labor supply. Businesses we just saw it in 2021. Wages started going up because we need workers. The economy was cooking. We needed workers, right? So, then they start making more money. Prices do go up, but over time, you can continue to demand more as a labor person. They've been flooding the zone with labor, whether it's coming across the border or offshoring it. All they've done is expand the labor supply when they offshore or bring people in. And that's why these fuckers are making 400 times more.
Yeah.
The only two ways to do it in economics, you limit the supply of an item or the government can do it. Right. If the government does it, we're going to raise minimum wage. All the other wages just go up above them and they're back at the bottom again.
Okay, and then reality sets in. Where do these foreign companies, foreign car manufacturers, where do they go to open up their factories?
Well, Ford, the moment Biden came into office, about a month after.
Hold on, before we get away from my point. Ryan, where do they go? They go to right to work states that unions, that shit does not work in places like Georgia and Alabama.
Actually, Stanley, it's my turn to correct you. It's not right to work. It's at will employment.
It's the same thing. Come on, stop, man.
No,
All I'm
saying
union dues
is that what happened in Alabama at the Amazon plant. I can't remember. Did they even get a union? I don't even remember now.
No, they lost by 3 votes.
They didn't.
Yeah,
unionize.
the South, and once again, I've lived a long life. I worked at a Home Depot import distribution center where they tried to unionize, and I tell you what, it is hard to work there when you're a manager because human resources, basically your operation gets run by human resources. Home Depot did everything in its power to discourage that union, and it failed. So your collective bargaining stuff, I don't see that happening. That's why they bring all their manufacturing processes to the South.
And that's what I was going to say.
That's actually the difference between right to work and at will employment. Because right to work is what gives people the right to not pay union dues and not be part of a union while also still working there.
Yeah,
the thing is,
all I'm saying is the South is about as
anti-union as they get,
collective bargaining as they get.
Yeah, Orthodox guys, right? A lot of people the mistake the meanings of right to work.
Oh, I have no doubt that he's right. I'm not an expert in that.
At will is what most people think right to work is.
Well, yeah, at will means they don't have to keep you.
They don't have to keep you, and you don't have to stay.
You don't have to stay. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you don't have to stay. It's on both parties.
Yeah.
So Stanley, answer your question. Work through that. I'm General
Well,
Motors.
no, what you're saying is that the natural progression is, hey, we need higher wages, so we're going to do collective bargaining to demand higher wages.
You'll get higher wages if you limit labor.
That's what I'm sorry.
If you limit the supply of labor, it will go up. Prices will go up if you limit the prices for workers.
How do you limit labor?
You limit labor by limiting immigration and not offshoring. There's less workers. Those workers can get more money. The companies will have to pay them or their business shuts down.
Well, that's not going to.
CEOs aren't going to take a break in their bottom line. They're going to.
Hold on.
Well, I can tell you right now.
There's no choices.
If you
don't have workers, you go out of business.
If you actually think that DeWine or the DeWines of the world aren't going to bring in Haitians to avoid.
That's why you have to limit immigration.
Okay, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I was going to say, and this is on the Republican side, Ryan. There are already lobbyists saying that there's not enough people because of the incoming plants that are supposedly going to hit the United States. Rolls-Royce is going to be in Alabama, supposedly. Stanley, I think there's a plant that's going to be in your neck of the woods as well. They're saying, but the thing is they're already saying we're going to have a labor shortage. We need to increase the number of H-1Bs, and we need to make H-2Bs unlimited. That's already happening right now. So no, you're not going to limit the supply of labor. It's a good idea on paper, but in practice, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I meant about the dose of reality.
It's worked historically. It's worked in every instance. If you limit anything, the price goes up. If you limit, that's why gold's worth money. It's supply and demand.
Hold on.
You're not going to get that.
That may work here and there, but it's not going to be. Labor is not going to come back. Labor is not going to come to swoop in, and we see a resurgence of the UAW. They're not going back to their heyday.
You gotta understand. There's not the political will to limit immigration in the U.S. The rich benefactors on both sides benefit too much from it to allow it to be done, and that in of itself is the problem. Because
so,
the Republicans could have fixed the immigration problem if they wanted to, all along. They keep it along because it's political expedience, and it allows them to have something to run on.
Well, not only that, but the other thing
wages
is
will
when you
never
look,
go up. Then
well, when you look at collective bargaining,
That's why Juan's right about just burning it to the fucking ground. That's
well,
the
when
only
you look
option.
when you look at collective bargaining agreements, what happens is the companies naturally are going to go where the price of labor is going to be cheaper. I mean, that's why a lot of these factories, in order to avoid like the UAW and everything else, the CTW, the communications workers unions, things like that, they're moving to southern states. And then you look at companies like Home Depot. I used to work at the Home Depot. When they tried to unionize here in South Texas, it was hilarious. You had everybody from Atlanta come all the way down here to figure out what was going on in our district. And when they heard our complaints, number one, what they did was they gave everybody $500 bonuses, tax-free. Number two, they gave us $2 raises. Number three, they fired everybody in human resources and replaced everybody. But
The threat of unionization is enough.
So
if that doesn't work,
continue to play that out economically. So
well, let me finish.
We're going to work through it together.
Let me finish though. Let me finish. What if that doesn't work? What they'll do is they'll go further south, and that was where I was getting at with Stanley to complement what he was saying. Ford did just that when Biden came into office, regardless of president. But I'm just saying what happened with Ford was they said, look, there was a change in the business environment. We're moving, and they shut down that plant in Ohio, and they moved to San Luis Potosí with a quickness. And Trump, he's been in office for over 70 days. That plant in San Luis Potosí, about 7 hours south of me, it's still going full force right now. They're not going to close that plant down.
Where was that at?
Well, we offshored the plant. We offshored it.
Yeah, they moved it.
You can't do that. I mean, you're introducing even more labor to the metrics. So, but let's take a plant somewhere in. Let's take Michigan. They moved to a right to work state or whatever you want to call it, like Georgia, right? No unions, nothing. They move there. They're more competitive. They sell more. Then other manufacturers move to. Eventually, there's no auto workers left in Georgia that can do the job. Limiting the labor, the prices then go up. Oh, we have no machinists. We got to pay more. I mean, this literally, we just saw this happen in 2021. And in every
Georgians
situation,
will also unionize. That's the thing. People think that the biggest issue is that the South just hates unions. No, they hate the bullshit that comes with unions.
I know, but that's not
they
my
hate
point.
the dues and everything
is,
else. It's the threat of unionization is all you need, because corporations will go out of their way to create a good working environment if you will not create unions. As long as that threat is on the table, look at certain companies out there that are huge that don't have union. And I know Walmart's not a good example, but there are, I can't mention them because I've worked for them, but there are good examples in manufacturing and warehousing for great corporations that pay $20 to $25 an hour for entry level in these states like Georgia, because they're just afraid that you'll create a union.
Okay, let me contradict you. I literally, now this is maybe 20 years ago now. Actually more than 20, it's probably more like 30 years ago now. So things might have changed. It's been quite some time. But the time I went through a union threat, the company might, and this was Home Depot, not a small company. And Home Depot was famous for a good working environment.
Yes, they were.
All I'm saying is that they weren't rolling over or making many concessions. There were some concessions, but pay wasn't one of them. You know what? I take that back. There was a pay bump.
Yeah, so the threat of unionization works. The problem is the people who run unions, they work with already established unions, and those already established unions are greedy hellholes that would rather see the business crumble than not make their bottom dollar.
But the point is the union didn't come in. There was no collective bargaining. There was a union threat. There's a difference.
Exactly.
Okay,
there
was no contract saying you're going to get a pay bump every X number of years, and there was nothing like that. It was a one-time pay bump to kill the union scare, and then that was it.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Whenever it's needed, it will be brought back again. Like that. That's what happens with the union scare.
You don't think crying wolf is a problem?
Well, see, eventually, what will happen is they will become unionized because the company will be like, oh, they're just crying wolf, and we can get less and less. Like when the union is necessary, I believe the workers will establish a union. But if it's not necessary, and they can get what they want, like a pay increase or better benefits or more time off or less working hours or a better working environment, it's better to not be unionized as long as the company's like, hey, we don't want a union to exist. What do we need to do? Because I've worked for companies that do that, and they have entire departments dedicated to going around seeing what the market rate is for their labor, seeing what the cost of medical care is, and they offer benefits above and beyond. Some companies I work for offered a legal benefit where where you pay into your benefits and you have a lawyer on retainer.
About that. That's actually a trap. But Orthodox guy, the reason why it's not that prevalent in the South is because a lot of the reasons that we wanted unions in the South historically have already been resolved. You know, in the South, especially in Harlan County, Kentucky, right near the Kentucky-West Virginia line, you had, kids working in the coal mines. That's already codified in the law. You can't do that. There's already a bottom floor when it comes to wages. That's been codified. So a lot of the stuff that we need down here in the South, at least, we already have that. Why the hell do we need a union?
It's fixed. Yeah, like you're not going to get fired for going off the line to go take a piss. Type deal.
Well,
like you have all right.
You don't even look. You don't even. All you have to do is limit the labor supply and continue to squeeze it down. Uncle Fatty is going to put an ad in the paper for $50, and I bet within a month he gets a lot of people calling him.
Well,
and he's not going to hire. He's not going to hire any of them because it's he doesn't want to go out of business. But when you increase the wages at some point, you'll attract everybody to your company. Listen, I will go work in a fucking chicken factory for $600,000 a year. Everyone will. The point is, Walmart bumped wages in 2021 voluntarily because they were like, we need people to run these fucking stores. You got to have humans. So if you limit workers, and look, wages haven't moved up since the early 70s for working people. They have not, okay? There's a few factors involved. Corporate greed, blah, blah, blah. But if you limit the workers and squeeze the workers down these companies stop running without workers. They literally don't open the fucking doors, right? So that's the whole thing is we've just flooded the zone with labor offshore and onshore within the country. And I mean, it's economics, it's supply and demand. If you limit supply, price goes up. You limit labor supply, the price of labor that you pay for labor goes up. Simple business.
Ryan's going to get that job making $600,000 a year at the chicken plant, and it's already bad. They already have a company that's offering loans on food. So knowing my luck, I'll end up having to take out 72-month financing to get chicken.
I think when something like
that. Would you work there for $600,000? Would you work there, Orthodox guy, for $600,000? Yeah,
right. Anyone would, but that's not going to happen.
But you understand the point. The point is,
no, I agree with you. I agree with you on your point. The problem is, let's you talk about national security, right? The problem is if you squeeze labor and you have a labor shortage, and you do go off to war, who's going to work? How are you going to mitigate your war need versus corporate profits? And that's going to be the issue.
You hire the opposite sex, and you also bring in more foreign work. You have to bet the hell out of them if we're at war, especially. But that's how that worked in World War II.
But then you end up in the same situation that we're in now because of what happened in World War II.
I would have to disagree. Historically, that didn't happen. Actually, historically, the complete reverse happened.
Historically, it did happen. That's why we're dealing with it now.
Okay.
Like our current economic situation is a direct result of World War II, of what we did economically of World War II, and globalization. And globalization happened because of America and the Cold War, and like it's all synergistic. It all plays in together with each other.
This is what Charles Darwin is saying. These companies are going in and automating where they can to avoid that situation, Ryan.
They're attempting to, yes.
I think they're going to be successful.
But you can't mechanize everything. I mean, you can't. You can't mechanize everything. But yeah, companies are going to try to go around it, right? But like in the Baltimore ports, the union has said, listen, we don't want any, because they're now trying to robotics these ports. The unions can stand up against that and say, listen, we don't want that. So if you make it all that way, we're going to strike.
Yeah, I remember that. But you do realize, now I don't know exactly why, you may know better than I do. That was only half the country. What about the rest of the country?
What do you mean?
It was only from Texas over to the East Coast?
Yeah, not even Texas. It was more like Louisiana all the way up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, California didn't.
And my point is that they put it off for now. It's gonna happen at some point.
Yeah, I figure it will. But hopefully, the union look, my argument really isn't about unionization. It's about labor supply versus labor demand, right? It's not really like unions are great, blah, blah, blah. They're also greedy and they suck, but it's about limiting the labor supply, and that will drive out the price. And that's my whole thing. They just flooded the zone with labor and insanely, like Steve Bannon. But
they're not going to stop. What did he say he was going to flood the zone with? Let's hope it's not. He didn't say workers.
I don't even know. But
his direct quote is that the truth is golden, and you flood everything with shit and peanuts, and you never know what you're picking through until you pick up a bunch of peanuts that ain't shit.
Ryan, the other thing you can do in that instance is, rather than limit the supply of labor, is create a boom for jobs, which if, we get into certain areas of technology, it's theoretically possible, but nobody ever looks at that example because...
Well, that's growth, right?
It's growth.
It's nice that you mention it, because my argument against that, it's not really against that, but my argument for why that doesn't work is America does not have the educated populace to create that boom.
That's what I was saying earlier, is we don't have those skilled laborers. We don't have those. We have laborers.
And the corporations don't have an incentive to invest in education for their employees. And anytime the government tries, it gets shut down.
Well, into
Ryan's let me go ahead and twist a political knife right quick. That our laborers all vote for Trump.
Well, and Ryan's point that we need to bring all of our computer manufacturing back here for national security and other reasons, that would create a growth, a from the ground up growth, pretty much. But again, that's painful, that's hard, and it's, to me, somewhat unlikely, because I don't see our corporations or the man wanting to sacrifice profits for long-term benefit. They never have.
Well, it's short-term benefit. Corporations operate on short-term benefit.
Yeah.
Corporations are not going. Their job is to make money for their shareholders. It has to come by legislation. Everyone's expecting corporations to let's just be nice. Their job is to make money. It's a government's job to bring them fuckers in and hammer them.
That is the job of a corporation, Ryan, but corporations also used to factor in their long-term feasibility more than they do now. In other words, they would do things, and now it has become, I would rather spend $1 to make 2 than spend $2 to make 10, as long as I can get it right away.
The Dodge brothers versus the Ford company, didn't that cause a lot of that? Weren't corporations supposed to exist only if it was a public good? And then we wound up the years later having Citizen United.
No, you had the Citizens United and the Dodge brothers lawsuit are two totally different.
Yeah, I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were the same thing.
The Dodge brothers versus Ford was Ford wanted to invest the dividends into expansion, and the Dodge brothers were like, "F that,
no.
pay me, F you,
Yeah.
pay me now."
Your
Your
only
job is to
benefit as
benefit.
a corporation is to make us money. That's what that came from. And then years later, through lobbying, we got Citizens United.
No, Citizens United is totally different. Citizens United is basically I can use my dollars.
Gave corporations personhood.
No, corporations, for starters,
Corporations had
Orthodox were
had
persons.
personhood in 1860.
Yeah, they had personhood ever since 1926. It's an old case called the International Shoe Company case. All the Citizens United said was, you can use your money as free speech. That's all it is. My dollar is my mouthpiece, so to speak. That's all that was. Totally different cases, totally different legal issues.
Okay, because typically whenever people talk about Citizens United, they say that that's what gave corporations personhood.
Nope.
So what was the case that gave...
Corporations were persons a long time ago.
Well, what was the legal case that gave corporations personhood, if you know it?
International Shoe Company.
Okay, because that is something that needs to be looked at, because corporations are not people.
Corporations are taxed like people, and that's the argument. If we tax them like a human,
if you tax them like people, then they're
you
people.
gotta
Exactly.
give them rights.
Ryan's absolutely right.
Well,
and that's the greedy ass government doing that shit.
Yeah,
it's being able to dump all the money in and write your own legislation.
Here's the other thing: corporations don't die like people.
Right.
They don't have a finite lifespan like people.
And now we've got a conglomerate. Where if you cut one head off, you're just going to end up with 12 more taking over for it.
People have certain obligations and certain behaviors based on the fact that we know we're not going to be here forever. Corporations have actually told people, it's in written court documents, I will bleed you to death because I will be here in 50 years and you will not. And that's the
Tom,
issue.
you remember those Major League Baseball lawsuits too then?
Yeah, I also remember the intermittent windshield wiper and the man who invented it. And they flat out told him, yeah, we're stealing from you, but guess what? We will break you, we will bankrupt you, and we will have a party on your grave.
And they did. They raided him. They picked him apart like buzzards.
That institutional point, because I mean, corporations are more institutions than people. That never. I'm not familiar with Citizens United or any of the other cases. No one ever made that argument that they don't die like people.
Well, not only do they, you and I have a vested interest to get along with the neighbor that lives next door, to avoid strife, to create harmony. Corporation doesn't have that. They don't have to be like
stealing these arguments, by the way, Tom. I'm writing them down. I'm stealing these arguments.
Yeah. I'm surprised that nobody, like during the actual Supreme Court, session, that no one said, well, sure, Justice Roberts, they get taxed like people, but they don't die like people. The two things that are certain, death and taxes. Well, death isn't certain.
If they're taxed like people, they get a say. Like, in other words, if you're going to tax them, they get a say in their taxation, right? So it's the taxation without representation. You can't just, you see that's the argument is, if you're going to tax this thing, it should get a say.
They belong in government.
No. What you do is
I want you to know. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat because we all know my political leanings.
I don't know.
Because that's a particular. If you tax a corporation, they have a say in government, right?
If you tax the human, So the thing is, the best way to resolve
America truly is a fascist nation. Then
it's not a fascist nation. The best way to resolve it. The best way to resolve it is increase personal income taxes, because CEOs have to pay themselves personally to get to buy a house. The company can't do it. The person does it. You raise personal income taxes and get rid of the fucking corporate taxes altogether. The corporate taxes, the consumers pay. Consumers pay that shit. It's a fucking tariff, is all it is.
Maybe we should look at the European tax code, because it's my belief. I don't know if
hell
it's
no.
or not.
Seen that? Have you seen how Hispanics tax their consumers? Oh hell no.
The thing about it is, like, aren't the corporate tax completely paid to the corporations over there, or what? Like, isn't it not okay for them
they
to
lose money? They lose money. They don't raise
They
their
lose a
prices.
lot of
They
money
just
over
lose
there.
money. Dude, corporate taxes are paid by the fucking consumer. When you buy a bar of soap, Walmart doesn't lose money. They're passing it on to you. It's a sneaky tax. The government does it because they're full of shit. And it's a way to bleed the poor and rich of money and pretend it's quote unquote corporate blah, blah, blah. It's consumers pay it. Walmart doesn't fucking lose money.
Or they don't pay it.
If they double contractors tax today, Uncle Fatty, you think he's going to lose next year, or is he going to raise his prices?
Yeah, but when you raise
He's passing
prices,
the one.
when you raise prices, typically sales go down.
They don't go down if every contractor in the country, they're raising taxes on contractors, they raise corporate taxes on everybody. It affects everybody. And then all the contractors would double prices.
It affects them, but not everything remains constant.
No, the CPI would go up at that point.
Yeah, and if you raise prices, sales typically in most industries, the volume, rate of sales go down. That affects income. If you want to be a person, you're going to get taxed like a person. And it's going to hurt.
Tom,
the object of a corporation is what? One thing only: to make money. The object of a human is far different than that.
The only way to the other thing is, people talk about Elon Musk and shit, right? Elon Musk loves that there's a corporation. If you made him just pay personal income taxes on his money, he would get screwed 11 times more. Increase it from 37%, which is low, to 60%. He would be getting it. Would.
I'm not a communist, so I don't want to just screw over the rich.
Well,
but their fair share.
But to be fair, the time of the greatest economic prosperity in this country was when the top 1% over a certain level, not across the board, but Brian is correct, over a certain level. In 1963, the tax bracket for the very super wealthy rich, once they reached over, I think we had 27 different tax levels at that time. The very highest level was 94%.
Yeah.
And
that was over 5 million, I think.
When you got just ridiculously filthy rich, you were taxed very heavily. Now it was a graduated scale. But at that time, those personal income taxes were structured that way. Now we have, what, Brian, 5 levels? And it only goes up to 34% or something of that nature? I can't remember.
It's no taxes. It's 10, 12, 22, 24, 34, 37 is the top on over 600,000. That's it. So if you're making $1 million, 400,000 of that is at 37%. Or if you're making $100 million, 100 million and 400,000 is at 37%. Everything below that is the different rates.
Can I make a quick? This is your company, right, Uncle Fatty?
This is the golf club that I'm building at. It's with Discovery Land Group. Discovery Land is the developer, and they've got probably about 30 of these private golf clubs that are also beach clubs in Malibu. They own the Yellowstone Club up in Montana. That's a private ski resort. This got the golf course right there at the bottom of the ski resort. But the upper 1%, they don't give a shit what it costs.
Yeah, I was about to say, I as a black person want to live in Idaho now.
It's pretty dope, dude. I'm telling you, it's pretty nice up here.
I don't care if there's no black culture there. I want to live here.
There is, Spokane's
No, I'm
definitely
just kidding.
away, but
get yourself a pair of chinos.
Yeah.
Some Nautica shirts and fucking move out.
Wait, hold it. I own 2 pairs of topsiders, son.
You know how much steel goes into building this place right here?
I bet you do.
Oh, shit, yeah.
I could see Stanley on topsiders for sure.
Dude,
Probably
I have worn topsiders since I was a teenager.
Probably with no socks too, right, Stanley? Probably no socks.
For a time.
I'm sure.
Those socks, when you're on the water, those socks get wet.
Look, I'm poor, so I just get hey dudes, all right?
Yeah, they're $30 a pair.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Uncle Fatty.
Oh, no, when it says upon request, that it's probably too expensive for you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. There's a lot of these buy-ins. Like you can buy into a place like this, I think, right? I saw that. Like you can buy into like a ranch out
Well,
west.
Kimmy, what a wonderful comment. This
you
is a
say?
manly man conversation. It's
Ooh.
making me smile. This is what men should sound like to women. Oh man, I don't think I've heard a better compliment. I don't think I've heard that kind of compliment in years. Damn.
Oh, so back to what
Thank
Tom
you,
was
Kim.
saying. Tom, I'm not saying I want the rich to skate. What I'm saying is I think corporate tax is hidden, and I think it's easily distorted. And the only way these rich fuckers get that money out of there is they got to pay themselves personally. And those rates go way up, and just the corporate taxes get passed on to the guy buying the bar of soap, the poor guy, the rich guy, everybody. And I mean, so if they got rid of your corporate taxes as a contractor, like your company, because you pay double taxes as a corporate, if you own a corporation, you pay taxes on the corporation, and then when you pay yourself, you pay taxes again, right?
I hear you. Yeah.
If you abolish the corporate tax, the first year, Uncle Fatty's going to make a lot of money, but then competition should drive the price of those services down, and it'll even out eventually, right? It should.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, but there's a whole lot of there's a whole lot of stuff going on there. I mean, smaller companies that don't have the overhead then come in but I agree with you. I'm not saying corporations are evil. I love corporations. I work for big corporations. I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me, at all. I have my biggest objection is this. There are corporations that structured their earnings so that they pay no taxes. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. That's the system that's set up. And therefore, why shouldn't they do that? It's in their best interest. But, if you're a company that makes $7 or $8 billion and you don't pay a drop in taxes, we need to change the system. My biggest objection is that same company then gets $250, $500 million in grant money or government actual cash in their pocket. That's what I have a problem with.
I don't like any subsidies either. I don't like people are complaining about Elon Musk, and most of the subsidies that were created, he's just taking advantage of them. EV bullshit, right? I mean, he's just his accountants have a fiduciary duty to do that. If they don't do it, they lose their accounting license. That's their job.
Right.
So
hey, let me take a quick second here because I really never do this enough. Everybody, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you're new, please hit the like button if you're here and you like what you're hearing. And as we know, at least one person likes what she's hearing. And if you would also please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. I occasionally do video essays over there that are often related to topics like this. So anyway, continue, gentlemen.
Well, I think you're talking about
And I have a question. I just came back. I was put on some coffee, and I just heard you say you don't like subsidies. Why is that?
Well, hold on. Listen, I'll answer your question. I'm gonna respond to Tom real quick. So, Tom, the way these corporations do it is at the end of the year when they have a profit, Apple does it. They all do it. Is they'll say, okay, we have to declare 200 million in earnings. Let's say, right? We're gonna have to pay the corporate tax on that 20%. But we also need new vehicles, and we also need. So what they do is they delay the taxes. They buy the vehicles, they buy this and that, but then the company's using them. So theoretically, the asset value of the company grows, and the company gets bigger.
Yeah, and the taxable income amount is decreased.
Well, but here's what happens.
They've made an investment, so they get to. I get it.
They're just reinvesting, right? So the thing is then the company is even bigger and then is paying more taxes in the future. But some companies just year after year, they don't want to pay. So they just reinvest, right?
Yeah, like General Electric. And there's some that are good at it and by more power to them. more power to them. I mean, but we
that's
just don't
why
want to subsidize that, you know.
No, I don't want to subsidize any of this shit. But one thing that, I think they're trying. Congress is trying to move business in one way or another. Like a lot of the Biden stuff was, we want to go green, we'll incentivize it. The tax code is all incentive based. But my thing about the corporate tax that infuriates me is they hide in it. Both parties hide. They're going to raise it, lower it, and all this shit. And I'm like, fuck it. Like you can't get any money out of a company personally for a CEO, anybody, right? It has to come via a paycheck of some sort, either a bonus at the end of the year. The only way to build that house you want, that's $100 million house, is the company's not buying it. You have to buy that, and they have to give you a check. And that tax rate should be really fucking high if it's $100 million. And it's 39%. And the Democrats, I thought, would try to raise it. They want to raise it to 42. That shit needs to be 60 on that top end money. I'm like, you guys are full of shit. Both parties are full of bullshit. Yeah. So, but I don't know. That's just my view. But what were you going to say, Orthodox? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You pretty much answered my questions. It's the misuse of subsidies, why you don't like them. I got it.
Well, they're trying to, look, they want to go green. They're going to create subsidies. One thing that nobody talks about, both parties are trying to stimulate growth in their own things in the economy, right? And the Republicans feel that if they cut taxes on that, the incentives there will create growth, right? Private sector growth. They're trying to grow the private sector. The government feels that, if they raise taxes, then the money comes back to them, and then they're going to grow by utilizing government. It's just, which party do you believe in? Do you believe in the private sector can help the economy or the public sector? But that's all they're trying to do.
I truly think it takes both. I'm going to be honest.
And that's why our system is great. And it just goes back and forth. We've seen tremendous private sector growth when they do cut taxes. We've seen awesome programs come from the government with high taxes.
Well,
and it's a tug of war.
My thing about subsidies is we can't compete, like especially industrial and agricultural subsidies. We need them because we can't compete with the third world. American workers, even if everything else about people not wanting to work and education wasn't an issue, we couldn't compete with the third world. In a capitalistic society like ours, where competition is a huge part, you're expected to compete with virtually slave labor, and you can't do that. You won't ever.
We have a high standard of living. We have a high standard of living. So that's a big issue.
So we need protectionism, and part of protectionism are subsidies. So
subsidies, and also some intelligent, well thought out, well planned tariffs, some immigration that doesn't hammer wages, but both parties are just as, nobody's thinking in 20 or 30 year terms. Which is one exactly of they're thinking like this. It's just like companies think by quarter, because they're going to lose your job if you don't hit your quarterly numbers, right? So China, and they're thinking in 20-30 year increments, because their leadership is going to be there for 20 or 30 years. So, and it's a shortcoming of our system for sure. And also they can turn on a dime, which Trump is trying to do stupidly. But they can go, hey, let's just do this. Boom, it's done. It's authoritarian, right? We can't turn like that. We got a battleship we're trying to turn. Stanley knows how hard that is. So, it turns slow. So, unless you do a lot of executive orders, and then it just fucking zigzags all over the fucking place like a bunch of nut jobs. So, every 4 years. Build a wall, tear it down. Build a wall, tear it down. Seems a little odd. So, anyway. What's this? Get a bonus. So, Mr. Ryan, you don't want the rich to get a bonus. They give bonuses to poor people. I want to rebalance wages in the United States between CEO and the working man by having less workers they'll demand more money. So, and also tax the CEO higher on his personal income taxes. That's what I want to do. Which is very 1960s Democrat. It's very 1960s Democrat of me. So,
do bonuses count as income?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
If they give you a bonus check, a paycheck, the only way Bill Gates built that $100 million house, he had to pay himself personally. He had to take the money out of the corporation. His bonus check then gets taxed at the personal income tax rate, which for him is 39% or 37%, whatever the year, which is peanuts for him. And he should be paying probably 80% on that money because he makes so much. But we're at historical fucking low income taxes right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, ain't neither party trying to up it. Have you seen any legislation? The top rate is on $600,000 for a single person, not 5 million or 10 or 20. None of that shit. What'd you say? 27 different tax rates. Fatty, did you say that? Who said 27 different tax rates? Tom, maybe.
Not
we
me.
got 5. Somebody was saying it. We got 5. So
this is what Herman has to say. Tesla resells their EV tax credits to other car manufacturers to the tune of tens and hundreds of millions.
That's where they made most of their money last year, was selling carbon credits to carbon heavy companies, which is his own cottage industry now. You can buy land in West Virginia and sell it to oil companies, the carbon credits, right? So I think part of the reason the Democrats hate Elon so much is because a lot of the incentives he's taken advantage of, they created. So I think that's why they're like, you betrayed us, you fucker, So I think that's why they hate him. But I'm like, hey, like he's done this on legislation that you've made because of your environmental bullshit, right? I'm not against the environment, by the way. I'm just saying, like, you created the system. He's playing by it. By the way, biggest champion of electric car. He made electric cars cool. Like, there's no bigger environmental guy in the world, right? And now they're like, we hate his guts. So funny. So nobody's laying down in traffic to protest Tesla sales shrinking and people buying gas cars now. Fucking weird, huh?
Well, you can always get yourself a $700,000 mahogany boat and use it twice, maybe 3 times out of the year.
The old Chris Craft, huh? Love it.
Yeah. This is Stancraft up here out of North Idaho, Hayden Lake, Idaho. But yeah, Chris Craft was.
Are they mahogany boats like from the 50s?
Yep. Nope, this is all like brand new.
These
are brand new, one off. Yep.
That's a beautiful boat right there. Gotta love that boat. Inboard motor.
Oh yeah.
And and I guarantee it's
course. Yeah.
Smoothest riding boat imaginable.
Bow thrusters.
I bet it is.
Oh, you betcha.
I bet it's super quiet. It's mahogany, right? So it's just quiet.
It's smooth as hell. And that one was grain matched. We did a full on grain match on that one too, right there.
Did you? So you building these things?
In the wintertime, I used to help build it in the frame shop. So we would do the frames upside down dry build, where typically they would do them.
Were you working there or something?
Yeah, the bunch of my buddies were up there. So like wintertime, it's either plowing snow or working out in the winter. It's fuck the wintertime. So we go into the boat shop and bust out 4 or 5 frames in the wintertime, and it'll take 2 years to build a boat like this. Full trim.
I've always wanted to build a wood boat like that. Like you got to bend the wood. There's a lot to it, right? Like,
yep, no steam.
Awesome.
Yeah, no steam in these ones. The old
no steam bending. How do you bend it?
All dry.
No shit. Yeah. You just bend it. You just shape it. Yep. How do you attach it to the frame?
All screws and glues.
Elmer's
glue.
Shit.
Epoxies and tons of epoxy and glue.
I'm sure you guys.
It's all resin. I'm sure.
The 2 best days for a boat owner, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've owned one before, so yes.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
suck.
plus got another couple grand, bro.
Wow, that's
What's
a
the boat
beautiful
like they
boat.
cost? What's the boat like they cost?
This one, it doesn't say. You can get into a base model for probably 200. The big hammerheads are up into the 600-700s.
That's to buy it. How much does it cost to keep it?
100 grand every 5 years.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous boat. As a kid, I used to sand the bottom of fiberglass hauled sailboats at this boatyard.
Oh yeah.
I would and I would take a belt sander and a orbital sander, and I would sand the paint off the bottom with no respirator.
You bet. You bet.
Right? Just sand it off and then repaint boats. I would do that when I was young.
I like these boats are beautiful. They're just absolutely beautiful. But what's better is a rich friend that owns one.
Exactly.
Well, there's a song about how wood boats, I think it's a country song, but the wood boat is a very quiet boat, man. It's smooth.
Yeah.
It's heavier. So you're not rolling as much,
I used to work for
awesome
a boat company called Hydrodyne. It was an old sort of ski. All the Gemini astronauts had them and stuff, and they had a nice bow rider and other things. But man, it just
Uncle Fatty, you know what I mean by when I say a party boat?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen those pontoon boats? Do they make those? Yeah. Do they make those?
Yeah, they do. We do a couple different packages. Well, there's nothing for sale right now, but yeah, they do a
when you
dual
say
or a triple.
You own this company or something? Or you work? How are you?
No, this is Stancraft. They've been up here. They started in Blackfoot Lake over in Montana, and moved over here in like the kind of mid 40s, early 50s. Basically, got set up over here, and they've been doing basically 2 or 3 boats a year up until about 10 years ago when they bumped up their production facilities, and the old man basically gave the company to his grandkids, and they just went balls to the walls and built out a bunch of infrastructure. I think I think they're doing probably close to 18 boats a year, but it's a 2-year build. You got 60 guys working in 4 or 5 different shops, and it's just a fucking process. Logistics is really where I started getting in, helping these guys with logistics on finding sourcing for the materials, first of all, but then labor. You got to have skilled craftsmen to build shit like this. You're starting guys out at 18, maybe $20 an hour. By the time they're 2 or 3 years into the company, they're, $40 an hour journeyman.
Yeah. It's a great boat. I love the boat from on Golden Pond, right? And it's a beautiful boat.
Yeah.
So but it's an expensive boat, and it's, but they ride real nice.
Yeah, they're all one-off. You sit down with the architect and design what you want, and go over all the amenities and the colors and the.
So that's a cabin cruiser right there, isn't it? Is it got like a cabin, correct? Like a weekender, or maybe like a day, but it's not really a weekender. But sleeping quarters,
Yep.
No aft cabin, probably, but
no aft, right?
Yeah.
Probably doesn't. Yeah, you can kind of see the cuddy going down in there. But you get all your custom stitching and your name put on it and whatever else, and then you got to upgrade every couple of years. So as the people come into the golf community, you're buying like a condo or a cabin, and you're buying somebody else's used boat. And while you're waiting for your estate home to be built, you got 2 years probably on architecture, and another 2 years just on waiting for labor. We're outsourcing guys from Seattle and SoCal and back east just to come up with a good 6 to 8 man crew minimum to frame these houses. And you got to have a welder, because you got all your steel that goes into these places. The frickin' amount of steel that's going into these houses now is insane. And we're bidding 2 years in advance, and then waiting 2 years for architecture, and then going in. And like this week, what I'm basically doing this week is going in and readjusting all the steel prices on the bids that we've done from 2 years ago, and coming up with like $80,000 change orders just on the steel package, right? That right there, that's all steel I-beam. Across every one of those headers is all steel I-beam, steel posts going up every corner, steel posts wrapped in wood, all steel handrails, all steel cladded windows. I mean, but then these older homes like up on the hill, the old rustic style stuff, not a lot of steel on those. It's all exposed, huge beams and big rustic, taking big beams and beating them with chains and shit to get them antiqued.
Now,
Literally,
is all the steel just to snowproof it?
Not necessarily. It's mainly to get these big window systems. Like this right here is a big pocket door system. So that whole tri-window system will slide into itself like a pocket door.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So you get your zero clearance. No steps anywhere. All zero clearance, and
What do you mean no steps anywhere? What do you mean by that when you say no steps anywhere?
So it's all zero clearance. So there's no step going from the patio up onto the floor systems.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So everything's all smooth grade and zero clearance, and then zero scaped. So we'll do minimal impact on the foundation digging, and then bring all the natural fescues and the long, ungroomed grass and everything back up as close to the house as we can. Yeah, And then, every 2 or 3 years, you got to put a fresh coat of stain on these fuckers. So, springtime, it's just insane from pretty much from now until Mother's Day or Memorial Day when the course opens. It's balls to the walls on staining and window treatment, shingle treatments, and yeah, dude. Amount of work up here is just fucking nuts. And there's all your restoration hardware.
Yeah, your $25,000 couch.
Oh, you talking about the furniture store restoration hardware? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
These chairs are probably, I think those are $500, $600 chairs.
Anyway.
It's probably $2,000,
Oh, anyway, that's probably a $5,000 couch there. Those center stations are probably $1,500 a piece. The pricing is just through the roof at that place.
And they all come with a tag that says "Made in China."
Remember that store? It used to be another furniture store I used to pass by it all the time up in Upper Northwest, Roach Boboy or something like that. You ever heard of that? Roach Boboy? That shit is expensive.
No, I haven't.
Roach Boboy, yeah, that's some expensive shit.
Yeah, you can get into the condos for $6 to $7 mil.
Now,
see, as a member too, you're also.
Hey, where is this? What part of the country is this?
This in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, up by
wow.
Spokane on Coeur d'Alene Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go up there. I don't want me to see that one, probably. Yeah, the Lakeshore
Ron
Lodge.
wants to know about the bear proofing.
Yeah, everybody up here is packing.
Let's see. I got some bear proof down
So
here.
there's no bear proof glass?
No.
Well, they don't come around too close. They don't like it. They don't like all the commotion. Wintertime, we'll get ahead of probably, 30 to 50 elk. We'll hang out in the golf course all winter. But by the time people start coming back up and around, I think we only got 4 or 5 people that are living up there full time. Everybody else is coming up from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And
These are really rich people, then, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, upper 1%. Yeah.
Damn.
Now, so are
Ritz
you
built the first place up here in 03. He was one of the first guys that was up here.
Who did?
And he's Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
And then all the hockey guys like Sheldon Saray and Brett Hull and all those guys are up here. Dude, Brett, we built a freaking a fire pit for Brett a few years ago. It was a gas-powered, a gas-forced system that he could put logs on top of. And he would shoot like a fucking 50-foot tall blue flame in the air for 2 or 3 nights and burn like 20,000 freaking gallons of gas for one party.
Driver's ed with Wayne Gretzky. So are you just sharing your screen and then Stanley puts it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're done, I want to show you guys there's a company I worked for called Continental Construction. It built some similar homes. They did a lot of stuff in Montana, but there's a place they built on an island in Florida that is insane.
Yeah. Same with Discovery Land. So you get in with the Discovery Group and you're buying into the Discovery Life program with the Discovery Land company and all these different, places that they have around the world. As an estate home owner, while you're not at your estate home here, you can go use somebody else's estate home wherever you want to go, the Caribbean, Hawaii, yada, yada. And it's kind of not like a timeshare, but in essence, that's kind of what's going on is other members are coming in and using your home for their week vacation with their 20-pack of their family or whatever. So
it's kind of like swingers for houses.
Yeah.
Common.
And, big swinger community too. So, for real.
Just leave your wife at home.
I snuck into the frickin' Diddy party here like 8 years ago now. And Fourth of July party, he threw down $100 on a bar, $100,000 on a bar tab. And I was working on a place we were just finishing up the landscape. And the gal comes out and she's like, you should come with us. And I'm like, yeah, I've already been busted for hanging out with members after hours and stuff. And it's like, no. So it was a dress up party right for 4th of July. You guys remember the show Overboard with Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn?
Sure.
So I cut my Carhartts off, super short shorts, and put my bags on, and I went as Arturo, right? I'm wandering around hobnobbing with all the big wigs and Arturo, and they go, Katarina! And get a little tap on my shoulder from the HOA guy, and he's just looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing here, dude? So I didn't get to participate in the freak off, but it was definitely a hell of a
Well, that's probably good. You won't be expecting any you won't expect to be served anytime soon.
Nope. And then you get the you got to go to the spa. They get the IVs and whatever you need to recover after the parties. And my girls were on the housekeeping crew up there and ended up kind of getting into the what do they call it? The youth guest services, whatever it is, bullshit, and are still on, like first name basis and phone calls away from Kim and Kanye, at least with Kim anymore. But when they'd come up here, they were like my girls were like their personal babysitters. Pretty cool gig. But, I work all fucking summer long.
I'd be afraid it would rub off.
By Thanksgiving, I'm off of work, and I fucking snowboard every single day that I can until about another week or two. I got to go back to work.
What were Kim and Kanye like?
Kanye is a fucking douchebag. Kim and the girls are actually really fucking cool.
Really? How was he a douchebag?
Just standoffish and, arrogant and holier than thou and all that bullshit. He did go down to the Goodwill one day and spent like $100,000 at the Goodwill.
Mm.
Well, maybe that was like $20,000 or something. He spent a hell of a lot of money, but just kind of stuck up and, snooty and snobby. But like, I don't know. I mean, Adam Levine's on his third house up here. He sold his place to Mark Wahlberg here recently, and I mean, just the names. I don't give a fuck what your name is as long as the check doesn't bounce. That's the way it goes. And I'm more was general contracting for 7 years up there, and it was just too much to where, having 15 to 20 in-house employees on the site, not including the 4 or 5 ladies that it takes in the office to take care of all that shit, and wearing all the hats in the business and all that bullshit. Like, yeah, fuck all that. So I try to maintain like a 6 to 8 pack of maybe 10 pack of guys and bounce around between different estates. And these fireplaces are a huge pain in the ass. We're always fixing up the rock and stuff around the fireplaces and staining and painting. And every time the house sells, like I said, dude, I've got garages full of fucking restoration hardware furniture. Because every time the place sells, we got to redo everything, right? We'll hire the interior decorator. She'll come in, pay her $100,000 just to redecorate. And then they'll spend, $400 or $500 just on all brand new furniture, all brand new shit on the walls, and all new colors. And you can't just have it the same color, right? So there's one cabin we painted the inside of the house 8 fucking times, bro.
What are you gonna do with the furniture?
We revamp it and resell it. A lot of this stuff too, like there was that other picture that has a lot of the log stuff we'll go through after the windstorms in the fall and harvest a bunch of the hardwoods, the maples and the ash, and a little bit of oak, a lot of maple for sure, and make custom furniture. So right now at my garage, I got a CNC machine running. It's got a 38-hour carve into a slab of a log for the guy's last name. That's the headboard of the bed of the master bedroom.
Okay.
Like that. And all like the custom all the post and beam stuff, we can do a lot of that stuff out of like tamarack and white fir, and save on a lot of the material costs. Cause I mean, fucking wood cost has just gone nuts.
Yeah.
07, 08, when we had the bubble and the crash, that was huge. Like we doubled our lumber cost easily within about a 6-month period. It's came down, I don't know, maybe a third of where it was from then. But like all this rough sawn post and beam stuff, we can mill on site out of dead dry standing trees, and not have to do the kiln dry process, and save a hell of a lot of money just on the material cost for the aesthetic. Most of this stuff's all aesthetic, it's all faux post and beam. There's nothing really structural about it. It's just a typical stick frame building until you get into the postmodern shit that we're doing now with all of the red iron and the black iron. But yeah, dude, it's just a big fucking runaround process. That's all it is. No matter what you're doing, you're always a slave to somebody else's money is the way it goes, the way I see it. It's unmeetable expectations, a lot of can you get it done yesterday type of shit. But it's cool. It's fun.
Yeah, I just shared a screen with you, Stanley. If you want to look at it, you don't have to.
It's always good to go into the boat shop and work a couple months, or at least a week or two here and there, and be able to pilfer out of the scrap pile.
Okay, so I did all the marketing and advertising for this company, Continental Construction. This is just one of their projects here. This is an island, Key Waden Island. They bought half of the island for this house. But the first thing you do is you arrive, right? You just arrive. And so this is just the little house and all the parking for when you arrive to get, because you have, it's an island. You're not just going, you're not walking there. So you arrive and there's a little clubhouse while you wait for the boat to take you to the island. And that's the arrival dock. And this is the shore station, basically. These are all basically that arrival thing is probably poorly named because, you arrive, then you park your cars in here. This is the outer gates of it. This is more waiting area and stuff. Yeah. By the way, down here are some of the other homes they build in. This one is in Montana. This is a Montana home that they built.
Yeah, Yellowstone Club is Gosser is that's Discovery.
Yeah. So they build a lot of homes in Montana as well. Now the actual home itself is this. And
Continental's building a place up here in Gosser right now.
Oh yeah, they're gigantic. So you can see the inside, much like the things that Uncle Fatty was showing. It's a beautiful home. By the way, this theater is incredible. But one of the key features of this home is that, as you can see here, as you look out onto the Gulf, the 3 stories of this house, all of the rooms have full glass that face out. All right, so no matter where you go on this side of the house, you're looking out at the ocean. This is the front. This place took 3 years to build, by the way. And all the rooms had to be sealed because of the moisture and stuff down there. So they're working in Visqueen. But for instance, this is where you're looking out over the ocean on all of that side of the house. So yeah, there's some pretty spectacular stuff being built, and you can't just go to a regular home builder for this. Obviously, you've got to go to somebody like one Uncle Fatty's talking about. This is another lot at Yellowstone.
Yellowstone's badass, dude.
That's just, it's just opulent in every, rustically opulent in every. Look at that view.
Rustic chic.
Yes, rustic chic, rustically opulent. But that right there is just, and you're talking $10-15 million for something like that.
Oh, yeah.
When it's all said and done,
And that's your third home.
Yeah.
Or maybe your fourth.
Well, when I was out at this place, and I have my own photos of this build, but when I was out there, I was talking to the head guy, the project manager. And he goes, you know what the disgusting part is? This house will be inhabited 2, maybe 3 weeks out of the year.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, man. That's the same thing up here.
Yeah. Yeah. So. But
First time
all right, well.
I was finishing up a landscape, and the HOA guy comes over and he says, "Yeah, you still got your paint rig on you?" I said, "Yeah." Well, we got to drop everything. I need you over here. It's like Friday, 2 in the afternoon. We're just finishing up this landscape. It's got to be done by 4 p.m.
Apparently, Dan needs his fix.
Of course.
So, yeah. Well, you know what? This was awesome. It was a good conversation to go with the coffee. That's for sure.
Hell yeah, buddy.
So, I don't know. I guess I'm going to wrap this up. Too much of a good thing, but I will be back come 3:00 or so this morning or tomorrow morning. Everybody, before you leave, please make sure you hit the like button and share, especially share and subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you support your host and the show. Also, I want to thank Juan for supporting the show this morning. Definitely appreciate it. So, who knows? I might actually go out and get some Bud Light and counter protest. So,
hey Stanley, when is your debate? Are you in Be Brave debating? And if so, when
I have no idea. I talked to HB the other day. Maybe it was the day before yesterday. I told him that I need the data that Be Brave is using, so I can go and do my own research. So I'm betting that'll put a stop to it because he wouldn't know data if it hopped in his coffee cup.
If he was watching The Next Generation.
So as soon as he can get me the data on that 70%, we'll be off to the races.
So you're debating whether you'll be debating, Stanley?
Well, no, I'm debating whether there's any background numbers or data or anything like that. I'm waiting on it.
I'm pretty sure isn't a credible cited source.
Yeah, that's what I'm betting. But hey, who knows? You know what? He could surprise me.
What's up, everybody on the panel? I had to come on in, man. I was gonna let y'all relax all damn night, but I'm gonna go ahead and go and see it, man. Stanley, you had an awesome show, man. This has been one of the most awesome. Yeah, I went to sleep, but I went to sleep with a lot of thoughts in my brain. That's a good sleep. That's a good dream. I enjoyed this part.
And now those thoughts are waiting to get out of your mouth, right?
For Portia J was what it was, but we need $20 a day for Portia J now. I mean, we provide excellent content here. John Galt done woke up. I don't know what made him do it. but he did. Maybe it was that conversation y'all had. And that's what I'm telling you, man. This is just the stream where it comes alive. We got all the things, man. We got all the things, man. This is an awesome channel. So
did you just accuse John of being woke? Did I hear that right?
You know what? I actually had a question. For you, John. I can't remember what it is now, so it couldn't have been that important.
Yeah, but support the stream, man. Let's hit that Streamlab link if y'all have it. If you can, just give what you can. So, you know, hey, just keep the channel going. You know what I'm saying? We bring the good dope. You know what I'm saying? We bring the good shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep
Damn.
the channel flowing.
As soon as I'm ready to go, we hit like 30 people. You better start a stream and strike while the iron's hot. So anyway, because I am getting kind of winded, and I've got a couple things I need to do, and then I'll take a nap. So
Light, man. We probably need to do 24
I will. You know what?
hours.
I might just get Modelo in honor of Juan.
Yeah.
You gotta get that
Modelo is good.
Dos Equis. Get you the Dos Equis.
Dos Equis, yes. Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, Tom Gully show tonight, Vampires.
I'm spending all that money.
Ooh.
All that money, man. That's too much money. Man, go buy you a natty daddy. Get you like 2 or 3 natty daddies.
You know what? I think I haven't had natural light since college.
No, I didn't say natural light. I said natty daddy.
By the way, Chris Reed.
No idea. Natural.
Chris Reed, Disneyland isn't in Florida. Disney World is in Florida.
Daddy. Ooh,
Yeah, okay. So everybody, Tom, thank you as always. Uncle Fatty, thank you as always. Orthodox guy, we had a good chat today, man. You need to come back up here on this show more often.
I try. I try not to. It's great. I did have fun. Thank you.
Well, good.
My money on Uncle Fatty.
And Ryan, I don't know where Ryan got off to, and Solid Snake, who he won't take a break. I'll just go ahead and talk over him. And our proprietor John Galt, who makes it all possible. So, yeah, I'm cantankerous, but you know, I think they just put it up. They just put it up to age. You know, just let the old man go. So, all right. Well, I'll see everybody in the morning. Have a good day, y'all.
You too, man.
Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should. Feel like I should go.